counter-terrorism environment. We all are proud of Colonel Manpreet Singh that he sacrificed his life for the nation. He is the one who was leading it. You know, majority time the neighboring country find that the commanding officer gives direction from back. But here was a commanding officer, Colonel Manpreet Singh, along with Major Ashish and DSP Bhatt, they were leading together. So this is a message which has been sent to the youngsters that imagine, a commanding officer leading in a counter-terrorism operation. So a sacrifice made by Colonel Manpreet will not go waste. The nation is proud of him. And we will all fight against this counter-terrorism to make sure this menace of terrorism which is coming from Pakistan, emanating from Pakistan, is finished off and done this. Remember, there is a peace prevailing in Kashmir Valley. There is a development taking place, especially after Article 370 and 35 has been abrogated. But that's not to the liking of Pakistan. And the epicenter of terrorism is in Pakistan. Unless you don't hit there, you will not find the peace coming. Though everything is very fine in Jammu and Kashmir, Kashmir Valley is now bubbling with a lot of development. There are only 60 to 80 terrorists left. But certainly the Pakistan will keep on making effort to send more terrorists and also create problem in Kashmir Valley. But all said and done, we are proud of what Colonel Manpreet Singh has done it. He has sacrificed his life for the nation. We all are proud of him.
Well, absolutely, Major General. At this stage, it's important to talk about the undaunting courage of our Jawans as well, because despite the challenges that they are facing in those thick forests of Anantnag, they continue relentlessly with their operation, which has now entered day 3.
In high altitude are concerned or in higher reaches are concerned, these are very difficult operations. Yes. And especially now where this operation are taking Kokanar, that area is not only that there are hills, there are also a forest area. And the growth is so heavy that in case you use drones, which we are now using head-on, that they were not able to give us a pinpoint target. And at the same time, the helicopter could not land because the casualty could not be evacuated in time because there was firing taking place and the growth is so heavy, you were not getting clearance. So fighting in this higher reaches where the already initiative with the terrorists is by itself a very, you can say, difficult operation. But certainly our forces are fighting that, and the terrorism is on the last stage. That must be understood by everyone. There are not more than 60 to 70 terrorists which are left now, and they will be limited in another year or so. The Indian Army is at it, and all the counter-terrorist operations are going with the full vigor and full speed. And our counter-infiltration gate on line of control is very, very strong. You will not finding any, they have managed to infiltrate. You can't say that it's zero infiltration, but very less. But they have now opened the new front in Rhetoric first. The infiltration is trying to take from there and also from Nepal and all in case they are not able to get it from there. But certainly we have to be vigilant, alert, because Pakistan will try to create problem in Kashmir Valley, especially when there is a problem going in Pakistan, in POJK, in Gilgit, Pakistan. People want to join India because they feel that the Indian Jammu and Kashmir has gone 70 to 80 years ahead of that. And they are now very keen that they must also get the fruit of development. And hence there are protests going on in POJK and Gilgit, Pakistan to join India. And to divert the attention, this is what the Pakistan is trying to do. Pakistan deep state will keep on doing it. We have to be alert and vigilant. But our Indian forces are very well prepared to handle these sort of problems, and we will make sure that the terrorism is wiped off in time to come.
Yes. Major General, appreciate you speaking to us. So Major General A.K. Sivaj telling us about the weaponry and also about the quadcopters and drones that are being used while the anti-terror operations are ongoing in Anantnag's forest. Let's go across to Amandeep as well. He's there where the last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh would be conducted very shortly. Amandeep, of course, the family is inconsolable, but the nation today joins in saluting the valor and courage that all 3 officers have portrayed while fighting it out at the gun battle. Amandeep, if you're still with us, if you can talk to us more about Colonel Manpreet Singh, who was a commanding officer, of course, of 19 Rashtriya Rifles. His courage, his undaunting courage rather, is being hailed by every Indian. Let's go across to Major Gaurav Arya also. Major Gaurav Arya, talk to us more about the sacrifice of these three officers, which has left a sense of pride in every Indian today for this undaunting courage that each of the officers has portrayed.
You see, I've spent some time with this unit in Centenary. I've gone. I should do a series called Judicial for a public sometime, and I spend a week.
Major Gaurav Arya, if you're still with us. All right, we seem to have lost a connection, but let's go back to Amandeep. Amandeep, tell us more. When can we expect the last rites to take place? And tell us more about Colonel Manpreet Singh, who was indeed a decorated officer, a commanding officer as well of 19 Rashtriya Rifles.
Well, last respect was being paid to Martyr Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh at his residence. A large number of people, massive number of people are here, gathered here. They wanted to participate. There is a huge people in at the residence of Manpreet Singh along with his family members and his son, 7-year-old Samiksha's son, Kabir Singh, wearing the uniform of Indian Army, olive green color, having the Indian flag on his chest, and in fact saluting his father, who was wrapped in the tricolor, and in fact came back to him. The family is very much into the emotional, drowned into the emotions, and in fact, meanwhile, people are reading the slogans of just because his sacrifice has been given a lot of influence among the society. Just Manpreet Singh was passionate in joining the army, passionately. He was leading the anti-terror operations in the valley for the longest time, and in fact, he was lieutenant leading the operations. He was captain participating in the anti-terror operations. He was major participating in the operations. Lieutenant colonel participating in the operations, and commanding officer of 19 Rashtriya Rifles again leading the operations. He was continuously leading the operations, and even in future also he wanted to lead the certain operations. And that is the reason in 2021 he has been decorated with the Sina Medal, as certain successful operations have neutralized several terrorists in the valley, and the modules has been busted back by the Pakistan ISI as well. So these are the emotions. The family is proud about this. They always get Colonel Manpreet's achievement and regarding the operations from the people, from the batchmates, from the relatives, and even from the units as well, and even sometimes from the news reports as well. But see, the family is there and starting in the very emotional kind of environment. The people simultaneously is raising the clothing of Manpreet Singh Amar, having a title in their hands, plates and the cutouts have been put out on the road.
Yes, let's go across to Major Gaurav Arya, who's back with us. Major, while the whole nation is saluting the courage of our officers, talk to us more about the challenges that the security personnel are facing at this stage while they try to avenge the martyrdom of the three officers in the Anantnag forests.
See, the challenges are, of course, the terrain. The challenges is that Pakistan will keep on pushing in terrorists. And this is also a game of chance. In spite of your best intentions and best preparations, it's also a game of chance. You can plan, but when the bullets start flying, at that time, you never know whose time is up. So yes, there are various challenges, but I think I've maintained this for a very long time, and I'm saying this again that the problem comes from Pakistan. Unfortunately, all our actions are in Kashmir. We need to start, going across the border. If Pakistan can send terrorists from across the border, carry out a massive infiltration like Kargil in 1999, we should also we should just say that, the line of control as far as we are concerned does not exist. And the Indian Army has the right to pursue it, or to take action as it deems fit. Otherwise, this will, these things keep on happening. There is no stopping these things because terror incidents are very, very difficult to control. I mean, the US with a defense budget of $700 billion US, right? And have the finest intelligence set up anywhere in the world. They have hundreds of satellites. They could not stop at 9/11. So, I mean, this is also a game of chance. A professional game, a game of chance. So this is what we must do. Solve the problem at the source is what I'm saying.
Yes. Major, also if you can talk to us about the weaponry that these terrorists have, who do you think is probably aiding? Is it the Pak ISI or is it probably the involvement of the Chinese as well when it comes to supplying top modern weaponry to the terrorists?
No, there is no top modern weaponry with the terrorists. See, there are 2-3 things, first of all. China does not have any top modern weapons because all these terrorists come on foot. So, needless to say, there is no heavy weaponry with them. They would have a series of weapons. They would have rocket launchers. They would have PKs. They would have stuff like that. It's not like they have any very sophisticated maybe in terms of night vision devices, thermal imaging and all that. But otherwise, they will only come what they can carry on their. They will only fight with what they can carry on their backs. Because if they are coming from across the, for example, Lebanon, what's going to carry? He's not going to carry an anti-aircraft missile on his back. He's going to carry a weapon. So whatever weapon he carries, mostly they carry AK series, and they carry because you asked specifically.
Yes.
They carry AK series, and most of us prefer the AK series because it's easy to use and it does not require much maintenance. It does not jam. It can get dirty and still fire. So that is why it's a preferred weapon for everybody. Security forces, even people from across the border, terrorists, everybody use the AK series, and that is mostly what they use. They use RPGs. They use Pika machine guns. They use grenades. Yes, you're right. There's Chinese involvement. There is Pakistani ISI involvement. There is no doubt that.
Yes. Major, stay with us. These are very emotional scenes that we are seeing on our screens right now. His son, Major's son, is tying the rakhi on the coffin. In fact, his 6-year-old son dressed in army suit, and his sister has placed rakhi on his coffin. In fact, if you can talk to us more about the challenges, the difficult life that a Jawan leads while he's away from home, battling it out on the field.
See, that is something that we know we are getting into when we join army. The problem is, when politicians play politics. You see, there are so many people who start questioning. I was watching social media and I was seeing all these things. A lot of people will say that, why did he go from here? Why did he go from there? You can't teach an Indian army officer what to do in Kashmir. That's his core competence. I mean, we have people, and I don't want to take the name of any political parties, but no, how did it happen? So all these things, more support is required. We can deal with the enemy, Lashkar and Jaish and all that we can deal with. The problem is that when political dirt is thrown out unnecessarily, then it hurts. Otherwise, the terrorists and Pakistan and China, that's not a problem. That is something that we are trained to handle and we will handle it irrespective of the challenge.
Yes. Appreciate you speaking to us. So that was Major Gaurav Arya. As we speak, these are very emotional scenes on our screens right now. The family paying its final goodbye to Major Manpreet, in fact, Colonel Manpreet. And as we talk, his 6-year-old son is dressed in army uniform. Colonel's wife has placed a rakhi on his coffin, and the final rites would be taking place shortly. Let's go across to Amandeep again. Amandeep, these are very emotional scenes to say the least. Talk to us more what we see on air. His son has donned an army uniform. His sister has placed a rakhi on his coffin. They are teary-eyed, but there is a sense of pride in them that his wife is feeling at this stage, his son for that matter, for the undaunting courage of Colonel Manpreet.
Members are trying to use Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh and last family members along with the nears and dears.
Family members along with the nears and dears, they all are here to pay the last respect to Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh, and in fact whose contribution is being known among the nation. Several people are present here physically, but the entire nation is
It's a new social media as a platform, but here the family is the local years and years that wearing uniform. Again, and saluting my father who has been planting and talking, cycle and talking as well, and who has contributed his life to the supreme sacrifice.
These are emotional scenes on your screens, difficult to put into words. What the family is going through at this stage. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who has sacrificed his life in service of the nation. His son is dressed in army uniform. His sister has placed Rakhi on his coffin, and that's Colonel Manpreet Singh, whose sacrifice would be remembered for years and years to come. You see the coffin of Colonel Manpreet Singh. The last rites would be taking place shortly. As we speak, the family is inconsolable but proud of the sacrifice of Colonel Manpreet Singh. In fact, sea of people who've gathered to pay their final tributes to Colonel Manpreet Singh. As we speak, the last rites would be conducted shortly, but emotional scenes to say the least. He was martyred during the anti-terror operation in Anantnag. In fact, as we speak, the forces are going all out to avenge the martyrdom of the 3 officers, including Colonel Manpreet Singh, Major Ashish, and the J&K police officer as well, who've lost their life while serving the nation. Let's go across to Amandeep again. Amandeep, while we keep up with these visuals as final tributes pour in for Colonel, please talk to us more about the life of Colonel Manpreet, who was a decorated officer, and every person's heart is just brimming with pride for this courage and valor that Colonel Manpreet and 2 others have shown. So these are scenes from as we speak. The last rites would be conducted in just some time from now of Colonel Manpreet Singh. He is one of the 3 officers to have sacrificed his life while serving the nation. This was during the Anantnag anti-terror operations that are still ongoing in the thick forests of Anantnag. The forces are engaged in heavy gun battle with the terrorists, have pledged for that retribution to avenge the killing of the martyrs. And there you see that is the inconsolable family of Colonel Manpreet. Colonel Manpreet's son has donned an army uniform. His sister, his family members are holding high the Tiranga, sending out a very strong message that come what may, India's flag will always fly high, and speaks a billion words that they are very, very proud of the sacrifice by Colonel Manpreet. So while the Tiranga that flies high at his at the roof of Colonel Manpreet's residence, his son donning an army uniform and his sister tying Rakhi on his coffin speaks 1,000 words. The family is, of course, proud of this courage and valor. Let's go across to Rakshita as well from the Delhi Newsroom Studios. Rakshita, if you can talk to us more about Colonel Manpreet's life. He was a decorated officer. His sacrifice will be remembered in the years to come.
Well, of course, really emotional scenes there, Samiksha, coming in from Mohali. The nation, of course, saluting the bravery of Colonel Manpreet Singh, the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. We can see that on our screens right now. Emotional scenes. His very young, very young son, 6-year-old son, donning the uniform and saluting him is one picture that will remain with the country. And of course, this speaks volumes of what the families of our Bravehearts go through as they lay their lives down for our protection, for our security. The battle, of course, on the other hand, continues to rage on. Our forces continue to fight with full intensity to avenge the death, to avenge the sacrifice, and to protect the country. But emotional scenes there from the hometown, of course, of our Bravehearts is something that the nation is witnessing. And we have been witnessing this. Our forces have always stood forth on the forefront to protect the country. And we have lost so many of our Jawans. The last rites of the colonel who lost his life in the Anantnag encounter, which is still underway. You can see those visuals there from his house. And just a while ago, we saw how on the rooftop of his house, the Tiranga was flying high with his kin, of course, and his loved ones, family, friends, everybody all gathered there. You can see those emotional relatives, wives and mothers and all the relatives, the women of the family. Utterly emotional scenes there. And a 6-year-old son saluting Colonel Manpreet is, of course, a really moving picture, heart-wrenching picture, but at the same time, it fills our hearts with pride. Colonel Manpreet Singh hails from Punjab's Mohali, decorated officer, a colonel, and on your screen is he was the commanding officer of the 19 Rashtra Rifles. He was leading his troops from the front. He was hit by a hail of bullets in this encounter, countering the terrorists. The operations have, of course, intensified. Him, along with the company commander Major Ashish Dhonchak and Kashmir Police DSP Deputy Superintendent Humayun Muzammil Bhatt, laid down their lives in this operation. And last rites, we've just got you the visuals of Major Ashish Dhonchak's last rites. He was given a gun salute that has just concluded, and now you can see Colonel Manpreet Singh's last rites will be held shortly. Tiranga flying high at the Martyrs' house. Emotional scenes coming in, and Rakhi, his sister, has tied a Rakhi on the coffin. The festival of Rakhi, of course, concluded just few days back, and Colonel Manpreet Singh was on duty. He could not come and meet his sister on the occasion of Rakhi. And you know, the Rakhi festival is about protection. Colonel Manpreet Singh was on duty to protect his sister and the countrymen, the entire country, and he laid his life down for the protection of the country. His son donning the uniform, the army uniform, and saluting his father as he bids farewell to the Braveheart, the final journey. You can see Pushpanjali, the floral tributes being offered to Colonel Manpreet Singh, and his 6-year-old son, his sister, placing a Rakhi there on the coffin, offering tributes. Several of his relatives and friends and from the army also offering tributes. Of course, he is one of the 3 Bravehearts who sacrificed their lives in the Anantnag encounter, which is still underway. The operations have only intensified there, but on one side we have that intensifying of operation, and now we have the emotional scenes where their mortal remains are reaching their houses, their respective hometown, received with tears and also received with a lot of pride at the same time as there are chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, as we saw in Major Dhonchak's funeral. Now we are seeing the last salute being given to Colonel Manpreet Singh, commanding officer of 19 Rashtra Rifles. Of course, nobody can describe how the family is going through, how they are feeling right now, what pain they are going through right now. But we are getting you those heart-wrenching visuals. You can see from Colonel Manpreet Singh's home in Mohali in Punjab. Last rites will be performed very shortly from now. Before that, floral tributes being paid. The last salute we just saw by his 6-year-old son. You can see those emotional scenes to the right of your screens. You can see that 6-year-old boy, a 6-year-old boy donning that army uniform, paying the final tribute to his father, a father who laid down his life for the country, who was a brave heart, and his son also very bravely standing by and saluting for the last time his father. And you can see so many people have thronged to the residence of Colonel Manpreet Singh to pay the last tribute to the hero of this mega operation that is still underway. And Colonel Manpreet Singh, of course, is survived by his 2 children. Emotional scenes, really heart-wrenching visuals coming in from Mohali. He was a commanding officer of 19 Rashtra Rifles, and he faced a hail of bullets there. He completed 17 years of service in the force, in the army. He has led many major operations. He was awarded Sena Medal also. Very decorated officer, Colonel Manpreet Singh. He lost his life, he sacrificed his life in this Anantnag encounter that is still underway, intensifying operation that is still underway. But our 3 Bravehearts have been martyred in this operation. His 2 young children, Colonel Manpreet Singh is survived by his 2 children and his wife Jagmeet, 2 young children, Kabir Singh and Bunny Kaur. And it's of course a huge loss to the entire family, to the nation, of course. A huge loss, having lost such decorated, a brave officer. And the nation, of course, continues to pay tributes to our fallen heroes. And Colonel Shailendra Singh is joining us on the phone line. Colonel Singh, we're getting some really heart-wrenching visuals from the last journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. His 6-year-old son, he is survived by his wife and 2 young children. His 6-year-old son saluting his father one last time as he dons the army uniform.
It's indeed a very sad occasion, but at the same time, being an army man, I can always say it's a proud occasion also for people like me, that yes, we are there to give up our life for saving our country, in the name of our country. As far as the occasion is concerned, it is not at all important whether the son is there, daughter is there, the wife is there. But see the jazba. See the jazba of saluting. You have created another soldier in standing at that 6-year-old. That boy understands that today onwards my father is not there. He knows that my father has given up his life, and that is a salute. And let me tell you, this is another generation of soldiers which will come up. I'm 100%, 200% sure that this son will rise and become another capable army officer. He will do anything for his country. That is the upbringing in which his mother is going to bring in. That is the jazba which that mother will bring in. That is the way each and every lady, each and every wife of an army personnel, that is the way she is always waiting. Whenever her husband is out, she knows anything can go wrong. But then that is where she also understands, if at all anything happens to my husband, it will be for the country. Because for her also, country comes first, always, every time.
Absolutely, Colonel Sharendra Singh, really an emotional scene also coming in. Of course, entire country and his loved ones are also at the same time, as you said, filled with pride and a lot of inspiration and, of course, motivation as our brave hearts lay down their lives. Also, the fact that, Colonel Sharendra Singh, our brave hearts, our forces are also still fighting out that battle in Anantnag. It's a difficult terrain, and for 3 days this encounter is going on, and we still are, of course, fighting it out against the terrorists.
Oh, yes. Why only Anantnag? Why only Garhwal? It has been done everywhere. Wherever army is fighting, they are fighting it with that aim that we will rid our country and that land of these terrorists, and we will make sure that the public and the locals of Kashmir, they are safe, they can live happily, they can move around absolutely with freedom. That is what is the jazba against the terrorists, and that is the actual binding force for us, that anything and everything we are doing it for the locals.
Right. Thank you so much, Colonel Sharendra Singh, for joining us with your thoughts on this at this time as the nation is paying tribute to our brave hearts. My colleague Amandeep is also joining us live from Mohali as we are getting the live visuals of the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh, who is from Mohali. You can see those live visuals coming in from his residence. Amandeep, if you can hear me, tell us what is how many people have gathered? Of course, it's a very heart-wrenching scene. We just saw his sister placing a rakhi there, and also his son donning the army uniform. And as Colonel Sharendra Singh was saying, that it is something that it shows that jazba, and it's an inspirational moment for so many people, including his son, when they see his father, Colonel Manpreet Singh, laying down his life for the country, for protection of the country.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita, absolutely. A 7-year-old son, Kabir Singh, wearing a uniform, indicating that next generation is all prepared to serve the nation through Indian Army. And in fact, Manpreet Martyrs, Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh was 3rd generation in his family. His grandfather, his father, and Colonel Manpreet has served in Indian Army. And in fact, Colonel Manpreet and his father Lakhveer Singh, they both have served in one battalion, that is 12th Sikh Light Infantry Battalion. And even now the son wearing uniform is another indication that next generation is all prepared to serve the nation through olive green, and even the olive green among the blood of this family. And in fact, the way Colonel has attained the martyrdom while fighting the terrorism from the front line, this is the jazba, this is the josh, this is the aggression, this is the spirit for the nation of the family. And even the son is saluting his father, who's wrapped in a coffin and in fact in a tricolor, and returned home while making the entire nation and the family proud by his anti-terrorist operations in the valley. And even now the family on one side is drowned into the emotions that they have lost the family member, but simultaneously they are feeling proud that their family members has let down his life contributing to the nation. And in fact, they have also upholding the spirit for the nation by making his son into the olive green in the army uniform. Yes.
Yes, Amandeep, stay with us as we continue to get the live visuals from Mohali, and Major Gaurav Arya is also joining us on the broadcast for more. Major General Gaurav Arya, of course, heart-wrenching scenes coming in from Mohali. We are seeing his 6-year-old son donning the uniform and saluting his father. You know, it's just, it's the legacy of his, Braveheart father, isn't it? And it's such a moving scene that we are getting. A Rakhi has been placed by his sister also, on the coffin of Colonel Manpreet Singh. Major Gaurav Arya.
Thank you for that question. And, essentially what happens is that they say that army is not a job you do, it's a life you live, it's an emotion. And it is only an emotion that can make you walk for 8 hours in absolute dark and then assault a hideout full of terrorists, not knowing what will come from the other side. This can't be done for money, this can't be done for a salary or for some level of comfort that we are used to. This can only be done, if you have that kind of emotion attached to your profession. And all these things that you see, the sister tying Rakhi, her brother is no more, and the son, saluting his father wearing a combat uniform. All these things happen because of the kind of, the environment that you have in the household. So it's a patriotic family, it's a Fauji family. That is how they've grown up. That's how they've seen their brother or their father. Those are the values that they have imbibed. And so this is how they will react in such circumstances. This is natural for them to react like that because that is what they're being taught. It's in their DNA to react like this. Because while the family must be heartbroken, it will be absolutely heartbroken. And while the family is still can't seem to be able to deal with that loss, and that will happen only much later. But there is also that sense of deep pride that, their son, their husband, or their father has done, or their brother has done so much for the nation, for which the nation will be eternally grateful. So I think this is, this is culturally how it is in the armed forces.
Absolutely, of course. The last rites will be performed very shortly from now. And as talk to us more about Major Arya, how it's on one place on one hand we have the forces still, of course, fighting it out as the operation is intensifying. On the other hand, we are seeing these emotional scenes, and for the nation, it's not just only emotional. Of course, it's emotional. It's something that cannot be described by any other who is not from the family. The family knows the best how they are feeling right now. But at the same time, it's very inspirational. At the same time, it's something that fills everybody's heart with pride. As we can see it on the rooftop of his residence, there's a tricolor. The women in his family, the women in his family holding the tricolor. So it really fills everybody's hearts with pride, apart from, really being sad for the loss. What we have achieved is the pride.
But I'd like to say that we are also in our nation, there are many of us who are hypocrites. You see, who's doing this? Pakistan is doing this. So today, there'll be a wave of patriotism and, the colonel's body and the major's body and, DSP Humayun Bhatt, and everybody will be talking about them and saying that what great soldiers. And next time there is an India-Pakistan match, everybody's going to sit at home and watch Pakistan play India. So, you see, where are we going as a nation? Who are these terrorists? Who's responsible for this funeral that they're showing on television today? Who's responsible? It is Pakistan who's responsible. And if Pakistan is responsible, why in God's name are we engaging with Pakistan at all? We are playing cricket with Pakistan. We should be firing missiles at Pakistan. We should be teaching Pakistan a lesson that their, coming generations will not forget. There should be absolute, we should go kinetic with Pakistan, but we are not doing that. So today everybody will say, oh, what a sad thing, and his sister is tying Rakhi and his son is saluting, and everybody in the country will be watching the program, and justifiably so. I'm not saying that their emotions are not true. Of course their emotions are true. But in the larger context, I want to ask, who is responsible for these deaths? It is Pakistan. And what in God's name are we doing, playing cricket or engaging with Pakistan at all? We should be doing exactly the opposite. Our troops should be crossing the line of control right now and giving a hammering of a lifetime to the Pakistanis, but we're not doing that. And the same public, and I'm sorry I'm saying this, but the same public will tomorrow say, oh, what a fantastic match between India and Pakistan. Let's we want to see Babar Azam bat, and, Shaheen Afridi is going to bowl, and it's going to be a great contest between the bat and the ball. There is no contest between India and Pakistan. Pakistan is a rogue nation. It's a terrorist nation. It needs to be put down. Like a rabid dog, that nation needs to be put down, not to be engaged with.
Absolutely, of course, rightly pointed out there were many voices from the valley we've heard who are actually still batting for talks with Pakistan as we continue to lose our brave hearts, we continue to lose our soldiers, our Jawans in such operations as the infiltration continues and the terrorists continue to of course, threaten our security. But, talk to us more about, Major Arya, the sentiment, of course, involved here, because these are the scenes, as you say, that, until and unless we really understand and really, absorb this, we will, what you're saying, we will be, moving in that direction to actually take those steps, in, in the right direction. And that's why I want to understand from you, Major Arya, is that how does this really, come across to you? We see DSP Humayun Butt's father walking towards the coffin, and very composed, it's not that we don't see any kind of animation. Of course, he must be going through a storm of emotions, but you can tell us better. He was walking towards the coffin very, calmly and in a composed way. And there were, of course, there were emotional scenes as we were talking about Colonel Manpreet Singh saluting, and also the 2-year-old daughter, we saw at Colonel, Dhonchak also. Major Dhonchak's hometown as well. So there are very heart-wrenching scenes coming in from these 3 locations. But what do these family really feel, and how do they really cope with it? What kind of a loss is it for them, and how do they take it forward? How do they take their life forward from here?
Very difficult, but it's extremely difficult because I've met so many people, met so many Veer Naris, interviewed them, been with them, understood. And, it's very difficult to articulate this kind of loss because, if somebody is suffering from an illness and it's, you sort of expected that after some time person is 80, 90 or 70, you know that if there is illness, all of us have to die one day and none of us is going to live forever. But when you see such promising young men going in such a violent way, for you and me, I mean, come to think about it. You see, you talked about coping with the loss. These people who laid down their life, all 3 of them, whether it's Colonel Manpreet, Major Ashish or DSP Humayun Butt, whatever. I mean, any one of these, or even previously, they don't know you, they don't know me. Think about it for a moment. They don't know you, they don't know me, and yet they choose to lay down their lives for you and me. Can there be bigger sacrifice? Sacrificing for people that you love, whom you know. It's far easy. They sacrifice for us and they love us, people they don't even know. And there can be no bigger sacrifice than this. Sacrificing for a person that you don't know. He's never seen you, has never seen me in my life. And yet they go ahead and do this because this is dharma. This is duty. In the most classical Indian sense, this is duty. When you go and say that I know what is coming for me, I know what's going to happen to me. I know I may not live in the next 24 hours, but this is my duty and I have to go. So I move out from the comfort of my home, wear my uniform, put on my bulletproof jacket, wear my helmet, pick up my AK-47 and then I go to war. So this is what happens. And as far as the family is concerned, it's going to take them a long, long time to... But there is a silver lining in all this. And the silver lining is that the army as an institution takes care. It takes great deal of care. And I can tell you, though it is very little comfort as I speak these words to you, it's very little comfort, but the fact of the matter is that the families are not alone. The entire fraternity of the army would have descended upon their homes and, taken care of everything and, and helped them deal with this grief, which is why army is such a fantastic institution. They're not alone. Colonel Manpreet's family right now, and I can tell you, I'm not here, I'm here in NCR, Delhi, but I can guarantee that their families are not alone. I can guarantee that the family of Major Ashish is not alone. And I can guarantee that J&K police people have reached, with their families, with wife and kids, have reached the family home of DSP Humayun. This is the fraternity, this is the brotherhood of soldiers actually. And this is how we live. So this is how it happens.
Absolutely, and we are seeing how even the people from the village, entire locality and people from adjoining areas are coming up and surrounding the entire house with, chanting, Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Amar Rahe, and, holding tirangas high in their hands, This is one thing that, of course, the occasion is sad and of loss, but at the same time, as we continue to grieve, we also see that how, them sacrificing their lives brings us together. As you were pointing out earlier, Major Arya, that, they do not know you and me personally, but they sacrifice their lives. Even these people who are right now thronging to the residences of these respective our Bravehearts, we're seeing that they are full of josh and full of pride there. And we see the nation uniting there on this occasion and this, loss that we are, of course, saluting those Bravehearts.
They gave this blood for the nation to unite, for the nation to feel as if they are one unit, one entity. And extremely sad day. I mean, what can one say about this? What can one say? Except you mentioned that the entire village had gathered round, the entire town had gathered round. And this is what happens when somebody attains Veergati and they bring his mortal remains back home. This is what happens. People go and pay homage. And people want to be want to actually go out and pay their respects and pay their homage and be in the company of the great soul who has laid down his life for the nation. And it's a very big deal because, you see, look at us. We don't even cross the road, if we feel that a bus is approaching or a car is approaching, we wait. And we only cross the road when it's absolutely safe and absolutely clear for us. Even a small thing like crossing the road, we are extremely careful. Look at these people. Every single day, they put on their uniform, tie their boots, put on their bulletproof jacket, helmet, their weapon, and they go every single day. And you don't know whether they're going to come back or not. And yet they choose to do it. And a colonel is not a junior officer. A colonel is a fairly senior officer in the army. And yet, what does this teach you? This teaches you, and this is one point that we must reiterate again and again. This teaches you that the Indian Army leads from the front. With your permission, I'd like to give a small statistic here. Indian Army officers make up less than 4% of the entire army. Less than 4%. Right? And yet, Indian Army officers make up for more than 12% of all the fatal casualties in the army. That is a 300% jump in ratio. So this is an army where an officer does not tell his men to attack. This is an army where an officer tells his men to, he says, follow me. So this is exactly what Colonel Manpreet told his men. That is why he took the bullet. He said, follow me. In other armies, you send the Jawans or the soldiers ahead. That is what the Pakistani army does. You'll hear of very, few fatalities among officers. There are officer fatalities in the Pakistan army, but those are very few. If you look at the Indian army, look at the long list. I can name so many officers. Look at Kargil, all these young officers. Captain Manoj Pandey, Paramveer Chakra. So young. Captain Saurabh Kalia, so young. You speak about Captain Vikram Batra. What is his age? Nothing. And Major Padmapani Acharya. Archie sir was my senior in the academy. He was 6 months my senior in the academy, Archie sir. He laid down his life. He got the Mahavir Chakra. So, you see, all these officer casualties that you've heard about, so many officers laying down their lives, and now you're talking about Colonel Manpreet. Who are these people? These are people who have taken an oath to lead from the front. They're leading from the front. They're saying that I'm an officer, I will take the first bullet. That is my responsibility. And that is the promise that you have with your men. That the safety, honor, and the welfare of your country will come first, always and every time. The safety and welfare of the men you command come next. And your own safety and welfare come last, always and every time. This is the credo, the Chetwood credo that all officers live and die by. And this is exactly what he did. Colonel Manpreet, Major Ashish, and DSP Humayun, they said that the safety, honor, and welfare of the country comes first, always and every time. And this is what they did. So this is what this is about, essentially. It's about the Chetwood credo. It is about how it is still being followed in the forces, in letter and spirit. And that is the entire story. It revolves around this credo only.
Major Arya, Colonel Manpreet Singh, I was pointing out how our officers are ready to take the bullet. And in fact, he was offered a peace posting, what we're learning, upon his promotion in 2021. But he volunteered to stay in the Rashtra Rifles, 19 Rashtra Rifles.
He was reading. तो ये तो हमारी परंपरा है कि लीड करना फ्रंट से।
वो जो एरिया है सर, आपने भी वहाँ पे सर्च किया होगा, तो किस तरह का एरिया है, आप थोड़ा बता सकते हैं?
It is very difficult area. I have served there for more than 2 years. More than 2 years. Same place. Yeah.
You feel कि इस तरह वहाँ पे जिस तरह अभी भी जैसे कह सकते हैं कि शांति तो हो गई थी, लेकिन फिर भी थोड़ा सा
I think this question you should ask some politician or somebody else, not a soldier. अपना तो काम है कि भी जो काम दिया लड़ाई पढ़ाई, और बाकी जिस politics is with the people at higher.
एज ए सोल्जर आप तो आज क्या करेंगे सर? आज शहीद हुए मेजर भी और हमारे यहाँ
As a soldier, I would say this is a part of soldiering. Death is a part of soldiering, but the question is to meet an honorable death, which he has, and we are proud of him. And we will continue fighting. The rest of the things, every agency, like last time our Prime Minister took the events, this time something must be being planned.
Those were reactions coming in. Now, Major Gaurav Arya continues to stay with us on the phone line. Major Arya, as we were talking about how our officers have laid their lives down, Colonel Manpreet Singh, he volunteered to stay and command the 19 Rashtra Rifles. And as you were telling us that they are ready to take all the dangers to protect the country. Tell us more about this operation. This operation is still underway and it's only intensifying. Drones have been deployed, and all other means to counter the terrorists have been deployed. Tell us more about this area, the Kokarnak, the terrain, how difficult it is, and what are the challenges that our forces must be facing, that it has stretched out for so long. And what we were learning is that today is the time when they plan to really conclude this operation. What are the kind of challenges that our forces are facing in this terrain and in this site?
See, Kokarnak, general area, Anantnag, Kokarnak, the terrain is extremely difficult, number one. Number two, these officers walked 8 hours, in pitch dark. They walked for 8 hours so that they would not lose the element of surprise. And they kept on doing that, kept on moving forward. And when contact happens, when I say contact, I mean between the security forces and the terrorists, it can go either way. You can plan, and these are affairs of fate. You might plan, and I'm sure Colonel Manpreet would have planned it to the last, but when the bullets start flying, at that point in time, you don't know whose name is written on which bullet. And it's very difficult. People, what can I say? I mean, the terrain is difficult. The topography is crazy, absolutely. You have an enemy, right, who's absolutely desperate at that point in time, because either he wants to escape or he wants to die. He's very, very desperate there, right? He doesn't want to get caught. Either he's dead or he's trying to escape. So vicious firefight erupts. There is limited light, whatever you can see through the night vision device, or you can't. So these things continue time after time after time. These things keep on happening, and this is everyday valley stuff. This happens every day in Kashmir. I'm not saying that, Veergati happens every day. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying contact happens every day. Every day, Rashtra Rifle columns and units will go out for operations. So there is no day in Kashmir when, the Rashtra Rifles is not out. They will be out. They'll be patrolling. They'll be getting int. So even in this case of this operation, they got a specific int that there are terrorists, and they were terrorists. The int was correct, and they planned it correctly. And I would also like to say that, DSP Humayun Bhatt, I think he led from the front, and fantastic. I mean, salutes to him, 1,000 salutes to him. So yeah, this whole thing, sometimes it goes south. Operations go south sometimes. It happens. In spite of your best efforts, in spite of your best plans, this is how it is. It's I will not say it's a game of chance, but sometimes it's fate. Things happen. When bullets fly, you don't know what will happen. And it's very unfortunate, very extremely unfortunate.
Major Gaurav Arya, also your view on how terrorists are infiltrating from across the border, because when it came to such encounters, we had seen a slowdown in that sense. But, such horrific details that have emerged now, and even in terms of the counter operation that is continuing, that has been going on for 3 days, how do you see the scenes changing on the border in terms of the security apparatus and how these terrorists are infiltrating?
You see, there are anti-infiltration grids along the border. So there is fencing along the border. And there are so many things there. There is patrolling, and there are, lasers, and there are lights, and there are drones, and there are so many things. What happens is that because the terrain is so unpredictable. So I'm just giving you a small example because this has happened once in my knowledge. And somebody told me, in fact, the commanding officer of one infantry unit told me that, fantastic, this thing, everything was going on very well. But what happened was that there was a landslide, or there was snow shifting. And that shifting snow took away 100 meters of fence. It just went out like that. So sometimes it happens. All these things happen along the LC, right? If there is a breach in the line of control, you will come to know. But, they make attempts every day. And out of 100, what you hear about is that one successful infiltration. You don't hear about that 99 people who were stopped or shot or killed or they went back to Pakistan. You don't hear about that. You hear about that one guy who came across. So this is how it is. This house, the infiltration has come down to an absolute trickle. During our time, when I was on the line of control, it was a flood because there was no fence at that time. You could walk into India from Pakistan. You could simply walk into India. There was no requirement of anything. And in the 90s, early 90s, people were walking in. People were simply walking in. I mean, there were thousands upon thousands. Some say 25, 30,000 terrorists were active in J&K. At that point in time, in places like Surankot and places like Doda, Kishtawal, Padot, and also in South Kashmir and Central Kashmir, it was in Srinagar, in the heart of Srinagar it was happening. But now, of course, they've come down to a trickle, but you will always have that one odd guy who manages to slip by. That chance is always there. There is no 100% guarantee, in warfare. Or in our line of business, there are no 100% guarantees everywhere.
Again, if you can detail for us the details of an operation of this nature, because as we understand, is being suggested in reports of 2 terrorists who've been encircled. The operation had to be halted in the night for 2 hours. Joint parties that are carrying out a combing operation in the area to nab these terrorists. So how does it really work given the challenges in such a terrain?
See, as I said, you can't do anything about that. See, the challenges are so many. It's not like one challenge. It's not like there are so many things: the distance, the light, the terrain, the topography, the intelligence. Everything is a challenge, and you have to surmount each and every single thing to succeed. You can't say that this is my challenge and I will do this and then I will be successful. It's massively sophisticated. It's massively complex. And one more thing which I'd like to tell you is that not many people speak about this, but it's important to speak about this, that, generally terrorists tend to hide in congested areas. Generally. They tend to hide in congested areas because they know that the Indian armed forces or the Indian army will never want to, actually let loose fire in a place where there are civilians. Because we have been told very categorically that there should be zero civilian casualties or zero non-combatants who are hurt. You can't have that. So we are doubly careful. Those guys are not careful. I mean, they couldn't care if 20 civilians died. They couldn't care less. But here there is accountability with the Indian Army. There is 100% accountability. Collateral damage is looked down upon in the army. It's a strict no-no. I mean, you can't do... It becomes, that we are professional soldiers. We don't want civilians to get hurt. This is a profession of arms. We will deal with the people who carry weapons. But for the people who do not carry weapons, it's a problem.
You're talking about weapons, and I want to refer to again what is being called as advanced weaponry that has been provided to our soldiers. In fact, also if we go by certain reports that call for induction of more soldiers from different security agencies, heavy diameter quadcopters that have been pressed into service. and even Chetan helicopters that are hovering all around this area where the searches are being conducted. So in that sense, use of modern technology that has been incorporated, but combat support, are we on point?
No, if we induct more soldiers, we are solving the wrong problem. We are answering the wrong question, first of all. It's not about drones, it's not about helicopters, it's not about advanced weaponry that you have. It is not about that at all. Please understand that this problem is emanating from Pakistan, and you're trying to solve a problem emanating from Pakistan. You're trying to solve it in Kashmir. If you want this problem to stop, you have to cross the line of control and go into Pakistan and cause serious damage to the Pakistan army. Even the the surgical strikes were against terrorists. I wish we have a surgical strike against the Pakistan army. You see, you have to understand. Once you cause damage to the Pakistan army, once you cause serious damage to the Pakistan army, that is the time when there will be peace in Kashmir. What are we doing? Terrorists come inside Kashmir. Now, even if you kill 10 terrorists, let us say you have killed 10 terrorists, do they compensate for one colonel of the Indian Army? They don't. 100 terrorists don't compensate for one colonel of the Indian Army, or a major for that matter, or a DSP of the J&K police. They don't. And this is the game Pakistan is playing, because Pakistan has all these madarsas with the crazy people, the elders have fought in the Afghan jihad and they feel that they are jihadis and they'll go to heaven, etc., all that nonsense. So these people come and then they start fighting. They come there to die because somebody has told them that you'll go to heaven. You'll get Jannat. So the issue is that who is training them? Who is funding them? Where are they getting the money from? Where are they getting the training from? A civilian can't pick up a weapon and start learning to use it expertly. Somebody is teaching. Where is the source of your problem? If the source of your problem is in Pakistan, why are you trying to solve it in Kashmir? This is something that we are doing wrong, right? You have to go to the source of the problem. Your source of the problem is in Rawalpindi. It's inside Pakistan. Your source is not Kashmir. They will keep on sending terrorists. People will keep on dying here, and this entire cycle will never ever stop. Never stop.
Major Gaurav Arya, I want to thank you for speaking to us at the moment. And we continue to put out these pictures, very, very painful to watch what the families are going through at this point. A Rakhi, that hand has been seen on Colonel Manpreet Singh's remains. But we also shift our focus to the other big story that we are tracking for you this afternoon, of how press freedom has been curtailed by the INDI bloc. BJP
इतिहास में हिंदुस्तान के लिए एक काला धब्बा बना था जब इमरजेंसी लागू इंदिरा गांधी ने किया था और लाखों पत्रकारों को जिस प्रकार से प्रताड़ित किया गया था, संपादकीय तक पत्रकार लिख नहीं पाते थे। पुलिस बैठकर देखती थी वहां पर कि संपादकीय में कहीं इंदिरा गांधी के विरोध में कुछ लिखा जा रहा है या नहीं लिखा जा रहा है। मीसा कानून के अंतर्गत न जाने आप में से कई लोग यंग पत्रकार यहां बैठे हैं, आप में से कितने के पिताओं के ऊपर, कितनों के दादाओं के ऊपर, कितनों के जानकारों के ऊपर, कितने ही पत्रकारों के ऊपर जुल्म ढाया गया मीसा कानून के अंतर्गत। इस विषय से भी हिंदुस्तान वाकिफ है। राजीव गांधी 29 अगस्त 1988, डिफेमेशन बिल 1988, आप याद करिए उस समय बोफोर्स चरम पर था। कुछ ऐसे पत्रकार थे, जाबाज पत्रकार मैं कहूंगा उनको, और कुछ ऐसी पत्रकारिता थी जिन्होंने बोफोर्स को बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से उजागर किया था। द स्टोरी ऑफ बोफोर्स एंड ब्राइब, किस प्रकार से भ्रष्ट नेता बोफोर्स में लिप्त थे। राजीव गांधी जी के इस चरित्र को उजागर करने का काम कुछ बहुत बड़े अखबारों ने किया था। उनको लेकर जिस प्रकार एक डिफेमेशन कानून लाने का प्रयास 1988 में राजीव गांधी की सरकार ने किया था, कानून ले भी आए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास का वो पहला कानून बना जिसको वापस लेना पड़ा, क्योंकि पत्रकार जगत एक होकर खड़ा हो गया। देयर वॉज यूनिटी अमॉन्ग्स्ट द मीडिया पीपल। सारे मीडिया के लोग एक होकर खड़े हो गए, जाग उठे, हिंदुस्तान जाग उठा, और अंततोगत्वा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके राजीव गांधी को डिफेमेशन बिल 1988 वापस लेना पड़ा, जिसमें उन्होंने सोचा था कि जो गांधी परिवार के खिलाफ या उनके खिलाफ लिखेगा उसे सजा दी जाएगी। राहुल गांधी जी से मैं सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं, लिस्ट तो आपने जारी की है, क्या यह लिस्ट मोहब्बत की दुकान की लिस्ट है? सामान नफरत का और दुकान मोहब्बत का, ऐसा तो कभी नहीं हो सकता। यू हैव शोन योर कंटेम्प्ट अगेंस्ट मीडिया। हिंदुस्तान के लोकतंत्र में जो चौथा स्तंभ है, द फोर्थ पिलर ऑफ इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी, दैट इज मीडिया। मीडिया के प्रति जिस प्रकार का नफरत आपने प्रदर्शित किया है, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या यह मोहब्बत की दुकान है? कदाचित नहीं। मित्रों, जब ये नेता सवाल पूछते हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता जब सवाल पूछते हैं कि सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक में हमें सबूत चाहिए, जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता ये सवाल पूछते हैं कि सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक फर्जी था, आप हमें सबूत ला के दिखाइए, गिव अस द एविडेंस। जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के दिग्गज नेता पूछते हैं कि भगवान राम किस कमरे में पैदा हुए, बताओ इस कमरे में पैदा हुए या उस कमरे में पैदा हुए। जब किसी दूसरे पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो आज घमंडिया अलायंस में है, उसके नेता पूछते हैं भगवान राम ने किस इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज से इंजीनियरिंग की, बताइए। जब ये सवाल पूछते हैं तो ठीक है, जायज है, इनको बॉयकॉट नहीं किया जाएगा। मगर जब पत्रकार डिबेट में सवाल पूछ लेता है इनसे कि आपके राज्य में भ्रष्टाचार क्यों हो रहा है, आपने जो आंकड़े प्रस्तुत किए थे वो आंकड़े गलत थे, सही आंकड़े ये है, क्या हिंदुस्तान की ग्रोथ स्टोरी आज विश्व में एक रिकॉर्ड नहीं कायम कर रही? क्या G20 सफल हुआ या नहीं हुआ? अगर इस प्रकार के सवाल कांग्रेस या इंडी अलायंस के दूसरे लोगों से पूछ लिया जाता है तो आप बन जाते हैं बॉयकॉट करने वाले पत्रकार। आपको बॉयकॉट कर देना चाहिए। क्यों? ये जो नेता हैं ये भगवान हैं, ये भगवान पे सवाल उठा सकते हैं, और पत्रकार जो हैं वो नेताओं पे सवाल नहीं उठा सकते हैं, उनसे सवाल नहीं पूछ सकते। मित्रों, ये राहुल गांधी जब विदेश जाते हैं, अभी भी विदेश में है जहां तक मैं जानता हूं, कुछ प्राइवेट मीटिंग वगैरह कर रहे हैं, आज मैंने देखा है सोशल मीडिया में। श्याम पित्रोदा ने बताया प्राइवेट मीटिंग गुप्त रखी जाएगी, बताया नहीं जाएगा। जब ये जाते हैं फॉरेन कंट्री में और विदेश की भूमि में जाके देश के विरोध में बोलते हैं, राहुल गांधी अमेरिका में लंदन में जाके कहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान में लोकतंत्र समाप्त हो गया, पत्रकारों के साथ दुर्व्यवहार किया जाता है, वी डोंट हैव राइट टू एक्सप्रेस आवरसेल्व्स इन इंडिया, देयर इज नो फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच इन इंडिया। दिस इज फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच राहुल जी। ये जो आपने लिस्ट जारी की है ये फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है, ये पत्रकारिता का सम्मान है, ये पत्रकारों का सम्मान है। ये जो बॉयकॉट करके आप सम्मान दिखा रहे हैं डेमोक्रेसी का, ये आज पूरा विश्व देख रहा है, पूरा हिंदुस्तान देख रहा है। और मित्रों, आप सब पत्रकार बैठे हैं यहां पर, और आपके माध्यम से और टीवी के कैमरे के माध्यम से मैं करोड़ों पत्रकारों से आज सवाल पूछता हूं, क्या ये जो 14 नाम लिखे गए हैं ये बॉयकॉट के नाम है या ये टारगेट लिस्ट है? क्या इनको केवल बॉयकॉट किया गया है या इनको टारगेट करने के लिए इनके नाम जारी किए गए हैं? मैं ये सवाल पूछता हूं। ये हिट लिस्ट है। कुछ ऐसे पत्रकार हैं जो डिबेट नहीं करते हैं, जो डिबेट नहीं करते हैं, आप उनमें गेस्ट भेजेंगे ही कैसे? तो उनके नाम क्यों रखे गए हैं? टारगेट करने के लिए। FIR डालेंगे, आपको छोड़ेंगे नहीं, आपको मसल के रख देंगे। और आप बताइए, एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होते हैं, अब मैं कांग्रेस के लिए या उनके पार्टी के लिए कहूंगा नहीं कि लाखों कार्यकर्ता है, हजारों तो हैं, कुछ सौ तो हैं ही। आपके कार्यकर्ता कल अगर इस हिट लिस्ट में जिनके नाम दिए गए हैं उनके साथ दुर्व्यवहार करें, उन पर हमला कर दें, क्योंकि आपने लिस्ट जारी की है बाकायदा कि ये नफरती पत्रकार हैं, और प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा है कि ये नफरत का दुकान चलाते हैं। अगर कुछ लोग इनके ऊपर दुर्व्यवहार कर दे तो इसके लिए जिम्मेदार कौन है? तो मैं इसको बॉयकॉट का लिस्ट कदाचित नहीं कहूंगा, मैं कहूंगा दिस वाज अ हिट जॉब डन बाय अ हिट लिस्ट रिलीज्ड बाय द कांग्रेस पार्टी एंड द इंडिया अलायंस। ये एक हिट जॉब है, और मुझे लगता है इसे सारे पत्रकार फेटर्निटी को बहुत गंभीरता से लेने की आवश्यकता है। बंगाल में तो देवमाल्या बागची नामक एक पत्रकार परसों ही शायद गिरफ्तार भी हुए, केवल इस कारण से गिरफ्तार हुए हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने सच्चाई दिखाई है। किस किस को बॉयकॉट करेंगे राहुल जी? सोनिया जी, किस किस को बॉयकॉट करेंगे आप? चंद दिनों पहले तो ये रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी बोल रहे थे, एक भाषण में कह रहे थे कि जिन जिन लोगों ने, जिस जनता ने नरेंद्र मोदी को वोट दिया है वो राक्षस है। जनता राक्षस है, जो मोदी को वोट देती है, जो बीजेपी को वोट देती है वो राक्षस है, उसका बॉयकॉट होना चाहिए। ईवीएम तो पहले से ही खराब है, इलेक्शन कमीशन तो बिक चुका है, जुडिशियरी और सुप्रीम कोर्ट, इनके जजों को भी छोड़ा नहीं गया है। राम मंदिर का जजमेंट जब आया तो इनके प्रवक्ताओं ने जजेस के खिलाफ क्या क्या कहा है ये तो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, जजेस को छोड़ा नहीं गया है। कौन सा ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूशन है भारतवर्ष में जिस इंस्टीट्यूशन के खिलाफ कांग्रेस पार्टी और ये इंडी अलायंस वालों ने खराब नहीं कहा है और उनका बॉयकॉट नहीं किया है? मैं आज आपको खुल के बताता हूं, जनता भी जिंदाबाद है, ईवीएम भी जिंदाबाद है, हाईकोर्ट भी जिंदाबाद है, इलेक्शन कमीशन भी जिंदाबाद है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी जिंदाबाद है। केवल अगर किसी से नहीं हो पा रहा है जिसको बॉयकॉट वाकई करना चाहिए कांग्रेस पार्टी को, तभी उसका कुछ कल्याण होगा, उसका नाम राहुल गांधी है। पूरे दुनिया को बॉयकॉट करने चले हैं, पत्रकार भी जिंदाबाद है, वो भी अपना काम कर रहे हैं। अरे नेता में दम नहीं है भैया। बॉयकॉट किस किस को करोगे? जनता को बॉयकॉट करोगे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट को करोगे, पत्रकारों को बॉयकॉट करोगे, टीवी को बॉयकॉट करोगे, किसको बॉयकॉट करोगे? बॉयकॉट करना है, अगर कुछ आगे बढ़ना है तो अपने नेता को बॉयकॉट करो, उसी को छोड़ने से कुछ कल्याण हो सकता है 1% का। और मुझे एक प्रश्न वो अवार्ड वापसी गैंग और जो मोमबत्ती वाले हैं उनसे भी पूछना है कि आज शाम को कहीं मोमबत्ती ये सुलगाएंगे या नहीं? ये अगर हमारे तरफ से कोई लिस्ट जारी हो गई होती तो मार्केट में मोमबत्ती कम पड़ जाती, अभी ब्लैक में मोमबत्ती बिक्री हो रही होती, सारे मोमबत्ती कल से खरीद के ये घूम रहे होते। मगर एक भी मोमबत्ती खरीदी गई है या नहीं, सच में यह हंसने का विषय नहीं है। मतलब इस प्रकार की अभद्रता मैंने आज तक नहीं देखी। आप सोच के देखिए, ये सब जो सिलेक्टिव आउटरीच है, एक भी मोमबत्ती इन्होंने खरीदा है या नहीं खरीदा है, मैं जानना चाहता हूं। ये अवार्ड वापसी गैंग एक अवार्ड वापस करेगी? सारे अवार्ड वापस करने वाले घूमते थे सर्टिफिकेट लेके, अवार्ड वापस लो, हमारी अवार्ड। एक अवार्ड वापस करेंगे? ये इतने पत्रकारों के खिलाफ एक हिट लिस्ट आपने जारी की। वो चंद्रशेखर जी हैं शिक्षा मंत्री बिहार के, उन्होंने आज श्री रामचरितमानस को पोटेशियम साइनाइड बता दिया कि ये पोटेशियम साइनाइड है। एक शब्द नहीं निकल रहा है इनके मुंह से किसी के, ये लिस्ट जारी करने वालों के। ये आप इस मंत्री को आप बॉयकॉट करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे? राहुल बाबा, जहां भी फॉरेन कंट्री में है जवाब दीजिए। ये आपने पत्रकारों को तो बॉयकॉट कर दिया, ये जो चंद्रशेखर जी हैं जो कह रहे हैं कि रामचरितमानस ये पोटेशियम साइनाइड है, ये जहर है, आप में हिम्मत है उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को और उसके इस नेता को बॉयकॉट कर सकते हैं क्या? सैफुद्दीन सोज जो बोल रहा है आतंकवादियों के मन के अंदर क्या चल रहा है उसे हमें पढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। इस सैफुद्दीन सोज को राहुल गांधी, सोनिया गांधी बॉयकॉट करने की हिम्मत रखते हैं क्या? हिम्मत है तो दिखाइए। जो पत्रकार G20 और भारत के लिए ठीक बोल दे उसको बॉयकॉट करना है, और जो भारतवर्ष के लिए खराब बोले उसके साथ खड़ा। अरे ये लोग तो ओसामा जी के साथ खराब हो गया, ओसामा जी को पानी में ढकेल दिया, उसको लेकर दिग्विजय सिंह 3 दिन नहीं सोए थे। आतंकवादी वो बाटला हाउस में मर गए थे 3, उसमें सोनिया गांधी जी रो रो के बेहाल हो गई थी। इनका हाल तो ये है, आतंकवादियों के साथ खड़ा होना है, उनको बॉयकॉट नहीं करना है। बाटला हाउस वाले आतंकवादियों को देख करके सोनिया गांधी उनके डेड बॉडीज को रो दी थी, वो सो नहीं पाई थी। ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, उन्हीं के नेता सलमान खुर्शीद ने कहा था कि सोनिया गांधी कुड नॉट स्लीप फॉर 3 नाइट्स बिकॉज 3 बेचारे आतंकवादी मारे गए थे। उनको बॉयकॉट करने की इनमें हिम्मत नहीं है। बॉयकॉट करना किसको है? जो न्यूज में हिंदुस्तान के विषय में सही खबर दिखाता है, उसको बॉयकॉट करना है। बॉयकॉट आप करिए, देश की जनता जब आपको बॉयकॉट करेगी तब आपको समझ में आएगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछे। नहीं तो जहर तो भरा ही हुआ है उनके अंदर। ये जितने भी इंडी अलायंस वाले हैं, इन सब के अंदर हिंदू धर्म के लिए जो जहर भरा हुआ है, उनके हर वाक्य में ये विषय दिख रहा है। वरना आप सोचिए, कोई ये बोल सकता है कि हिंदू धर्म डेंगू है? कोई ये बोल सकता है कि हिंदू धर्म मलेरिया है? कोई ये बोल सकता है कि हिंदू धर्म एड्स है? ऐसे शब्दों का तो प्रयोग ये रोज रोज कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि रामचरितमानस पोटेशियम साइनाइड है। अरे करोड़ों लोगों की आस्था है, राम नाम सत्य है कह के हम सब इस धाम से परलोक जाते हैं। उस राम के नाम को जहर बताना, इतनी हिम्मत जो लोग रखते हैं, वो इस देश के ही मूल आस्था पर सवाल करते हैं, उस पर चोट करते हैं। इसमें तो कोई दो मत ही नहीं है। उनका पूरा जनता बॉयकॉट करेगी, आप देखिएगा। पूरा लिस्ट, उनका लिस्ट भी नहीं निकल सकता, इतना बड़ा है। देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के बारे में तो सवाल पूछिए ही मत। ये आम आदमी पार्टी वो पार्टी है, ये तो अभी 14 की लिस्ट निकली है, उन्होंने तो 24 की लिस्ट निकाली थी बॉयकॉट करने की। लालू प्रसाद यादव उसमें नंबर 1 थे कि सबसे बड़ा भ्रष्ट ये लालू प्रसाद यादव। नंबर 2 पे फिर वो जिसके साथ अभी सब गलबैयां कर रहे हैं ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, वो सबसे नंबर 1 भ्रष्ट पे थे। और अब सबके साथ बैठकर बोल रहे हैं कि बीजेपी खराब है। आप सोचिए उस आम आदमी पार्टी पे, ये सारे पार्टी को देखिए। मतलब ये मुझे तो कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है, ये इंडिया अलायंस क्या कर रहे हैं। ये पहले आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस को बॉयकॉट कर रही थी, कांग्रेस आम आदमी पार्टी को बॉयकॉट कर रही थी, ममता बनर्जी अधीर रंजन चौधरी को बॉयकॉट कर रही थी, अधीर रंजन चौधरी ममता बनर्जी को बॉयकॉट कर रहे थे। वहां पर पंजाब में आम आदमी पार्टी बोल रही थी हम कांग्रेस को घुसने नहीं देंगे। यहां पर नीतीश कुमार और आरजेडी में 36 का आंकड़ा चल रहा था, ये एक दूसरे को बॉयकॉट कर रहे थे। आज ये सब एक होकर बोल रहे हैं हम पत्रकार को बॉयकॉट कर रहे हैं। कोई जमीर ही नहीं है इनका, ये क्या करते रहते हैं। ये सबको बॉयकॉट करके अपने लिए सत्ता का शॉर्टकट ढूंढ रहे हैं। धन्यवाद मित्रों।
All right, that was a scathing attack by BJP's Soumit Patra, who was calling out, of course, the India Alliance over the boycott list of journalists and saying that is it the boycott list or a hit list released by the Congress party, that the India Alliance members are not ready to take up the questions, and of course the BJP is now questioning the silence of the award Wapsi gang over this this ban on 14 news anchors. We will continue our coverage on the other side. Stepping to a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the Bravehearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was among the 3 martyrs who died fighting terrorists in Anantnag yesterday. Martyr DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was brave, young and patriotic. He followed his father's footsteps and joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police in 2018, the year his father retired from the force. As his mortal remains arrived home wrapped in the tricolour, a sea of mourners paid their respects. The tears, their cries, their pain. A testament to what Humayun meant to them.
आज कुकड़नाग अनंतनाग में जो दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें हमारे डिप्टी एसपी हुमायूं भट्ट शहादत प्राप्त हुए, वो हमारे रिटायर्ड आईजी गुलाम हसन भट्ट उनके इकलौते बेटे थे और हमारे पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर परिवार की तरफ से उनको श्रद्धांजलि है। और आज हम सारा जम्मू कश्मीर का परिवार, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का परिवार गुलाम हसन भट्ट और उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं।
DSP Humayun is survived by his parents, his wife and a 29-day-old child. He was married last year and only last month he had embraced fatherhood. People of Jammu and Kashmir want its brave son avenged. They want nothing less than 100% retribution.
पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को और पाकिस्तान को चुकाना पड़ेगा। अब पाकिस्तान का खेल खत्म है, अब फाइनल स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए। आतंकवादी और उनके आका बचने नहीं चाहिए। पाकिस्तान का नक्शे से नामो निशान मिट जाना।
पाकिस्तान सुधरने वाला नहीं है भाई साहब। 65-71 की जंग नहीं होगी तब तक कोई सुधरने वाला नहीं।
Indian forces are resolute in their mission. They will wipe out every trace of terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir and will
Hello and a very warm welcome. Republic Media Network brings to you the most high-profile legal event of the year. It is the centenary birth anniversary of the great Ram Jethmalani this year, and we bring you the 4th Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture live on Republic today. It will witness the coming together of the topmost legal minds of the country live on one stage. Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, will be the chief guest at the event that marks birth centenary of the iconic and respected Ram Jethmalani. Do not miss the special broadcast on Republic TV today at 4:30 p.m. Time for all the top story making headlines.
बड़ा बड़ा प्रचार करते हैं दुनिया भर में जाके भारत के संविधान को बचाने की और लोकतंत्र को बचाने की। इनके मुंह में दही जम गया है।
Team I.N.D.I.A decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. Government says press freedom under attack.
बाबा नागार्जुन ने जिस चीज को स्वीकार किया कि मानस में आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणियां हैं, अच्छी बातें भी है, बहुत अच्छी बातें भी है, लेकिन 55 प्रकार का खाना परोसा गया हो, उसमें थोड़ा पोटेशियम साइनाइड डाल दिया गया हो तो आप खाएंगे।
No end to Hindu abuse. INDIA leader compares Ramcharitmanas to cyanide. The BJP hits out. Days after new violence, Congress MLA Maman Khan arrested by the SIT. From Panipat to Mohali, India pays tributes to Bravehearts who laid down their lives in Anantnag. But the crackdown on terror continues. Anantnag operation enters day 3. And stand by for the most high-profile legal event, the 4th edition of Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. The last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish Dhonchak who was killed in an encounter with terrorists in Anantnag district are now underway. 4 security forces personnel, Colonel Singh, commanding officer of the 19 Rashtra Rifles, Major Dhonchak, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt, and a soldier were killed in the encounter with terrorists in forests of Kokanag in Anantnag district on Wednesday. Meanwhile, our forces continue to crack down on terror, and a fresh encounter is currently underway in Anantnag. You can see those visuals on your screen, visuals from the encounter site, of course, visuals from earlier today. to the left of your screens, the operation has only intensified, and our forces are, of course, fighting to avenge the sacrifice and, of course, protect the nation. And to the right of your screens is the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh, his 6-year-old son donning the army uniform and saluting alongside his daughter, also saluting his father, her father, paying tribute to her father who laid his life for the country. And that is the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. My colleague Amandeep is joining us live on the broadcast from Mohali. Colonel Manpreet Singh's final rites are about to be underway. Amandeep, over to you. Tell us, it's of course a heart-wrenching scene what we are getting from Mohali this morning. Ever since we've cut across live, his 2 young children paying tribute to the Braveheart father.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. The entire nation is paying tribute, and in fact, this large number of people has been here at the residence of Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh. You can see that several in olive blue, that in uniform, and in fact, several are veterans and family members, relatives, close, nears and dears. They all have gathered here to pay the last tribute to Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh, who has let down his life in the line of duty for this nation. And even you can see the visuals as well. The family is drowned into the emotions, and in fact 6-year-old son is saluting his father wrapped in the tricolor, and in fact he was wearing uniform. The 3-generation officer is indicating that next generation is all prepared to join the Indian Army to serve the nation as well. So this is the spirit and the emotion that is coming out from this environment, just because the entire situation is being saluting martyrs, these brave hearts who has contributed their life while serving this nation. See the visuals. This is just outside the residence of Colonel Manpreet Singh, and in fact in a few minutes from now the last journey will start from his residence to the cremation ground, where the last rites will be performed in a full military honor and with the gun salute also. See the Sena Medal 2021 and 2005, he has been commissioned in the Indian Army and in fact leading certain operations. And Colonel Manpreet Singh was leading the
rifles and in fact carrying out certain operations, remaining on the front line. And this has happened the day before yesterday also. And we see the visuals, all the officers, serving officers, veterans, batchmates, colleagues, schoolmates, teachers, they all have gathered here to pay the tribute, because the spirit of Manpreet Singh was not able to match anybody else. And from very first day, he wanted to join. He wanted to join the Indian Army, and some of the...
All right, there seems to be a problem with that connection as far as Amandeep's audio is concerned. We'll try and reconnect there as he gets us the atmosphere, of course, the visuals, emotional scenes coming in from the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh in Mohali. We also have my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us from the encounter site on the broadcast for more updates, as it's their 3rd day. Zeenat, if you can hear me, tell us the details that you can share with us, keeping in mind, of course, the security issues. It's the 3rd day. The gun battle continues in Kokarnak. It's a very difficult terrain, and of course there have been drones deployed, and the operation is only intensifying. Tell us more details, please, Zeenat.
See, we are reporting from the Gadol, Anantnag, which is around 110 kilometers from the Srinagar city, and this is almost the forest belt where the encounter is on. At one patch of the hillock, the terrorists have been encircled by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army, and it has already entered the 3rd day of its operation. But as of now, no success to the security forces who are the part of this operation. As far as the casualty of forces goes, toll is likely to go up as per the sources. Till now, they have lost 3 officers, 2 from army and 1 from J&K police. We are only seeing the more and more machinery being brought in to deal with the challenges of this operation. The command vehicle of J&K police have also been brought in, a kind of vehicle which is fitted with the modern technology, with the modern equipment, and also has the medical emergency facilities, and simultaneously the rocket launchers and other important devices have been brought in to deal with the challenges. Overall, we are seeing the entire Kokarnag area has been put on radar by the army as well as Jammu and Kashmir police, although the civilian movement has not been stopped, which is a good for the people who live in around the vicinity. But as far as the terrorists are concerned, as per J&K police, the 2 are there. One is local, the another is the foreign terrorists. They have the hideout there, and the J&K police with the army is trying the best to burst the hideout and also to neutralize the terrorists who carried the deadly attack against the forces when they were doing the recce of this area, and they were the part of the catch. So they were moving towards the hill. That happened on Wednesday, and today it is Friday. But as of now, no terrorist body or the injury of the terrorists have been reported or had come to the media as of now.
Right, Zenat, of course, it's a very serious operation that is going on, and the fact that it has gone on for 3 days continuously, it speaks volumes about how difficult this gun battle is, the terrain is. Tell us more about what do we expect, because it's a long-run gun battle now, and we expect that this operation, can we expect that this operation will be concluded by today?
See, it is difficult to say whether the operation will be concluded or not, because everything depends when the terrorists will be neutralized, because there has been a loud and clear message from the J&K police and the army that they will not spare the ones who carried the deadly attack. So we need to wait and watch how this entire operation will pan out. As of now, it has entered the terrorists, as per the sources, those who are the part of this operation say that they are still alive. They could not manage to kill any of them, and they are trying the best to neutralize and also to burst the hideout in which they are presently in, with huge number of arms and ammunition. So as far as the other details we see for the last 3 days, what actually happened in these 3 days. First day on Wednesday, on 12:30 around, the first exchange happened on the hillock here in Gadol area between the 19 RR SOG Anantnag and the hiding terrorists. 3 casualties, and then the body of the DYSP Humayun Bhatt was brought down somewhere around 6:10 p.m. due to the blood loss, and also it took long for the forces to evacuate. At the DYSP, he lost his life. In the evening, the scenes were witnessed from the DPL, where LG Manoj Sinha paid the floral tributes along with the officers and his cabinet. Similarly, then the focus was shifted to DYSP Humayun's residence in Srinagar, where the last rites were held, and the members of the family and friends and the colleagues participated. If we talk about yesterday the entire day we witnessed that the exchange of fire was there, the explosives, the gunshots were heard, but there was no good news for the security forces. In the evening, LG Manoj Sinha, with Chief Secretary of the Jammu and Kashmir and his entire team, also went to Badami Bagh, which is the army headquarters, where the wreath-laying ceremony was done for Colonel Manpreet Singh and also Major Ashish. From there, the bodies were sent in a special aircraft to their native places in the morning. The visuals we have seen from the Mohali and other place, where the full state honor was given to the fallen soldier. Coming back to the Kashmir Valley, and that too in the Anantnag district of South Kashmir, where the encounter is on. We are seeing the troops movement on. We are seeing the command vehicle. We are seeing the rocket launchers being brought in, and the another modern equipment. In fact, the quadcopters, the drones have been put into service for the aerial surveillance. So a lot of things are being done, and intelligence is every day being gathered. More and more inputs are coming to the Kashmir police as well as the army. Not only the operation is specific to these groups also, but we are seeing the military intelligence, we are seeing the CID network, we are seeing the CIK, all the agencies who are, or the RAW, those who are stationed in the Kashmir Valley or in Jammu, they all have been chipped in so that to see the terrorists are neutralized in less time now, because it has already entered the 3-day, it is the 3rd day of the operation. Needs to be seen how things will pan out, because we are picking from the sources that the casualty from the army side is likely to go up. We are expecting from the sources that there might be a wreathing ceremony in the evening, but we need to wait and watch when the army will confirm about any further casualty. As of now, the encounter is on, and for some time from now also the lull has been witnessed in the entire area where the operation is going on.
Right, Zenat, of course, as you were pointing out, and a major update that we expect that the casualties might go up. But at the same time, we are getting, as we speak, we're getting live visuals from Colonel Manpreet Singh's home in Mohali. Gun salute for Colonel Manpreet Singh. To the right of his screen's viewers, you can see the final journey, the last salute being given to Colonel Manpreet Singh. There was a floral tribute to Colonel Manpreet Singh at his home, his loved ones surrounding him there. And now it's a time for final salute to Colonel Manpreet Singh. And Colonel Shailendra Singh, a defence expert, is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Colonel Singh, we're getting, of course, two visuals, you know. On one hand, you have the encounter going on, a fierce gun battle that is going on for 3 days now. And our reporter from our bureau chief from Srinagar, Raziat, was telling us that we expect that the casualties might just go up. And on the other hand, we have some really emotional and heart-wrenching scenes coming in from Colonel Manpreet Singh's residence, where her family is a mother and wife, crying inconsolably. At the same time, we have young children who are saluting their father. It's really a time that is really, these visuals are really moving, Colonel Singh. These are really something that speaks volume, but only the relatives can feel what they are going through right now. At the same time, when we see the young kids, saluting their father and, donning the uniform, it only shows that at the same time, in times of grief, they're also filled with a lot of pride. And so are the people from the village, from the hometown.
If you can allow me, I would like to set the records right for the country, because probably everybody gets the wrong impression. You people are under the impression that the colonel and the major were air flown, their mortal remains were air flown. No, it is even rifleman Ravi, his mortal remains were also flown out of valley. We always do it irrespective of the rank. The respect given to the mortal remains of a colonel or a rifleman is exactly same. There is no change, because we know tomorrow we might be there. Another point I want to clear is Garol, whether there is a good news or not. I think for a soldier, this is the best news, that if I am firing at somebody and somebody is firing back, then I know he is there. This is a good news for us. That means he is right now trapped. We have been able to cordon off that area. We will have him. Now he cannot go anywhere. You talking about somebody said, when will the operation end? I really wish in Delhi you could have imagined when the operations will end. It's very sad. We are quite away from the reality. If you go to Garol, where is Garol, by the way? Where is Verinag? Where is Kukarnag? How far is the distance from Kukarnag to Garol? I have been at Garol, that's why I'm asking you. It's more than 30 kilometers. That whole hill feature, well, I can put it something like this. It would be at least 2 kilometers by 30 kilometers. Imagine that 2 kilometers is the frontage of that hill feature. How do you reach Garol? You can only walk. There's not a highway. Even up to Kukarnag and Verinag, there's not a highway. It's a very narrow track. Things will take time. It doesn't happen the way we feel here, that yes, when will the operation end? I think operation must end well. And the well amounts to only one thing. Whosoever has tried to come, he will not go back, that is guaranteed. And second, we will put an end to this for today, earliest possible. As far as the mortal remains and that child wearing a uniform is concerned, this is what we are. The army people are like that. When the child is wearing a uniform, he didn't wear it just like that. His mother had that feeling, that jazba, that yes, my son is the next in line. You will see. This is how we all army families are. The ladies are every day prepared to receive that odd news, which nobody wants. But that news does come once in a while. When that lady, the boy is saluting, they are not saluting only their father and the husband. They are saluting the country. They are saluting the army. And they are conveying you a message very loud and clear that this is what is army all about. That even our families will salute that yes, it's a most unfortunate thing that my father is not there. But I salute my father's sacrifice for the country. I think this is phenomenal. The listeners may listen. You can't feel the way we feel.
Right, of course, Colonel Charan Singh, as you were saying, that this is something that only the army, the kin, the loved ones will only understand, and we are only here to witness and, of course, salute, offer our salute and tributes here as we see those emotional scenes coming in from Colonel Manpreet Singh's funeral. Also, tell us, Colonel Charan Singh, of course, how we see this when we see the entire village, entire hometown, coming together, chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai, chanting Amar Rahe slogans, and also holding the tricolor high, in such times, which of course it's full of grief, and also at the same time we are, full of pain, and also, as you were pointing out, full of pride as well. And this comes as an inspiration as our forces continue to fight across the borders.
You see, you are calling about that whatever are the family members and the other citizens who are coming there to his house at Panchkula. Outstanding feeling by the citizens of the country. But just imagine all those people who are still there at Garol in that cordon and search. Don't you think their families knows where they are? What is their condition? And we come out with a news that more casualties are likely to take place. Just imagine unki dilon ki dhadkan kahan se kahan hogi. I'm very clear about it that the countrymen will always respect army. I'm with you. Outstanding feature of our public is that. I want to know who else is feeling bad about it. Is Mufti Sayyid feeling bad? Is Omar Abdullah feeling bad? Is I ... all those dots are feeling bad? And if they are feeling bad, which they should for the country, why not even a word from anybody? Why Farooq Abdullah has to only say that destroyed? Oh my God. Indian army never gets destroyed, or they destroy. They destroy only one thing, the evil, the terrorism in our country. You see, on one side, the public is what the public is. And unka jazba kabile tareef hai. What about my other friends? Are they not Indians? Is this army not belonging to Farooq? It's a point to be thought about. When we are with the army, a person who has given up his life, usne shahadat hasil kari hai. By choice, it is not by anything else. Why can't we all be together, irrespective of our differences? And is this a point to political discussions or to politicize it? Wrong or right, I don't know. Politicians, you decide. But at least to my fallen comrade, you can be little more compassionate. You can be little more humane. That yes, you first give that salute to that brave heart, and then you do politics after another month is your choice.
The politicians, of course, as some of them you mentioned from the valley, are batting for talks with Pakistan, even as we see that our Jawans, our Bravehearts continue to lose their lives, sacrifice their lives, and what we see is the family crying inconsolably, of course. That continues, as very rightly you pointed out. The politics, unfortunately, is also going on the other side, as we see emotional scenes coming out, and also the encounter has also not concluded, but we still see some leaders calling for engagement with Pakistan when our forces are engaged in a gun battle.
Oh yes, we must engage Pakistan. What Farooq said is right. We must talk. Talk is the only solution, because this is not an era of war. But Pakistan is never at war. Pakistan is always at terrorism. We are not doing a war with them. And as far as talks are concerned, yes, I'll say it very responsibly. I fully agree talks is the solution. We have tried it for 70 years, 75 years. Now for last 7-10 years, we are doing a different kind of talk in a language which Pakistan understands. Any and every terrorist coming from there, he very clearly knows it's a one-way ticket to India. You will not go back. He knows it. And that is why there is a decline. If there is a 90 to 95% decline in overall incidents, is it good, bad, ugly? I'll leave it to public to understand. But at the same time, I have got a responsibility to tell you, and you all should be responsible. What is this baat karo, baat karo, baat karo? Kisse baat karoge? Will you speak with Imran? Will you speak with Nawaz Sharif, Shahbaz Sharif, the army chief? Whom do you speak to? And what will you speak to? We have now started speaking a language which is little more different and understandable to Pakistanis in Urdu. And what is that? We start doing Kargil. We'll throw you out as not the only solution. We'll kill you there. We will do Balakot. Do what you like. We will do Punch. Let me see what you can do. You see, we are in an engagement with Pakistan in a different way. And we are, I'm asking you now, if somebody is talking, the person who says, ke baat karo, oh yes, baat karte hai na. Let the Pakistan, ISI, Prime Minister, Army, speak to Hafiz, speak to Masood. Let them speak. Are they prepared to sacrifice these two characters for their country? Or are these two characters prepared to do a sacrifice for their country? That yes, we will surrender. We will surrender not to India. We will surrender to the United Nations who is wanting to declare them. And we got a beautiful friend called as China, the big permanent five, who says, no, they cannot be declared X, Y, Z. Why? What are we talking about that talk? I fail to understand what is talk. Talk is of the action or only a lip service. This opposition, oblique any political entity, is talking about lip service to the top. Hum baat kar rahe hain. You want to hear that? We are also doing that. The Indian Army is doing a talk in a different way. The government has started accepting it as a good talk because this talk has brought back the complete J&K and especially Srinagar back on track with us. Otherwise, you would have not had that G20 incidents free. You would have not had that development which is going on and on. More than 50,000 crore rupees have been spent on infrastructure development. This is the talk. And this is the talk we are doing locally. Coming back to Pakistan talk, I've already told you. That is the best way to start a talk from a position of strength. That, okay, fine, you are wanting your strength as terrorism, so let us fight it out that way. Can I do it like this? Right. Please, zara terrorism mein kuch kami kariye. Khatam mat kariye, kami kariye. Is that the way somebody is asking us? I think we are on the right line. We will not leave you. We will not let you go back. And if required, the way you are already going down economically, we will allow you to slide down further. We will not assist you. We will not do trade with you. We will not do any kind of talks of lip service. Because every time we find, even Vajpayee went by bus and Kargil happens. Is that the way of talk? Is that the way of talk of Pakistan? Ye jo talk hai na, I understand this talk diplomatically well. I am also a student of international relations. In that it is spoken very well. China said that G20 mein they will not come. But they sent their prime minister. This is the way they talk. Because they dare not. They didn't have the guts to boycott it. Because they would have got identified separate. Why? Because it was supposed to be one world. They were not part of the world. One family. They consider themselves away from any family. One future they can't see because they see only one future, that is they will take over the world. The complete real estate. So let's not get carried away with this point regarding talks with Pakistan. Please understand we are in very deep and businessful talk, and we mean business very clearly in our talk, which is going on right now. This is the only way that we will. I'm only going to suggest one step further. You want more talks? Now we will start going across to destroy that place from where you are coming. That is the only talk left now. And if Pakistan is going to force us, this attack which has happened last 3 days is what for? It is out of sheer absolute embarrassment to Pakistan that they found India hosting a G20 so well. And they could do nothing about it. They could not stop it. They could not do anything. And it went so successfully. It's an example in the world that you come out with a declaration which is undisputed with total consensus. This is why they wanted this to be diverted. And otherwise also Pakistan will give what? Will they show that their governments are going down? Will they show their economy is going down? Will they talk about it the way army is dominating? The way ISI is dominating terrorism in the world? Is this? So how do you get away? You get discredit. On one side, the Indian government has been able to host successfully a particular event of world stature. Each and everybody appreciating. So what do you do now? Oh my God, dekh lijiye Srinagar mein kya ho raha hai. That is what they are wanting. But overall, is it happening every day? Are you able to succeed in that? How come you have stopped sending people? Because you know now your terrorist is not ready to cross that border or cross that fencing for only one reason, because he knows that he's not going back. That is why there is a change even in the Pakistan terrorism. Now, what have you done in this particular case? You have brought in some foreign mercenaries, foreign terrorists. That's it. Because that chap doesn't know anything. This used to happen in 90s when the foreign mercenaries were considered to be the ultimate, and we had huge losses also. But then we overcame that because they also became sensible that, oh my God, this is not a highway to go and come. It's a one-way traffic. You can only come. So overall, let us not get carried away with this false propaganda of talk. We must talk, but we must talk business. When that business intention is visible from Pakistan, we will talk. Let them denounce once that we denounce the terrorism and the terrorist act happening in India. Can they say that? They will not be able to. They claim they are not even able to say what they are suffering through the TTP in the Afghan border. There's so much of land which has gone from them that has been occupied by the Afghan Taliban. So how do they survive in a time when they have got their elections in November? So straight away, easiest way, start focusing, highlighting India, and in India, they have got nothing else. Because economy की वो तारीफ कर नहीं पाएगा. जो डेवलपमेंट है उसके लिए वो क्या बोलेगा? मेक इन इंडिया के लिए उसको क्या बताना है?
Right, sir.
Talk, but we must have a talk which means business. We must have talk which is suiting the environment, and that environment needs to be created by Pakistan. And if there is a colonel and a major and a rifleman and a deputy SP has to fall, well, let me tell you, the day you run short, please call us. We, the ex-servicemen, the veterans, will come and do this job for you. We got no dearth of people doing it. Yes, there will be sufferings, but then that is what is my blood. I'm supposed to suffer. There's no problem. But I'll suffer for my country. I'll not suffer for any politician or for that matter, Pakistan, because just we want to have talk. An irrelevant, useless, meaningless talk. Not worth it. Please don't play with my blood for this.
Absolutely, of course. Forces have vowed to avenge our Bravehearts, sir. And of course, thank you so much, Colonel Sharen Singh, for joining us with your thoughts and those insights that you shared with your experience as the country is paying their final salutes to our Bravehearts, our fallen heroes. Gun salute for Colonel Manpreet Singh. You can see visuals on your screens right now, viewers. It's the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. Live visuals coming in from his hometown, Mohali, in Punjab. And his young son, you can see there, Kabir Singh, 6-year-old son, in the army uniform there, who has just paid last tribute to his father. He has lost his father at a very young age. His wife, his sister, of course, crying very inconsolably, and only they can feel that pain, that loss that they have suffered right now as Colonel Manpreet Singh laid down his life serving the country, protecting the country. A Rakhi was placed on his coffin by his sister, his son paying tribute to him, saluting him, his daughter paying tribute to him, saluting him. And it's only they who know how it really feels. Salutes for and tributes pouring in. You can see those floral tributes as the last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh is set to take place. On the other hand, of course, the gun battle is underway in Anantnag. It's day 3 of the encounter, but 3 of our Bravehearts have sacrificed their lives in this operation. Colonel Manpreet Singh is one of them. And visuals from the encounter site to the left of your screens and right to the right, you can see that that photograph or the poster of Colonel Manpreet Singh in his hometown. It's held high with pride, and of course the tricolour also. You can see some people holding the tricolour in their hand, and they are proud at the same time, mourning the loss of our Braveheart. At the same time, they are proud of our Jawans, Colonel Manpreet Singh.
अपने बंदे हैं ऊपर इधर ऊपर ऊपर नहीं जा पाएंगे चल जाते हैं चल जब कहाँ जा ये रास्ता ही ऊपर कहाँ से जल्दी 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 थोड़ा पीछे कुछ
Right, there's a gun salute that will take place in the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. It's a last salute to the fallen hero, Colonel Manpreet Singh, to be cremated. And you can see, and my colleague Amandeep continues to get us all the live details from Mohali. Amandeep, over to you, the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. And we are seeing army officers and jawans there preparing for the cremation and the gun salute.
देश के लिए कुर्बानी जो है वो कभी भी व्यर्थ नहीं जाती। मनप्रीत सिंह तो तीसरी जनरेशन के ऑफिसर थे। उनके दादाजी सीता सिंह वो भी इंडियन आर्मी में सर्व कर चुके हैं, पिता लखबीर सिंह वो भी इंडियन आर्मी में सर्व कर चुके हैं, और उन्हीं को देखते हुए जो है शहीद कर्नल मनप्रीत सिंह भी इंडियन आर्मी ज्वाइन किए थे। हालांकि कॉमर्स से ग्रेजुएट होने के बाद चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बन सकते थे, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का प्री का पेपर भी क्लियर था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने वहां से छोड़ दिया। फिर एनडीए क्लियर किया और एज ए लेफ्टिनेंट कमीशन हुए 2005 में, और 2021 में लगातार 21 तक लगातार जगह जगह पे पोस्टिंग और जगह जगह पे पोस्टिंग, एंड देन ही हैज़ बीन डेकोरेटेड बाय सेना मेडल इन 2021 व्हेन ही वाज सर्विंग एज अ लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल इन 19 आरा। और इसी तरह से उनको कर्नल कमांडिंग ऑफिसर बनाया गया 19 RR का, जो कि अनंतनाग में पोस्टेड है। और वहाँ से हर समय जब वो लेफ्टिनेंट थे तब भी वो ऑपरेशन आगे से लीड करते थे, जब वो मेजर थे, कैप्टन थे तब भी, मेजर थे तब भी, लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल थे तब भी। और इसी वजह से, क्योंकि उन्होंने बहुत से ऑपरेशंस ऐसे किए वैली में, सबसे ज़्यादा लंबा समय उन्होंने अपनी सर्विस का, 17 साल की सर्विस का सबसे ज़्यादा लंबा समय उन्होंने वैली में ही गुजारा। ये जो ऑपरेशंस है आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ, वो ऑपरेशंस में ही गुजारा, और इसीलिए उनको जो कमांडिंग ऑफिसर बनाया गया 19 राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स का। अंतिम यात्रा कुछ ही समय में शुरू होने वाली है। अंतिम दर्शन जो है वो घर पे परिवार के लोग और रिश्तेदार और बाकी सब लोग जो हैं वो अंतिम दर्शन कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि पार्थिव शरीर अभी घर में है। कुछ ही समय में अंतिम यात्रा शुरू होगी और अंतिम यात्रा जो है वो क्रीमेशन ग्राउंड तक आएगी। यहाँ पे श्रद्धांजलि दी जाएगी, यहाँ पे गन सैल्यूट होगा, यहाँ पे फुल आर्मी ऑनर होगा, और उसके बाद उनका जो अंतिम संस्कार है वो पूरे आर्मी ऑनर के साथ किया जाएगा, फुल मिलिट्री ऑनर के साथ किया जाएगा। शहादत के बाद जो है परिवार बहुत गम में है। छोटा बेटा, 6 साल का बेटा, अब आज अपने पिता का पार्थिव शरीर को जब उसने घर में रिसीव किया तो सैल्यूट किया, कोई रोया नहीं, वो सैल्यूट किया। वो इंडियन आर्मी की यूनिफॉर्म में था। ये बताता है कि 3 जनरेशन इंडियन आर्मी में सर्व कर चुकी हैं और 4थी जनरेशन अभी भी तैयार है कि वो किस तरह से इंडियन आर्मी की तरफ इंक्लाइंड है। ये कहानियाँ थी जो सीता सिंह ने लखबीर सिंह को सुनाई, जो कि पिता थे कर्नल मनप्रीत के, जो कि लखबीर सिंह पिता ने अपने बेटे मनप्रीत को सुनाई, और मनप्रीत ने आगे अपने बेटे जो है कबीर को सुनाई जाएंगी। ये कहानियाँ जो है इसी तरह से आगे की आगे जनरेशन टू जनरेशन बढ़ती जाएंगी। ये अंतिम यात्रा जो है वो शुरू हो चुकी है शहीद सेना मेडल कर्नल मनप्रीत सिंह की, उनके घर से कुछ ही दूरी पर क्रीमेशन ग्राउंड में। देखिए तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि फुल आर्मी ऑनर के साथ अंतिम यात्रा शुरू हो चुकी है। अंतिम दर्शन जो हैं वो पूरे हो चुके हैं। परिवार एक डीप शॉक में है, आंखें नमी हुई हैं परिवार की। सब लोग यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, सारे लोग जो हैं इस शहादत को ट्रिब्यूट देना चाहते हैं, इस शहीद के परिवार को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं हर तरीके से। और ये तस्वीर जो सामने नज़र आ रही है ये क्रीमेशन ग्राउंड की है, और एक तस्वीर जो है वो जो है अंतिम यात्रा की है, जो लास्ट जर्नी है। देखिए लोग नारे लगा रहे हैं कि मनप्रीत सिंह अमर रहे। हालांकि जो शहादत हो चुकी है, शरीर साथ छोड़ चुका है, लेकिन जो उसकी मनप्रीत सिंह की कहानियां हैं, जो उसका जज्बा है, जो शहीद कर्नल मनप्रीत सिंह का जज्बा है, वो अभी भी जिंदा है लोगों में। ये तस्वीर देखिए 4 सिख लाइट इन्फेंट्री बटालियन जो है वो उनको गार्ड करते हुए यहाँ लेके आ रही है। उनके पार्थिव शरीर जो है वो अब क्रीमेशन ग्राउंड तक पहुँच गया है। फुल आर्मी ऑनर के साथ उनको क्रीमेट किया जाएगा, और तस्वीरें बिल्कुल साफ है। लोगों का जज्बा, लोगों का गम, लोगों का एग्रेशन, लोगों का गुस्सा, एक मिक्स इमोशन है इस समय यहाँ पे, क्योंकि परिवार जो है वो बिल्कुल अपने एक पारिवारिक मेंबर को खोने के बाद आंखें नमी हुई हैं। जो लोग हैं वो उन परिवार को हौसला दे रहे हैं कि उनका बेटा एक सिर्फ परिवार का नहीं है, सारे देश का था। ये तस्वीर देखिए कि अब जो है जो लास्ट राइट्स परफॉर्म करने के लिए लास्ट जर्नी यहाँ पे जो कंप्लीट हो रही है। तस्वीरें आपके सामने हैं कि किस तरह से जो है वो यहाँ पहुँच चुके हैं। जो पार्थिव शरीर है फुल आर्मी ऑनर के साथ 4 सिख लाइट इन्फेंट्री बटालियन को यहाँ पे लगाया गया है सैल्यूट देने के लिए, क्योंकि जो है 12 से सिख लाइट इन्फेंट्री बटालियन में जो एज ए कमीशन्ड हुए थे ऑफिसर। ये देखिए बेटे की तस्वीर देखिए, बेटा अब भी जो है यूनिफॉर्म में है, क्रीमेशन ग्राउंड पे पहुंचा है, और उसको जो आर्मी के मेजर हैं उन्होंने उनके साथ पहुंचा है 2 यूनिफॉर्म में। ये तस्वीर बहुत ही ज़्यादा एक ऐतिहासिक तस्वीर है कि पिता का क्रीमेशन बेटा यूनिफॉर्म में करेगा। पिता यूनिफॉर्म में गए थे और ट्राई कलर में तिरंगे में लिपट के वापस आए हैं। देश के लिए शहादत दी है, लेकिन बेटा उस कर्नल मनप्रीत की इस शहादत को यूनिफॉर्म में सैल्यूट कर रहा है। ये तस्वीर बहुत ज़्यादा ज़बरदस्त है। चारों तरफ यूनिफॉर्म है, सब आर्मी के सोल्जर्स हैं। ऑफिसर्स हैं यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, लेकिन छोटा 6 साल का कबीर सिंह वो भी यूनिफॉर्म में आया है। इससे एक जज्बा नजर आता है परिवार का, इससे एक जज्बा नजर आता है इस जनरेशन का। ये देखिए जो अंतिम यात्रा है, अब अंतिम यात्रा यहाँ पे हो गई है। लोग अभी भी फूल बरसा रहे हैं, तिरंगा लहरा रहे हैं। लोगों के जो इमोशंस हैं वो बाहर आ रहे हैं। किस तरह से लगातार जो है आवाज़ें जो है दी जा रही हैं, स्लोगन्स लगाए जा रहे हैं, नारे लगाए जा रहे हैं। लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल मनप्रीत की शहीद कर्नल मनप्रीत सिंह के लिए कि वो अमर रहे, शहादत उनकी अमर रहे, इस तरह का जो माहौल बना हुआ है। चारों तरफ तस्वीर जो है वो एक दिखाने वाली है। ये इतिहास जो है मनप्रीत सिंह को याद रखेगा गोल्डन वर्ड्स में। किस तरह से मनप्रीत सिंह की जो अंतिम यात्रा है वो यहाँ तक पहुँच गई है। गांव भरौंजिया में जो है अंतिम संस्कार होगा, फुल मिलिट्री ऑनर के साथ होगा, गन सैल्यूट दिया जाएगा। छोटा बेटा 6 साल का कबीर सिंह यूनिफॉर्म में जो है वो देगा। अभी श्रद्धांजलि दी जाएगी। मनप्रीत सिंह का पार्थिव शरीर रखा गया है। तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं, जो कॉफिन है फूलों से सजा हुआ है, कॉफिन है जो फूलों से सजा हुआ है और ट्रिब्यूट के लिए जो है वो रखा गया है। ये तस्वीर बिल्कुल आपके सामने है कि किस तरह से जो है मनप्रीत सिंह परिवार के साथ साथ गांव वालों और आम लोगों से भी बहुत जुड़े। जैसे वो घर पे आते थे तो लोगों से मिलते थे, जुलते थे और उन्हीं से पता चलता था कि कुछ जो नौजवान हैं वो इंडियन आर्मी ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं और क्या रास्ता रहेगा, क्योंकि उन्होंने खुद एक बहुत आम परिवार से उठ के 2005 में कमीशन हुए थे एज ए लेफ्टिनेंट और उसके बाद से जो है वो लगातार एंटी टेररिस्ट ऑपरेशंस में लगातार रहे और उनके परिवार के लगभग 22 लोग जो हैं वो इंडियन आर्मी में सर्व कर चुके हैं और इनके 3 कज़न भाई जो हैं वो अभी भी सर्व कर रहे हैं डिफेंस में। एक इंडियन एयरफोर्स में है और 2 इंडियन आर्मी में अभी भी सर्व कर रहे हैं। एक जो है इंजीनियरिंग कोर और असम राइफल्स। तो परिवार इतना बड़ा था, परिवार के हर घर में, परिवार जो इनका घर है वो हर घर में एक आर्मी सोल्जियर है ही है जो सर्व कर चुका है। सो ये जनरेशन की जनरेशन यानी कि ऑलिव ग्रीन इनकी ब्लड लाइन में है, ये यूनिफॉर्म नहीं है इनके लिए। और यही जनरेशन जो है वो लेगेसी जो है वो आगे बढ़ रही है। जिस तरह से बेटा कबीर सिंह, 6 साल का बेटा कबीर सिंह यूनिफॉर्म में आया है और पिता को सैल्यूट करता है, यूनिफॉर्म डाल के अपने पिता के पार्थिव शरीर को रिसीव करता है। इस तरह की तस्वीर जो है वो बहुत कम देखने को मिलती है। ये तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं कि लोगों की आंखें नम हैं, क्योंकि आज एक परिवार ने एक बेटा खोया है, एक बच्चों ने अपने जो जा रहा है। हालांकि ओवर टू स्टूडियो।
Mandeep, you're getting us the latest, and they, of course, as you were pointing out, that as a family, of course, the olive green is running in their blood, and his son, you know, that are really moving pictures, you know, 6-year-old son, Kabir Singh, who is there. He was earlier when his coffin had reached, his mortal remains reached his house. He was saluting his father, giving a salute in the army uniform, and now he has reached the cremation ground in the very same uniform, and he is all set to bid farewell to his father. There will be military honors, as Amandeep was telling us. Gun salute for Colonel Amandeep Singh. There are Colonel Manpreet Amar Rahe chants as his mortal remains were taken to the cremation ground. This is the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh, who lost his life, who sacrificed his life in the Anantnag encounter that has entered its day 3. These are the visuals from his hometown in Mohali, his village in Mohali of Punjab, and we got you the latest visuals from Haryana's Panipat earlier. Major Ashish Dhonchak was laid to rest, and now we have our forces. Our final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh, now survived by his wife and a daughter and a son who are very, very young, a 6-year-old son who is, of course, you can see that he was in uniform, and you can see the women from his family, his sisters, mother, wife, crying inconsolably, of course, at the loss of their dear one. And this is coming in from Baronjia village of Mohali. Gun salute for Colonel Manpreet in a short while from now. 3 of our Bravehearts sacrificed their lives in this encounter in Anantnag, which is still underway. As Amandeep was telling us, he's the 3rd generation in the army, and his saga of patriotism and heroism is something that will remain. As we can see, it is reflected by his son in uniform there. His father was in the army, served the army. Colonel Manpreet Singh himself, of course, was someone who always was a guiding light for everybody in the family, and whoever wanted to join the forces, of course, no compromise. He was offered a peace posting. He refused that and continued to command the 19 Rashtra Rifles, and he faced very, very bravely, valiantly, a hail of bullets during this intense operation, this encounter in Kokarnag of Anantnag district. And right now we see that the family, of course, is mourning the loss. The entire nation is mourning the loss of this brave heart, but at the same time, the heart is filled with pride. And the coming generation, of course, is only inspired. As his son, you can see, is inspired by the sacrifice, by the valor, the bravery of his father, Colonel Manpreet Singh. Colonel Manpreet, Amar Rahe chants are reverberating in his village in Mohali. Amandeep continues to be with us on the broadcast, getting us the live visuals and more details on his life, an inspiring life. And talking about the legacy, Amandeep, as you were telling us, that it's clearly reflected. And as we were talking to several of our defense experts also, having served the army, having served the forces, they know that there is no compromise. You know, it's always nation first. There is no compromise. The family does go through, which no else would understand, but what is important to them is that the country is protected, the nation is protected, nation always remains first, and that is the legacy that we are seeing is passed on to his 6-year-old son, who is right there at such a young age, bidding farewell to his father and offering the final salute in a uniform at the cremation ground. Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. In fact, 3-generation officer, Martyr, Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh, and 4th generation is all set to get into the olive uniform as well. And the indication is quite clear, the way he has received the mortal remains of his father while wearing the Indian Army uniform, having flag on his chest and saluting his fathers in front of the coffin, which was wrapped in a tricolor. And in fact, he quite brave heart, son of a brave heart, that he was receiving this. And even now you can see the visuals. The cremation ground is entirely occupied by the villagers, relatives, family members, army officers, veterans as well. The former Chief of Army Staff, VP Malik, former Chief of Army Staff, General Bikram Singh, they all are here and paying tribute to Martyr, Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh, as he has contributed his life in the line of his duty and towards the nation. And in fact, everybody saluting from the different parts of the country through social media, physically, the people who can approach, they are here physically, and in fact some of them are completely जो है उसको श्रद्धांजलि अलग अलग जो जरिए हैं श्रद्धांजलि देने के, यानी सोशल मीडिया पे भी हो रही है, लेकिन यहाँ पे फॉर्मर चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ वीपी मलिक, जो फॉर्मर चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ जनरल बिक्रम सिंह, सब यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं जो श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए। ये तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं, बहुत ऐतिहासिक तस्वीर है ये, फुल आर्मी ऑनर के साथ बहुत दुख में दूर से लोग आए हैं, जो जानते थे वो भी यहाँ परिवार का साथ देने के लिए पहुंचे हैं, क्योंकि मनप्रीत वो एक रोल मॉडल बन चुके थे सोसाइटी के लिए। जिस तरह से उन्होंने 17 साल की सर्विस अपनी जो है इंडियन आर्मी में गुजारी और सबसे ज़्यादा समय उन्होंने वैली में गुजारा, इन ऑपरेशंस को करते हुए गुजारा, जिन ऑपरेशंस के चलते हुए उनको कमांडिंग ऑफिसर बनाया गया राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स का, 19 राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स का, और 2021 में उनको सेना मेडल से नवाजा गया। तो इस तरह की जर्नी थी 2005 से लेकर 2023 तक की, जो एक जज्बे के साथ थी और आखिरी दम तक जो है वो जज्बा जिंदा था, और जो जज्बा है वो अभी भी जिंदा है। अगली जनरेशन तक वो जज्बा मौजूद है। और वो से उनके 6 साल के बेटे कबीर सिंह ने यूनिफॉर्म, आर्मी यूनिफॉर्म पहन के सैल्यूट किया कॉफिन के। एक जो
सिर्फ इनके लिए यूनिफॉर्म लेना है, ये इनकी ब्लड लाइन थी। जो
सीता सिंह जो दादा थे मनप्रीत के, उनकी कहानियां सुन के मनप्रीत के पिता लखबीर सिंह ने आर्मी ज्वाइन की। लखबीर सिंह की कहानियां सुन के बेटे मनप्रीत सिंह ने आर्मी ज्वाइन की, और मनप्रीत सिंह की कहानियां आगे कबीर सिंह को सुनाई जाएंगी। और आने वाले समय में बहुत ज़्यादा अप्रहेंशन है कि वो भी इंडियन आर्मी ज्वाइन करेंगे। तो ये एक जनरेशन टू जनरेशन चल रहा है। जनरेशन टू जनरेशन फैमिली इज ऑल प्रिपेयर्ड, यानी कि परिवार हमेशा इस चीज़ के लिए तैयार रहता था। आखिरी बात उन्होंने पत्नी के साथ की थी जो ऑपरेशन जाने से पहले। उन्होंने कहा था कि कोकरनाग में ऑपरेशन में जाने वाले हैं। कोई परिवार के लिए कुछ नई बात नहीं थी। कर्नल मनप्रीत हमेशा जाते थे और हमेशा आगे से लीड करते थे। देखिए सैल्यूट जो है वो दिया जा रहा है, आर्मी ऑफिसर्स की तरफ से सैल्यूट दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि जो क्रिमेशन है वो फुल आर्मी ऑनर में होगा। परिवार में माँ, बहन, पत्नी और दोनों बच्चे, 2-2.5 साल की बेटी और 6 साल का बेटा, जो बेटे का अगले ही महीने जन्मदिन था। और परिवार ने बहुत प्लानिंग की हुई थी कि बेटे का जन्मदिन मनाया जाएगा अक्टूबर में, और कर्नल मनप्रीत ने भी छुट्टी लेने का फैसला किया था। लेकिन जो है बेटे का जन्मदिन की तैयारियां इसी तरह रह गई। ये तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं, परिवार एक तरफ बैठा हुआ है और दूसरी तरफ जो है वो आर्मी ऑफिसर्स की तरफ से जो सैल्यूट दिया जा रहा है। ये एक बहुत इमोशनल, बहुत एक हैं जो पूरी तरह से कर रही हैं हर इंसान को जहां यहाँ पे मौजूद है, क्योंकि परिवार के लोग, रिश्तेदार यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। लेकिन कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो दूर दूर से चल के आए हैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ इन शहीद कर्नल मनप्रीत सिंह को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए। उनकी पुराने 19 RR में सर्व कर चुके हैं, रिटायर्ड आर्मी ऑफिसर्स। देखिए ये रोलिंग कवरेज है जो हम लगातार आपको रिपब्लिक भारत और रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पे दिखा रहे हैं।
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in pole-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे.
Thank you for staying with Republic. We continue to stay with these very heart-wrenching pictures that are coming in as the nation bids its farewell to Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish Dhonchak, our bravehearts who were martyred in the Anantnag encounter, and how bravely they fought as the terrorists who unfortunately cornered them as the column came under heavy fire from those terrorists who were hiding in the rugged terrain of the forest. Difficult time for the family who are yet to come to terms with the reality, as we understand that Major Ashish Dhonchak is survived by his wife and his child, and there you see how so many people have gathered to bid the final goodbye to Colonel Manpreet Singh. Amandeep, who continues to stay with us from Mohali, as we stay with these pictures. Amandeep, as the army is continuing with a counter operation, but fact is that we have lost our men, and while they fought bravely, the army doing everything possible to ensure that their killing is avenged.
Well, absolutely, Swesha. And the more brave are the families who were handling this situation. We salute to those families of these brave hearts who were handling this situation, who were sending their family members to fight against the terrorism, and in fact, who always remain on the front line. And in fact, Swesha, I tried my 100%, 110% to explain the situation and the emotions of the family through the words to our viewers. And it's quite visible that how the people are connected to Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh. And in fact, the family members are sitting on one side. Now the former Chief of Army Staff, General Bikram Singh, has paid tribute to Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh, and former Chief of Army Staff, General VP Malik, he's also here paying tribute to Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh. And you can see all the villages, family members People who were not very much connected in a routine with Colonel Manpreet Singh, they are also here to pay tribute. This is how this is what the hero of our nations deserve, and in fact the entire
This Colonel Manpreet Singh, and even those who cannot here, who cannot visit here, they are paying tribute to the social
here
media,
they are
to the family members, and in fact several other results. This is how the nation is connected to their heroes, just because they are guarding the nation from the front lines, and the nation is providing them all kind of support and back through these kind of sentiments and emotions. 6-year-old son saluted his father, receiving the mortal remains in a coffin wrapped in a tricolor and in the uniform of Indian Army, indicating that next generation is all prepared to deal with these consequences. Next generation is all prepared to fight these anti-national elements from the front line. This is the bloodline of the army officers. This is the bloodline of the army family. Because Manpreet was a third generation officer, and the next generation, Kabir, 6-year-old son Kabir, is all prepared to join Indian Army, and he indicated himself and proved visibly that he is inclined towards the Indian Army, the way Colonel Manpreet was inclined towards the Indian Army after getting influenced by his father's service, the way his father was inclined towards the Indian Army from his father, Sita Singh. Served it. So this is how the generation to generation is serving the nation in olive green uniform, and this uniform is not uniform. This color is not just of uniform. This is the blood color of this family, this army family. This is how they actually prepare their next generation to serve the nation. These are the Bravehearts. These are the families of the Bravehearts. Their entire nation is saluted, just coming in one line and solution to this nation, and Supreme
contribution.
We continue to stay with those pictures. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who chose a life of service and sacrifice in the Indian Army, and he is now survived by his mother, his wife, and 2 young children, a 6-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl. He joined the army in 2003 after he completed his studies. He cleared the exam and he joined the Indian Army. And something that he learned and imbibed from his family, as he is the 22nd member of his extended family to embark on that journey, as he chose to serve the nation through hallowed ranks of the Indian Army. He became a decorated officer, earned the prestige of Sena Medal for his exceptional service. But not once had his family imagined that this is the news that they will receive after the Anantnag encounter. Remember, it's been 3 days that the encounter has been continuing through those very difficult circumstances, as it is a tough terrain that faces several challenges. Extensive search that was carried out after our Bravehearts who were shot by terrorists, and it was heavy firing that came from the side where the terrorists were hiding. Although the search column did retaliate and engage, but in a fierce gunfight, Colonel Manpreet Singh, Major Dhonchak, who suffered gunshot wounds and later died due to injuries. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who was the commanding officer of 19 Rashtriya Rifles unit, and Major Ashish Dhonchak, who was the company commander of 19 RR. It was a joint operation that was being conducted by the army and the police. And as the mortal remains will be cremated in a short while from now. This is the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh and his story of how he bravely fought in a bid to catch those terrorists. Remember the operation that is continuing in Kokernag forest for close to 3 days now, as the army has taken the resolve to avenge the killing of our Bravehearts. Colonel Manpreet Singh, whose mortal remains had arrived at his Mohali residence, and there you see a sea of people who've gathered to bid farewell to this Braveheart. Amandeep, who is back with us on the broadcast. Amandeep, very, very heart-wrenching to watch the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. Never would have his family imagined that this is what they'd have to see. And while it is a very difficult time to come to terms with the loss that they faced, it is certainly the army continuing its operation to avenge the killing of our Bravehearts.
Well, absolutely, Swesha, and they have encircled the entire area, the Kokernag area, and the search operation is still underway to find out and to gun down the terrorists who were involved into this entire encounter. And in fact, some of the officers, they keep on talking to each other. Several serving officers, Major, General, Colonel, Brigadier, they all are having the conversations with each other regarding the operation and in regarding the big contribution of Colonel as well as Major Ashish. And in fact, they are just talking about the stories and the operation that had been carried out by Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish in the valley as well, just because they are very much renowned and they are utilized several terrorists during the operations in the valleys. And in fact, there is a huge terror among the terrorists by names of Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish, just because they are well known to lead the operations from the front line following neutralizing the terror, putting out their hideouts and busting their modules. So these operations were very much normal, and every time they just inform their family members that they are going for the search operations in Kokernag or Anantnag or Pir Panjal, and in fact several other locations also. And this, even the similar call has been received by the wife of Colonel Manpreet Singh just 3 days back, that he's going for the operation in Kokernag. Again, it was a search operation, and obviously the family knows that Colonel Manpreet Singh, and wife in fact knows that Colonel is going to lead the operation from the front line as he ever does. So this time when just news was just came down that the 3 officers has been shot down by the terrorist in Kokernag area, and in fact still the family was very much hopeful. And even now Chief Minister of Punjab has also arrived to pay the tribute to Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh, and he is Chief Minister, Cabinet Minister Anmol Gaganman, he paying tribute to Martyr Colonel Manpreet Singh. Earlier also, there several officers are here. They are saluting the service that was in a short service of 17 years. Colonel Manpreet Singh has carried out several operations which remain written in the history and will be narrated to the next generation officers as well, who were serving in the valley, and even the commanding and escalated to the post of colonel at the age of only 42 years. This is something that has been achieved by Colonel Manpreet Singh through his passion, just because from day one he was very much passionate and inclined towards the Indian Army. And even since his college days, since his school days, he always talks about the stories that has been narrated by the nation, how to protect the nation, remain while uniform through the olive green. So somewhere down the line, Suesha, this olive green, this uniform is not on the body. This is among the blood of this generation, and next generation is all set to serve to Indian Army as well. And that is the reason. That is the reason this family is handling the situation strongly, bravely, and in fact these are the families of martyrs, of the serving army officers. They always remain prepared to deal with any kind of situation. They knows their family members will go and head out and bounce back to these anti-national, to the terrorists, to the Pakistani sponsored terrorists, and to the enemies of the country in a very harsh manner. So they all are prepared, and in fact everything is being in their mind. We were speaking to mother of Manpreet Singh. She was drowned into deep emotions, but still her voice seems to be like that. She is a proud mother of a martyr colonel who had served his nation till his last breath. And even we spoke to the sister. She was quite proud about her brother, that he had served to this nation, and even his life has been contributed to the nation as well. So these are the who have been served always in the uncertainty. And in fact you can see now the people who are here, they are here just to pay the tribute to Colonel Manpreet Singh, just because some of them, it is a fact, some are the family members, some are the relatives, some are the family friends, but if you just see the crowd around the mortal remains of, and even around the criminal, are just wanted to pay tribute from at a distance also. They are connected to these heroes of the nation. They are emotionally connected to these heroes who are serving to their nation. Some of them might not met Colonel Manpreet Singh personally. They are not personally, but yes, they are here just because Colonel Manpreet Singh has served to this nation. He contributed his life in a supreme sacrifice in the line of duty for this nation, and that is the reason they are here and even saluting from at a distance. And some
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty, and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
बेटे ना बोलो।
भाई आप बैठ जाओ यार, सारे आगे खड़े हो, सारे आयो, फोन वाले पीछे आयो।
And we continue to stay with those pictures of the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh. Like they say, heroes never truly die. They become immortal. And the story of Colonel Manpreet Singh that will continue to be told and heard, inspiring generations to come with his unwavering dedication, sacrifice and love for the nation. Colonel Manpreet Singh, whose mortal remains had arrived at his Mohali residence. You see how a sea of people have gathered to bid farewell to Colonel Manpreet Singh.
भाई साहब मोबाइल नीचे कर लो, भाई साहब मोबाइल नीचे कर लो प्लीज। News of Colonel Manpreet Singh's martyrdom in Anantnag that sent shockwaves through his hometown in Mohali, and the weight of that tragedy as his friends and family who are still struggling to bear the immense loss. That house that is draped in mourning, and as the nation bids farewell to Colonel Manpreet Singh, solemn chants of Manpreet Amar Rahe that can be heard. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who survived by his mother, wife and 2 children. He has always been passionate about his service to the nation. Manpreet Singh, who had followed his father's footsteps and joined the 12th Sikh Light Infantry as an officer. In 2005, he was commissioned as a lieutenant in the same unit. He went on to distinguish himself on multiple occasions. His unwavering commitment and bravery culminated in 2021 when he was bestowed with the Sena Medal for neutralizing terrorists. He had always wanted to join the 12th Sikh Light Unit because that is where his father had saluted officers, and it was his dream to join the same unit where he would serve as an officer and have everyone salute to him. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who followed in the brave footsteps of his family, and more than 20 of his family members in his extended family who had served the army. He was one of the first members of his family who went on to rise to a higher rank. His grandfather, father, all were in the army, and 12th Sikh Light Unit that he had joined as he followed his father's footsteps. His story of bravery that continues to be told and will always be, as his family is still coming to terms with the loss and struggling to bear this immense sorrow. The news of Colonel Manpreet Singh's martyrdom in Anantnag that sent shockwaves through his hometown in Mohali, and there you see a sea of people who've gathered as they are a part of the final goodbye to Colonel Manpreet Singh. His mortal remains that arrived in Mohali at his residence this morning on the 15th of September. And there you see so many people who've gathered to bid farewell to their beloved son, brother, friend, as there are solemn chants of Manpreet Amar Rahe. Dressed in a soldier's uniform, as he's returned home wrapped in that tricolor, and you see tears rolling down of all those who are witnessing his final journey. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who survived by his mother, his wife and 2 children, his son who's 6 years old and his daughter who's 2 years of age, and everyone present there paying tribute and that last salute to the hero as he embarks on this final journey. Colonel Manpreet Singh, the brave officer who was leading this operation and the 22nd member of his extended family to have joined the Indian Army. He chose to serve the nation through the hallowed ranks of the Indian Army, his path that led him to become a decorated officer, earning the prestigious Sena Medal for his exceptional service. Manpreet Singh, who dropped his plan to become a chartered accountant and chose a life of service and sacrifice in the Indian Army. It was a calling, as he had said, and not a mere career choice, a legacy that he inherited from his family's generations of service to the nation. His own father, his grandfather, who had proudly served the army, and Manpreet, who decided to follow in the footsteps of his family's tradition. A tradition in honor, valor, and dedication to the nation. Colonel Manpreet Singh, whose mortal remains arrived at his Mohali residence, and there you see a sea of people who've gathered to bid farewell to the brave officer. He is the 22nd member of his extended family to embark on this remarkable journey as he chose to serve the nation. Colonel Manpreet Singh, commanding officer of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles unit, and his column that came under heavy fire from terrorists who were hiding in the deep ends of the forest. The search column that did retaliate and engage in a fierce gunfight that it led to. Colonel Singh, who suffered gunshots and later succumbed to the injuries. Colonel Manpreet Singh, who led the search column of 19 Rashtriya Rifles, with Major Ashish Dhonchak, who was accompanying him through this operation as they moved through the entrance and the rugged terrain of that forest. My colleague Samiksha, who is also joining us from the Mumbai studio, as we have to slip into a short commercial break, but we continue to stay with these pictures on the other side. This is the final journey of Colonel Manpreet Singh as the nation bids farewell.
Alright, so these are the scenes where Colonel Manpreet Singh's family, in fact, sea of people have gathered to pay their respects. In just some time from now, the last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh would be conducted. Note that Colonel Manpreet Singh is survived by his wife, a 6-year-old son and 2-year-old daughter. He was a combat veteran. He was awarded Sena Medal as well during his tenure as second in command of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles. His sacrifice is being hailed by one and all across the country. In fact, the forces are going all out to avenge the martyrdom of the 3 officers, including Colonel Manpreet, who laid down his life in service of the nation. Let's take a word from Major General G.D. Bakshi also joining us. If I can get your thoughts on this. Of course, the nation is paying tributes to the sacrifice of Colonel Manpreet, but talk to us about the tough life that a Jawan leads while he is away from home. Colonel Manpreet was one such Jawan who was living out there away from his family and serving our border areas and battling it out there on the battlefield.
I'd like to pay my personal tribute to Colonel Manpreet Singh of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles. He had earned the Sena Medal for his gallantry, and he was serving in that area continuously. He had just, I think, 4 months left of his tenure when he was killed in this encounter. Just around the age of 40, he leaves a grieving family behind and a grieving nation. But he has, carried out the supreme sacrifice. He did not hesitate one bit. What I am very, honored to learn is that the tradition of leading from the front continues in the armed forces. We were really shocked that when our braves were martyred, one colonel, one major, one DSP, one rifleman, that is the time the politicians chose to pass crass comments on how we must crawl before Pakistan, we must surrender to Pakistan, we must have Doha-like talks and then have a Kabul-like withdrawal from Kashmir. I mean, that is an insult. These soldiers died so that we won't have to talk with Pakistan. And Pakistan can be told that it can go climb a gum tree. Nobody will vacate Kashmir. Over our dead bodies will be vacate an inch of Kashmir. And not only that, we'll take back POK, which belongs to us. But it is these politicians who, under the cloak of expressing sympathy, mock sympathy. We don't need your sympathy. We will deal with our pain in the armed forces. We have our ecosystems of dealing with this pain because this is our destiny. We will not flinch from making the final sacrifice. We will not hold back. And we do not need expressions of sympathy from hypocrites, absolute hypocrites who are trying to, play the tune of China or Pakistan in this country. Even when they hold passports of this country, they swear allegiance to another nation across. And especially a nation that is sinking economically, that is on the point of economic meltdown and civil war. They want Kashmir to join that kind of a nation. We will not permit it. And it is Bravehearts like our gallant colonel who has laid down his life. My heart goes out to his family because I know exactly what they are going through. We went through that in 1965 when I lost my elder brother. I know the grief that my family had to suffer. I know the fact that immediately after the sacrifice, the whole world makes a path to your door. Every Neta wants to come there and be counted. But give it a month and the Martyr is forgotten, his family is forgotten, they are left to nurse their wounds. That is part of the destiny, but we will not flinch from such a destiny. The armed forces will continue to make sacrifices because that is the ethic that we have been brought up with. I salute Colonel Manpreet. I salute this Braveheart. I salute this Sena medal from the Rashtriya Rifle who made the ultimate sacrifice. He did not flinch. He led from the very front. My salute to this Braveheart. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Yes, Major General, stay with us while we are keeping up with these visuals. Thousands of people who've gathered to pay their tributes. Heartbreaking scenes where you see the family breaking down. The son of Colonel was seen wearing army uniform. In fact, his sister was seen placing Rakhi on his coffin. The family's life has changed forever as a nation pays tribute to Braveheart Colonel Manpreet Singh. These are the scenes where the final journey of Colonel Manpreet is taking place. The last rite would begin shortly. A gun salute would also take place for Colonel Manpreet, who was a decorated officer indeed. He's died in service for the nation. And as we speak, the forces and the J&K police are going all out to avenge the killings of the 3 officers, including the J&K police officer. Note that Colonel Manpreet Singh is survived by his wife, a 6-year-old son who was seen wearing army uniform, and his 2-year-old daughter. Let's go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi again. Major General G.D. Bakshi, these are heartbreaking scenes for the lack of better words. Talk to us more about the life of an army Jawan as we keep up with those visuals of his family members, his son donning the army uniform, his sister in fact placing Rakhi on the coffin of her brother.
You see, that is the tragedy of it all that breaks your heart. And because I have seen so many of these things, when I was fighting in Kargil, I had 6 killed and 21 wounded in my unit alone. 6 boys martyred, 21 who were wounded, and one of them lost his eyes. You know, those days the bodies were not sent back home, and the commanding officer had to perform the last rite. So I performed the last rites. I lit the fire for each and every one of my 6 boys who had laid down their lives, who had made the supreme sacrifice for their country. Their families suffered. And when I went down on leave, I used to go and visit those families to say I'm sorry. But I'm so moved that they forgave me. But I cannot forgive those who would like to make a mockery out of the sacrifice of our brave one by exhorting the nation to surrender before Pakistan, exhorting the nation to give up Kashmir, to have Doha-like talks, and then have a Kabul-like withdrawal. That will happen dead bodies. Till the last Indian soldier is alive, we will not give up Kashmir. Not only that, we will take back Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
Yes.
So help us God. Generations will continue to make this sacrifice because it is a way of life with the armed forces. You see that young boy, the son of Colonel Manpreet, wearing a uniform. He is the soldier and officer of the Indian Army of tomorrow. And so the tradition goes from father to son. They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the morning and in the evenings, we will remember them. That is the military tradition. You will soon hear the last post. You will hear the rouse. Rise again. Rise again.
Ready? Up! Ready? Up! Good! Salaam! Chas! Good! Banja! Chas! भारत माता की भारत माता की शहीद मनप्रीत सिंह हमारे शहीद मनप्रीत सिंह हमारे चांद रहेगा जब तक चांद रहेगा भारत माता की
So gun salute being accorded to Colonel Manpreet Singh as we speak. The last rites will follow, of course. The nation joins as his family mourns loss of Colonel Manpreet Singh, who's sacrificed his life in service of the nation. As we speak, the forces are fighting it all out in Anantnag forests, where the terrorists have been encircled. The terrorists who are behind the killing of the 3 officers. Let's go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi, who continues to be with us. Major General, Colonel Manpreet Singh had refused a peace posting 2 years ago. It speaks volumes about this undaunting courage, the grit and determination that each Jawan has while they battle it out on the field.
You see, he had earned the Sena medal. That speaks volumes for itself. And not everybody in the military earns the Sena medal. It is earned on the battlefield. It is earned by, and here is a man who could have gotten away. He could have survived. He perhaps may have been alive today, but he chose to be with his men because he knew that his men were in danger there. And he chose to provide that leadership in the face of danger. He put the country before self. The Chetwood motto makes it so transparently clear. The country comes first, always and every time. The men you command come next. Your own ease, comfort and safety come last, always and every time. Always and every time. That is the way it has been. That is the way it will continue to be. Because that is the tradition of the armed forces of this country, the armed forces of Bharat. We will continue to lay down our lives. We do not need the mock sympathy of some petty politician so prepared to sell their nation for some pieces of silver. There could not be a greater contrast. And all that we request these politicians to do when our boys sacrifice their lives is to go into silence. Silence is a mark of respect. Don't tell us to talk to Pakistan, because we will not. The armed forces were not raised to talk to Pakistan. They were raised to fight and destroy the enemies of this country. That is the raison d'etre of their existence. Don't give us homilies on talk to Pakistan and save yourself. You save yourself. Minister, we will fight. That is our duty. We will not talk to Pakistan. Our guns will talk to Pakistan. And to any other enemy that dares threaten the sovereignty and territorial integrity
of Bharat. That is the way it has been in the armed forces. That is the way it will continue to be. The tradition of sacrifice goes on forever. How can a man die better than facing heavy odds for the ashes of his father, for the temple of his gods? These are the lines, where at the Rezangla Memorial. Yes, Major General, yes. Where over 104 of our boys laid down their lives. Last man, last round, fighting against the Chinese. Their dead bodies were discovered 4 months later, frozen in their trenches with their faces to the foe. That is the Indian Army. Yes. All right, Major General G.D. Bakshi, we leave it at that. But as we speak, the nation joins the family of Colonel Manpreet Singh, who's been laid to rest as the final rites are being performed as we speak.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे फिर ये भारत मां की गोद में देना. जिस सनातन ने हजारों वर्षों से भारत को जोड़े रखा है, ये लोग मिलकर अब उस सनातन को खंड खंड करना चाहते।
These are the heartbreaking scenes that we are getting to you as Colonel Manpreet Singh's last rites are being performed. Survived by his wife, a 6-year-old son and 2-year-old daughter. Colonel Manpreet was a combat veteran. He was awarded Sena Medal during his tenure as second in command of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles. These are visuals which you see the pain of the family as they bid goodbye to Colonel Manpreet Singh. His son is seen wearing an army uniform. His sister is also seen waving the Tiranga high from the roof of their house. And his sister is seen placing a rakhi at the coffin of Colonel Manpreet Singh.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had 3 versions of the series. This year will be the 4th year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September. And the topic has the basic features doctrine, serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी.
Firstly, my heart goes out to their family to convey my condolences. It's a sad incident, but that notwithstanding, both these officers, including the DSP, I think they have shown courage. They are brave hearts. They made the supreme sacrifice in the line of duty in the best traditions of the regiment and the Indian Army. And from that point of view, all are proud of him. Proud of, in fact, all the two army officers and the police officer for what they have done. And I think it will inspire the youngsters in times to come to continue, giving their best for the nation, for nation building, for security of the nation. As you know, the operation is on, and let me tell you, our troops are so brave and so committed that they are not going to leave them. These terrorists who have fired on them.
Before I jump into the operation that has entered D3, but I just wanted to discuss one thing. 6-year-old son Kabir Singh, wearing the Indian Army uniform, saluting and receiving the coffin that was wrapped in the tricolor of his father. That means the next generation is all prepared to serve the nation through Indian Army.
Well, the Indian Army's culture is such that it is not just the officer or the man who's serving, it's the entire family that is committed to the national cause, the entire family. So here is a typical example where a son is just about 6 years and is wearing that combat dress as a mark of respect to his father. And this boy, this youngster, is already primed to join the defense forces and also will set an example for a large number of people. Because, these things happen in war, and we are fighting a war in Jammu and Kashmir. It's a proxy war, it's an asymmetric war. And let me tell you, these things do happen, but ultimately I would say the supremacy of the military is going to remain, of the government of India is going to remain in J&K. So there's no way that the terrorists can get away.
We slip into a short break, but nation joins the family of Colonel Manpreet to pay their final tributes to Colonel Manpreet, who laid down his life in service for the nation, and the forces out there in the thick forests of Anantnag trying to avenge the martyrs killed in the terror attack.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty, and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक घमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की। इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो। इंडी अलायंस घमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो।
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM.
Very good afternoon. We are live on Breaking Republic TV. I am Rakta Mishra with you, getting you all the latest from the country, tracking all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first.
दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी, और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
Team INDIA decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. Government says press freedom under attack.
बाबा नागार्जुन ने जिस चीज को स्वीकार किया कि मानस में आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणियां हैं, अच्छी बातें भी है, बहुत अच्छी बातें भी है, लेकिन 55 प्रकार का खाना परोसा गया हो, उसमें थोड़ा पोटेशियम साइनाइड डाल दिया गया हो, तो आप खाएंगे?
No end to Hindu abuse. INDIA leader compares Ramcharitmanas to cyanide. BJP hits out. From Panipat to Mohali, India pays tribute to Bravehearts who laid down their lives in Anantnag. But crackdown on terror continues. Anantnag operation enters its day 3. And days after new violence, Congress MLA Maman Khan arrested by SIT, sent to 2-day custody. And stand by for the most high-profile legal event, the 4th edition of Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. The last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish Dhonchak, who were martyred in an encounter with terrorists in Anantnag district, have taken place in their respective hometowns, and 4 security forces personnel, Colonel Singh, commanding officer of the 19 Rashtra Rifles, and Major Dhonchak, also Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt, were martyred in the encounter with terrorists in the forests of Kokarnag in Anantnag district on Wednesday morning. Meanwhile, our forces continue to crack down on terror, and a fresh encounter is underway in Anantnag. And my colleague Ziyat has filed this report from the encounter site from the ground zero. Take a look at this report.
Gadol encounter has entered in its 3rd day, and we are seeing the men and machineries mobilized on ground to neutralize the terrorists who have been encircled in this very hillock. There were the exchange of fire. In fact, the explosives were being also used by the security forces to neutralize the terrorists and also to bust their hideout, which as per the input is in this very hillock. We are seeing the Rashtriya Rifles, even the J&K police SOG on ground, and a lot of machinery has been brought in today. In fact, the quadcopters, the drones, surveillance is being done, and a very message, loud and clear message coming from the 15 Corps commander that nobody will be spared and there will be avenged to the deaths of these officers. So we are seeing a massive operation on ground which has now entered into its third day, although Indian Army suffered casualty along with Jammu and Kashmir police, and we are going to witness more casualty number going up in daytime. That is what the sources are saying. As of now, no luck to the security forces who have been the part of the operation for the last 3 days now. This is one of the longest encounter after many years in the Kashmir Valley that the people are witnessing. All eyes and the Kokarnag area is entirely on radar. We are seeing the top officials of J&K police and army monitoring this entire operation. The forces' challenge is to evacuate not safely all the troops who had gone up to this hillock, and also to see that the terrorists are neutralized, because they, as per the sources, they are the ones who were the part of that very strike that took place in Kulgam last month. With Vijay Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Gadol.
So that was the Republic TV's report from Encounter side. The gun battle, of course, continues in Kokarnag, and on one side we have forces still fighting out, and on the other hand you can see the visuals coming in as our Bravehearts were laid to rest. You can see gun salute being given to Colonel Manpreet Singh. And forces, of course, always come first, nation first for the forces. Day 3 of their anti-terror operations continue. And, of course, the nation is now paying tribute to our brave hearts who have sacrificed their lives. We'll continue our coverage on that and give you all the latest updates on that encounter. The time now for other stories.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Interim relief to BRS MLC K. Kavita in a matter related to Delhi excise policy irregularities case. Supreme Court adjourns hearing on BRS MLC K. Kavita's plea against ED summons till 26th of September. As ED defers summons against her till then, ED told Supreme Court that they will not insist Kavita to appear before it till 26th of September. A 39-year-old man tested positive for the Nipah virus, which was transmitted to him through direct contact with an infected person who died on the 30th of August. With the number of active cases rising to 4, the state government has decided to test everyone who are on high-risk contact list on the infected persons. Dharwad bench of Karnataka High Court rejects Anjuman Islam's petition seeking stay on Ganpati festival celebration in Eidgah ground in Hubali, Dharwad. Meanwhile, Congress's Priyank Kharge said that as of now there is no such denial on the permission. Meanwhile, BJP leader Mahesh Tenginakai, along with his supporters, protested at the Municipal Corporation office demanding permission to install Lord Ganesh's idol at Eidgah Maidan. Aam Aadmi Party National Convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will visit Jagdalpur in Chhattisgarh and Rewa of Madhya Pradesh on the 16th and 18th of September to conduct election rallies. Enforcement Directorate have conducted searches against the money laundering networks linked with Mahadev APP in cities like Kolkata, Bhopal, Mumbai, etc. and retrieved a large amount of incriminating evidence. The ED has seized proceeds of crime worth 417 crore rupees. Thousands of people thronged to the streets in Nagpur to celebrate 150-year-old Marbat festival. As per tradition, devotees take out a procession carrying effigies that represent evil forces. The clay effigies or Marbats of black and yellow are the main attractions of the procession, which are burnt by the locals. Time for a short break, viewers, but on the other side, Team I.N.ID.I.A decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. The government says press freedom is under attack.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
इमरजेंसी एक उदाहरण है कांग्रेस का, जब लोकतंत्र को कुचलने का काम किया, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच को दबाने का काम किया, मीडिया को कुचलने का काम किया. ये इंदिरा गांधी जी ने किया था. सोनिया गांधी जी के आशीर्वाद से इनके मंत्री कपिल सिब्बल जी ने उस समय, जब ये यूपीए की सरकार थी जो भ्रष्टाचार से भरी थी, ये आर्टिकल 66A इसको भी जैसे पास किया, बगैर चर्चा के पास किया. ये ड्रैकोनियन लॉ किसी और ने नहीं, यूपीए ने किया था साहब. ये मीडिया के लोगों को जानकारी होगी. और अब मीडिया के लोगों का एक तरह से विरोध करना, उनकी आवाज को दबाना और पूरा दबाव बनाना, ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता को दिखाता है कि मीडिया को दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी, और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की.
Hello Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
China's factories picked up their pace and retail sales also gained momentum in August. The Chinese government reported on Friday, suggesting that the economy may be gradually recovering from its post-pandemic malaise. And Friday's report showed retail sales rose 4.6% in August from a year earlier, with auto sales climbing 5.1%. Retail sales rose a meager 2.5% in July. The US Ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, raised questions over the absence of Chinese Defense Minister Li Shangfu's absence from the public view for 3 weeks. Emanuel asked whether Li Shangfu missed his meeting with the Singaporean Chief of Navy, as he has been placed under house arrest.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had 3 versions of the series. This year will be the 4th year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September. And the topic has the basic features, doctrine, serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
Reception for Prime Minister, Opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said. A number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे फिर ये भारत मां की गोद में देना. जिस सनातन ने.
News from the world of sports. Now India face Bangladesh in its final Super 4 contest at the 2023 Asia Cup in Colombo, beginning at 2 p.m. today. The match is underway. India has already qualified for the final of the competition after a win against Pakistan and Sri Lanka. After Pakistan lost the Super 4 match to Sri Lanka in a last ball thriller in Colombo on Thursday, captain Babar Azam said that the team was not up to the mark.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said. A number of important announcements, including
a glorious reception for PM Modi in pole-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक घमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition pole-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said. A number of important announcements, including
a glorious reception for PM Modi in pole-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक घमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की। इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो। इंडी अलायंस घमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है उसे तबाह कर दो।
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV, and Republic Media Network brings to you the most high-profile legal event of the year. It is the centenary birth anniversary of the great Ram Jethmalani this year, and we bring to you the 4th Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture live on Republic today. It will witness the coming together of the topmost legal minds of the country live on one stage. Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, will be the chief guest at the event that marks the birth centenary of the iconic and respected Ram Jethmalani. Do not miss the special broadcast on Republic TV at 4:30 p.m. Time for headlines.
मीडिया को दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी, और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
Team I.N.D.I.A decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. Government says press freedom under attack.
बाबा नागार्जुन ने जिस चीज को स्वीकार किया कि मानस में आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणियां हैं, अच्छी बातें भी है, बहुत अच्छी बातें भी है, लेकिन 55 प्रकार का खाना परोसा गया हो और उसमें थोड़ा पोटेशियम साइनाइड डाल दिया गया हो तो आप खाएंगे?
No end to Hindu abuse. INDIA leader compares Ramcharitmanas to cyanide. BJP hits out. From Panipat to Mohali, India pays tribute to Bravehearts who laid down their lives in Anantnag. But crackdown on terror continues. Anantnag operation enters day 3. Days after new violence, Congress MLA Maman Khan arrested by SIT, sent to 2-day custody. And stand by for the most high-profile legal event, the 4th edition of Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. The last rites of Colonel Manpreet Singh and Major Ashish Dhonchak, who were martyred in an encounter with terrorists in Anantnag district, took place today. 4 security forces, 3 security personnel, Colonel Singh, commanding officer of the 19th Rashtra Rifles, Major Dhonchak and Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt were martyred in this encounter with terrorists in the Gadol forests of Kokonag in Anantnag district on Wednesday morning. Meanwhile, our forces continue to crack down on terror, and operation is currently underway in Anantnag. My colleague Zeenat has filed this report from Anantnag. Take a look at this report.
Gadol encounter has entered in its third day, and we are seeing the men and machineries mobilized on ground to neutralize the terrorists who have been encircled in this very hillock. There was the exchange of fire. In fact, the explosives are being also used by the security forces to neutralize the terrorists and also to bust their hideout, which as per the input is in this very hillock. We are seeing the Rashtriya Rifles, even the J&K police SOG on ground, and a lot of machinery has been brought in today. In fact, the quadcopters, the drones, surveillance is being done, and a very message, loud and clear message coming from the 15 Corps commander that nobody will be spared and there will be avenged to the deaths of these officers. So we are seeing a massive operation on ground which has now entered into its third day, although Indian Army suffered casualty along with Jammu and Kashmir police, and we are going to witness more casualty number going up in daytime. That is what the sources are saying. As of now, no luck to the security forces who have been the part of the operation for the last 3 days now. This is one of the longest encounter after many years in the Kashmir Valley that the people are witnessing. All eyes and the Kokarnag area is entirely on radar. We are seeing the top officials of J&K police and army monitoring this entire operation. The forces' challenge is to evacuate not safely all the troops who had gone up to this hillock, and also to see that the terrorists are neutralized, because they, as per the sources, they are the ones who were the part of that very strike that took place in Kulgam last month. With Vijay Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zeenat Zishan Fazal for Republic in Gadol.
Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh. We are joined with us former Chief of Army Staff General Bikram Singh. Sir, this is a supreme sacrifice to the nation. Yes. Colonel and Major, they both have let down their life in the line of duty. How do you see this?
Well, firstly, my heart goes out to their family to convey my condolences. It's a sad incident, but that notwithstanding, both these officers, including the DSP, I think they have shown courage. They are brave hearts. They made the supreme sacrifice in the line of duty in the best traditions of the regiment and the Indian Army. And from that point of view, all are proud of him. Proud of, in fact, all the three, two army officers and the police officer for what they have done. And I think it will inspire the youngsters in times to come to continue, giving their best for the nation, for nation building, for security of the nation. As you know, the operation is on, and let me tell you, our troops are so brave and so committed that they're not going to leave them. These terrorists who have fired on them.
Before I jump into the operation that has entered D3, but I just wanted to discuss one thing. 6-year-old son Kabir Singh, wearing the Indian Army uniform, saluting and receiving the coffin that was wrapped in the tricolor of his father. That means the next generation is all prepared to serve the nation through Indian Army.
Well, the Indian Army's culture is such that it is not just the officer or the man who's serving, it's the entire family that is committed to the national cause, the entire family. So here is a typical example where a son is just about 6 years and is wearing that combat dress as a mark of respect to his father. And this boy, this youngster, is already primed to join the defense forces, and also will set an example for a large number of people. Because, these things happen in war, and we are fighting a war in Jammu and Kashmir. It's a proxy war, it's an asymmetric war. And let me tell you, these things do happen, but ultimately, I would say the supremacy of the military is going to remain, of the government of India is going to remain in J&K. So there's no way that the terrorists can get away.
All right, we're tracking all the details of that operation that is still underway, and at the same time we got some really moving scenes. You can see son of Colonel Manpreet Singh there saluting, donning the army the army uniform, and also saluting his father as he bids farewell to his father at a very, very young age. 6-year-old son, you can see there saluting his father as his father laid down his life in line of duty. Remember, the operation is still underway, but we have lost our 3 Bravehearts: Colonel Manpreet Singh, Major Ashish Dhonchak of 19 Rashtra Rifles, and Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt of Jammu and Kashmir Police. They laid down their lives in line of duty, and you can see the visuals of last journey of Colonel Manpreet to the left of your screens. He's been laid to rest with full military honours. Just a while back, his last rites concluded, and to the right of his screens, you can see he's survived by his mother, his wife, and his very young son and daughter. You can see bowing down to his father, the 6-year-old bowing down to his father and saluting him, and he's not crying. Very moving pictures. He's really inheriting that valor, that bravery, because remember, his family has several members of the family of Colonel Manpreet Singh are serving the forces, and are in the defense forces, and you can see there his son is also donning that uniform. You can see that legacy that he has left behind. The Braveheart who the entire nation today is paying tribute to, the entire nation is saluting, and at the same time our forces are of course fighting it out there in Anantnag. The operation is still underway. Remember, IEDs are being used to target the suspected hideouts in a bid to avenge this sacrifice and protect the country. And we will be continue to get more updates, as remember, it's day 3 of this encounter, and we expect that this encounter is set to continue even further. So we will get you more details on that Kokarnag anti-terror operation. Time now to take a quick look at some other stories making news.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Interim relief to BRS MLC K. Kavita in a matter related to a Delhi excise policy irregularities case. Supreme Court adjourned hearing on BRS MLC Kavita's plea against ED summons till 26th of September, as ED defers summons against her till then. ED said that ED told the Supreme Court that they will not insist Kavita to appear before it till September 26th. A 39-year-old man tested positive for the Nipah virus, which was transmitted to him through direct contact with an infected person who died on the 30th of August. With the number of active cases rising to 4, the state government has decided to test everyone who are on the high-risk contact list of the infected person. Dharwad bench of Karnataka High Court rejects Anjuman-e-Islam's petition seeking stay on Ganpati festival celebration in Eidgah ground in Hubballi, Dharwad. Meanwhile, Congress's Priyank Khadge says that as of now there is no such denial on the permission. Meanwhile, BJP leader Mahesh Tengi along with his supporters protested at the Municipal Corporation office demanding permission to install Lord Ganesh's idol at Eidgah Maidan. Aam Aadmi Party National Convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will visit Jagdalpur in Chhattisgarh and also Rewa in Madhya Pradesh on the 16th and 18th of September to conduct election rallies. ED conducted searches against the money laundering networks linked with Mahadev ATP in cities like Kolkata, Bhopal, Mumbai, etc. and retrieved a large amount of incriminating evidence. ED has seized proceeds of crime worth 417 crore rupees. Thousands of people thronged to the streets in Nagpur to celebrate the 150-year-old Marbat festival. As per tradition, devotees take out a procession carrying effigies that represent evil forces. The clay effigies or Marbats of black and yellow color are the main attractions of the procession, which are burned by the locals. Time for a short break, but on the other side, we get you the latest as there is no end to Hindu abuse and Hindu hatred. INDIA leader now compares Ramcharitmanas to cyanide. The BJP hits back. Congress, days after new violence, Congress MLA Maman Khan arrested by the SIT, sent to 2-day custody.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे फिर ये भारत मां की गोद में देना. जिस सनातन ने हजारों वर्षों से भारत को जोड़े रखा है, ये लोग मिलकर अब उस सनातन को खंड खंड करना चाहते हैं.
A few hours later, the Prime Minister was in Chhattisgarh's Raigarh, where he countered the opposition's bid to lace its derogatory attack with caste politics.
सनातन संस्कृति वो है जिसमें भगवान राम सबरी को मां कहकर उनके झूठे बैरों को खाने का आनंद लेते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम वनवासियों को, निषाद राजगृह को अपने भाई से भी बढ़कर बताते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम नाव चलाने वाले केवट को गले लगाकर धन्य हो जाते हैं.
The Prime Minister was clear in his big takeaway and warned the crowd.
ऐसी सनातन संस्कृति को समाप्त करने का ऐलान इंडिया अलायंस के लोगों ने किया है, ये भारत की हजारों साल से चली आ रही संस्कृति को मिटाना चाहते हैं, ये भारत को मिटाना चाहते हैं.
The PM's broadside comes right on the back of Hindu seers declaring they have had enough of the attack on Sanatan Dharma and that 2024 will be a battle of Dharma and Adharma. Its hands signed from its own attacks on Hinduism, the India Alliance may not want to discuss the Sanatan Dharma anymore. But the Prime Minister and Hindu seers are just getting started. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
इमरजेंसी एक उदाहरण है कांग्रेस का, जब लोकतंत्र को कुचलने का काम किया, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच को दबाने का काम किया, मीडिया को कुचलने का काम किया. ये इंदिरा गांधी जी ने किया था. सोनिया गांधी जी के आशीर्वाद से इनके मंत्री कपिल सिब्बल जी ने उस समय, जब ये यूपीए की सरकार थी जो भ्रष्टाचार से भरी थी, ये आर्टिकल 66A इसको भी जैसे पास किया, बगैर चर्चा के पास किया. ये ड्रैकोनियन लॉ किसी और ने नहीं, यूपीए ने किया था साहब. ये मीडिया के लोगों को जानकारी होगी. और अब मीडिया के लोगों का एक तरह से विरोध करना, उनकी आवाज को दबाना और पूरा दबाव बनाना, ये कांग्रेस की मानसिकता को दिखाता है कि मीडिया को दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है. इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी, और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहे हैं.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had three versions of the series. This year will be the fourth year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September, and the topic has the basic features: doctrine, serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे फिर ये भारत मां की गोद में देना. जिस सनातन ने हजारों वर्षों से भारत को जोड़े रखा है, ये लोग मिलकर अब उस सनातन को खंड खंड करना चाहते हैं.
A few hours later, the Prime Minister was in Chhattisgarh's Raigarh, where he countered the opposition's bid to lace its derogatory attack with caste politics.
सनातन संस्कृति वो है जिसमें भगवान राम सबरी को मां कहकर उनके झूठे बैरों को खाने का आनंद लेते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम वनवासियों को, निषाद राजगृह को अपने भाई से भी बढ़कर बताते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम नाव चलाने वाले केवट को गले लगाकर धन्य हो जाते हैं.
The Prime Minister was clear in his big takeaway and warned the crowd.
ऐसी सनातन संस्कृति को समाप्त करने का ऐलान इंडी अलायंस के लोगों ने किया है. ये भारत की हजारों साल से चली आ रही संस्कृति को मिटाना चाहते हैं. ये भारत को मिटाना चाहते हैं.
The PM's broadside comes right on the back of Hindu seers declaring they have had enough of the attack on Sanatan Dharma and that 2024 will be a battle of Dharma and Adharma. Its hands signed from its own attacks on Hinduism, the India Alliance may not want to discuss the Sanatan Dharma anymore. But the Prime Minister and Hindu seers are just getting started. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area.
In what is a big boost to our defence forces, we are learning the Indian Air Force now has ordered 12 more Sukhoi Mk1 from the HAL. So I'll quickly recap what we know about the story so far. Do remember, for some time now there has been a lot of conversation about building India's own infrastructure, also creating a lot of made in Indian prototypes. But right now what we can tell you is that the Indian Air Force has gone ahead to order 12 more Sukhoi Mk1 from the HAL. These, remember, are supersonic jets also, and clearly gives a big boost to the Atmanirbharta pitch, as has been reiterated by the government again and again.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda.
Panipat to Mohali, India pays tribute to the Bravehearts who laid down their lives in Anantnag. The crackdown on terror continues. The Anantnag operation now enters day 3.
मीडिया को दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी, और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहा है।
Team INDI decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. The government says the press freedom is under attack.
बाबा नागार्जुन ने जिस चीज को स्वीकार किया कि मानस में आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणियां हैं, अच्छी बातें भी है, बहुत अच्छी बातें भी है, लेकिन 55 प्रकार का खाना परोसा गया हो और उसमें थोड़ा पोटेशियम साइनाइड डाल दिया गया हो तो आप खाएंगे?
There is no end to the Hindu abuse. The INDI leader is comparing Ramcharitramanas now to cyanide. The BJP hits out. Days after the violence in Nuh in Haryana, a Congress MLA is arrested by the SIT. He's been sent to 2 days of custody. And stand by for the most high-profile event. That's going to be the 4th edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. It begins shortly here on Republic. Welcome back. You're watching Republic. Let's get you more details on what many are saying is something that reminds us back of the emergency days. Now, the INDI Alliance Bloc, remember, has announced that it will not be participating in certain shows hosted by certain anchors. In fact, it has outlined 14 of these anchors. But the entire fraternity today has hit back, including a lot of people also on the social media and elsewhere who say that why is this boycott culture back? We've also heard some very strong words earlier that have come in from the INB Minister Anurag Thakur, who says that what has happened so far is unwarranted. He also does say that the Sanatan insult that was put forward by the INDI bloc, he says, why has the Congress largely been silent on this? And it's only because of the Congress that you have the press freedom under attack once again.
इमरजेंसी एक उदाहरण है कांग्रेस का, जब लोकतंत्र को कुचलने का काम किया, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच को दबाने का काम किया, मीडिया को कुचलने का काम किया। ये इंदिरा गांधी जी ने किया था। सोनिया गांधी जी के आशीर्वाद से इनके मंत्री कपिल सिब्बल जी ने उस समय, जब ये यूपीए की सरकार थी जो भ्रष्टाचार से भरी थी, ये आर्टिकल 66A इसको भी जैसे पास किया, बगैर चर्चा के पास किया। ये ड्रैकोनियन लॉ किसी और ने नहीं, यूपीए ने किया था साहब। ये मीडिया के लोगों को जानकारी होगी। और अब मीडिया के लोगों को
have a lasting legacy and will always be having left an imprint on this great nation. As we gather here with the finest legal minds and most distinguished members of India's legal community, Ram Jethmalani's fierce command of the law, his sharp insights into matters of national importance, and his deep principles that were married to the democratic values embedded in the Constitution will guide us through the chosen topic, whether the basic structure doctrine has served India well this evening. We'd like to warmly welcome into our midst our distinguished guests, including our Chief Justice, the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, our guests of honor, the Honorable Union Law Minister, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal, the Attorney General of India, Mr. R. Venkataramani, the Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, Mr. Fali Nariman, the former Chief Justice of India, Honorable Justice Mr. Deepak Mishra, one of India's most renowned thought leaders, Mr. S. Gurumurthy, and Senior Advocate Mr. Shyam Diwan. We also like to welcome into our midst Ram Jethmalani's family members, his son, the indomitable senior advocate and leading member of the legal community, Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani, who's been instrumental in taking the incredible legacy of his father forward through this high-profile lecture series. Ladies and gentlemen, Indian democracy is indeed a fascinating and evolved over the years, incorporating various values and principles to protect its foundation, enshrined and rooted to the strong principles and doctrines of our Constitution. India's harmonious balance between its pillars has shouldered the vastness and scale of our democracy. Ram Jethmalani has left his imprints on our rich history, inside and outside courtrooms forever, in service to the larger purpose of the nation. We're also joined today by Ram Jethmalani's daughter, his only child, who consciously chose to follow a career in medicine instead of law. After completing medical school at the Grant Medical College in Mumbai, she moved to Detroit, Michigan, with her husband to complete her postgraduate studies in pediatrics. Dr. Shobha Gehani served on the board of directors, Chief of Pediatrics, and the Chief of Staff at various times during her tenure with the Comprehensive Services of Detroit in Michigan. She has since retired and continues to live in the US with her children and grandchildren, and I'd like to invite Dr. Shobha Gehani to please say a few words.
I'm honored to be in this position, and with all these distinguished guests, I'm humbled to be in all your presence today. And I have the honor of reading Prime Minister Modi's letter to my beloved brother Mahesh Jethmalani. And this is his letter. I'm glad to learn about the initiative taken to organize the 4th edition of Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. Your endeavor to honor the memory of your father and his abiding contribution to the field of law is commendable. A distinguished figure from the legal fraternity, late Ram Jethmalani possessed profound knowledge of various aspects of law. As a legal practitioner, his skills were truly unparalleled. He has left behind an indelible imprint on our legal landscape. Further, he also had important perspectives on policy. Widely respected by experts and common people, the body of work left behind by him will continue to guide and inspire young minds for years and years to come. The lecture series being organized in his memory, year after year, is growing as a forum for discussion and debate on important issues. I'm sure that this initiative will also provide momentum to the idea of the ease of justice, which is about boosting access to justice, as well as acceleration of justice delivery, which is an important priority for all of us. By combining ease of doing business, ease of living, and ease of justice in this Amrit Kal, we can build a self-reliant, equitable, and just new India. Our legal and judicial system holds a pivotal position in this pursuit. I am confident that the distinguished speakers in this lecture series and esteemed figures from the legal community will provide valuable insights to align our legal system with the evolving demands of our time, while steadfastly preserving the core principles of justice. Best wishes for the 4th edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series from Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shobha Gehani, for reading the Honorable Prime Minister's message. Ladies and gentlemen, it is but appropriate that we now invite the loving son to one of the most prolific legal minds the country has seen, son to a legal icon who was a genius par excellence, the renowned advocate, Member of Parliament in the Rajya Sabha, Mahesh Jethmalani. Mr. Jethmalani continues the legacy of his father both at the bar and beyond. And as an accomplished senior advocate, Mr. Jethmalani is well known for his unmatched prowess inside the courtrooms, as he is in raising his voice outside it on issues pertaining to the country and the protection of its constitutional rights. It is my proud privilege to invite now Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani to formally open this much-awaited event and welcome all our friends and guests.
Honorable Chief Justice of India, Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, Honorable Law Minister, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal, Honorable Attorney General, Shri R. Venkatramani, keynote speakers, Shri Fali Nariman, retired Chief Justice Deepak Mishra, Shri Gurumurthy, and Shri Sham Diwan, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pride that I welcome you all to the 4th edition, which is the Centenary edition, of the Ram Jethmalani Lecture. The lecture series was first launched in 2020, and in virtue of COVID and its aftermath, it was conducted virtually. This is the first physical event, which is also being broadcast virtually, and I pray that this hybrid format persists for all times to come. It is a measure of the success and popularity of the lecture series that in addition to Republic TV and NewsX, who broadcast this event last year, this year the series is being covered live by a large number of prominent sections of the print, electronic, and digital media live. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of them. This year, we are honored to have as chief guest the present Chief Justice of India, Honorable Shri Dr. Chandrachud. His concurrence to preside as chief guest at today's event would have particularly warmed my father's heart, not only because of the eminence of his office and his erudition as a jurist, but more so because post-partition, after he joined the bar, Dr. Chandrachud's parents were amongst the earliest and closest friends of my parents, a friendship that endured till the very end. I warmly welcome as well the Honorable Law Minister, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal, and the Honorable Attorney General, Shri R. Venkatramani, for taking time out of their busy schedules and agreeing to participate as guests of honor at this event. I also welcome and thank profusely every one of our 4 keynote speakers on the topic of today's discussion. The panel of keynote speakers has been very carefully curated. All of them, through their actions, speeches, judgments, arguments, have been passionate crusaders
for our constitutional rights and have done their utmost to ensure that the flame of liberty in this country burns brightly. Their expertise on the topic of today's discussion is renowned. While my friend, old friend, or friend of old, I would say, Mr. Gurumurthy, is not a jurist, he was part of what in 1975 was called the Indian Express Group, which under the legendary newspaper baron, the late Ramnath Goenka, and my late father, fearlessly battled the declaration of emergency. He has lived and suffered the subversion of Article 19, and his experience has given him a deep insight into the Constitution and the pros and cons of the basic structure doctrine in particular. Finally, a word about today's topic of discussion. Throughout his career, both legal and political, my late father had many glorious moments, and of course, to be objective, some eminently forgettable ones as well. But all things considered, if I had to pick his finest hour, his absolutely best hour, it would be the relentless and magnificent battle he fought both inside and outside the courts at great urgency. Liberty was his compelling and enduring passion, and he was eternally vigilant about it, about protecting it. Today's topic is designed to determine how future generations can best secure their freedoms. The basic structure doctrine stares us in the face. It once failed us. This judicially fashioned core feature of our Constitution is to laymen, esoteric and enigmatic. I hope that today's discussion enlightens us about the meaning, scope, limits, and most of all, the viability of the doctrine of the basic features as the anchor of our fundamental rights. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honourable Chief Justice of India, Justice Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud.
The family of Mr. Ram Jethmalani, who is assembled here from near and far, Mr. Arjun Ram Meghwal, the Union Minister for Law and Justice, Mr. R. Venkatramani, the Attorney General for Distinguished Chief Justice, Justice Deepak Mishra, Mr. Fali Nariman, Mr. Shyam Diwan, Mr. S. Gurumurthy, members of the bar and everyone present here. I'm quite overwhelmed, honestly, to be speaking about Ram Jethmalani, whose legacy continues to resonate in the hearts and minds of people across India. Yesterday was his 100th birth anniversary. It is not every day of our lives that we get the opportunity to celebrate the legacy of such great human beings. And honestly, I thought I should say a few words about him, because for the younger generation, many of whom have not witnessed the years that we have to ask ourselves, how do you clone a Ram Jethmalani? And can we really clone Ram Jethmalani? Possibly no, because to clone Ram Jethmalani, we'll have to clone the social and the historic and the political times in which he grew and flourished and evolved as a human being. He donned many robes. He was India's top criminal lawyer, unquestionably so. He was an acclaimed parliamentarian, elected as a member of the Lok Sabha twice and of the Rajya Sabha once. Ram's legacy endures not only because of his unparalleled mastery over the law, but also due to his relentless pursuit for justice through legal and constitutional means. he lived in times when one could be despondent about the way in which things were turning out after independence. But he never gave up his pursuit, his faith, his belief in the Constitution, in the law, as a means of bringing out orderly change. He was, in that sense, a luminary who left a profound and lasting contribution to the rule of law. Ram Jethmalani's first case was before the Sindh High Court. At the young age of 17, the enrollment rule prescribed a minimum age of 21 years, which prevented Ram Jethmalani from starting his legal career at the age of 17. Ram argued his own case before the Chief Justice of the Sindh High Court when he was a student of law, challenging the minimum criterion prescribed by the rule. He passionately argued before Sir Godfrey Davis that his parents would not have permitted him to study law if they knew that he would not be able to support the family for 4 years after graduating, in a sense. It was an argument of legitimate expectations, as we would have perhaps learned to call it several years thereafter. Ram clothed this argument of legitimate expectation with an emotional undertone, and it worked in his favor. Sir Godfrey, who was swayed by Jethmalani's persuasive skills, asked the Bar Council to amend the rules to introduce an exception. The colonial masters in those days didn't feel constrained by what we limitations on our jurisdiction to issue a mandate or to a subordinate to amend the law. It was right at that time, at a young age of 17, that both Ram and those around him realized that he was going to be a formidable force in the legal fraternity and who had the ability to take the courts by a storm. This early display of determination and commitment set the stage for a lifelong pursuit of justice. He came to Bombay, as it was then called, with all but rupees 10. As a refugee, he understood the plight of those at the fringes, especially the partition refugees. Just 3 years into his practice at Bombay, Ram Jethmalani made his first impression as a constitutional lawyer. He argued a challenge in the Bombay High Court to the Bombay Refugee Act of 1947, which granted extensive powers to the state government to confine refugees. Ram deemed it an affront to their dignity and passionately argued against its constitutionality. It was the first case that he argued after he enrolled as an advocate and went on to win it. Despite the recent adoption of the Constitution and a lack of guiding case precedent, he successfully argued that the legislature did not have the competence to enact such an excessive law. And he sowed the seeds of proportionality in his argument. He went on to appear before the Supreme Court in 1957, just 10 years after he started his practice in Mumbai. Even in his initial years of practice, he carved a reputation for himself as a brilliant criminal lawyer. In 1959, Ram was involved in the prosecution of K.M. Nanavati, Commander K.M. Nanavati. Commander Nanavati was an officer in the Indian Navy, handsome at that, who had settled down in Bombay with his English-born wife and their children. With Nanavati being away from home on long assignments at sea, Sylvia found companionship with Nanavati's friend Prem Ahuja. Sylvia confessed about her affair to Nanavati on his return from his assignment. Enraged by the confession, Nanavati went to the naval base to collect his pistol and then went to confront Ahuja. According to Nanavati's account, he had asked if Ahuja would marry Sylvia and accept their children. On hearing a negative response, he fired 3 bullets and not unexpectedly, Ahuja just dropped dead. The case was tried by the jury, the last case that we ever tried by a jury in India. The issue before the jury was whether Nanavati shot the victim in the heat of the moment or whether it was premeditated murder. Ram was hired as a watching counsel by the sister of the victim. His role was to protect the victim and help with the prosecution strategy. There was the great Chari who was appearing in that case. The public prosecutor followed the line of questioning developed by Ram and theatrical it was. He asked the surgeon on the stand why the victim would start the alleged fight without his glasses on, and how the two protagonists could have got into such a scuffle that the gun would go off accidentally with a towel wrapped around the waist of Prem Ahuja undisturbed. The case was sensationalized, and the jury was overawed with emotions for Nanavati and handed him an acquittal. However, if the judge wanted to send the case to the High Court for reconsideration, they had to prove that the jury was under wrong instructions. A decision of the jury could be overturned on very limited grounds. It was Ram Jethmalani who wrote the brief for the prosecution lawyer, then Mr. Y.V. Chandrachud, pointing out 8 instances of jury misdirection. The argument of jury misdirection was accepted. When the case was heard by the High Court, it found merit in the arguments of the prosecution and convicted Nanavati. But there's a story, there's a sting in the tail which Ram himself told me about. He said when the case opened, the entire court was hostile to the government pleader, namely Justice Chandrachud, who was then arguing the case. He says on the last day after the conviction had been rendered, Justice Shelat turned to the government pleader and said, Mr. Chandrachud, so are you pressing for death? Virtually indicating that if you argue for death, this was a case for the imposition of the death penalty. And we didn't have Bachchan Singh in those days, mind you. And the public prosecutor got up and said, my lords, I've got the conviction, but this is not a case for the award of the death penalty. And eventually, he was sentenced to imprisonment for life. The appeal against the conviction was also dismissed by the Supreme Court, but he got a pardon thereafter. There really began the friendship between my own parents and Ram and Ratna, which continued almost to the last day of their lives. Ram had the wit and vigor to work within the minute gaps and the grey areas of law. That is what set him apart from the rest of them. As a criminal lawyer, he was known for his art of cross-examination, bravado, and wit. He approached his cases with an investigative lens, an important craft for every criminal lawyer. He would ask for plausible explanations and give an astute psychological analysis of what a person normally would or would not do. Ram had that innate ability in him, which only the best of the criminal lawyers have, of recreating a crime scene. Cure, defend the person accused of assassinating Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. The trial court had convicted 3 persons for the assassination and sentenced them to death. The High Court of Delhi confirmed the death sentence. At the Supreme Court, as amicus curiae, persuaded by Ram Jethmalani's argument, a 3-judge bench unanimously not only set aside the death penalty, but also reversed the conviction of one of the accused, namely Balbir Singh. He would call this case one of his best forensic successes. The prosecution evidence relied upon a piece of paper supposedly found in the pocket of the accused with cryptic dates and names. Ram argued on the obvious foolishness of any person in carrying incriminating evidence after a month of the crime when public opinion was so heavily against the perpetrators. Ram gave it his all to prevent the execution of the other 2 accused persons as well. On the counsel of Jethmalani, the accused had petitioned the President under Article 72 of the Constitution to grant pardon, which was rejected. News broke out that the 2 men convicted of assassinating Indira Gandhi were to be hanged at 8 p.m. the next day. However, the hanging was stayed by the Supreme Court just 14 hours before the planned execution, because Jethmalani had raised a constitutional question over the President's refusal to grant him a hearing. He argued that the pardoning power of the President cannot be exercised arbitrarily, and that there must be guidelines for the exercise of this power, because, as he remarked, secret guidelines, he said, are no guidelines. Though he was able to secure a short-term stay of the execution, he was unable to get it set aside. A month later, both the accused were hanged, But Ram's contribution should not be downplayed. He raised seminal constitutional questions in the course of the hearing, which went on to change the legal landscape on the death penalty. He couldn't protect his two clients from execution, but he protected the Constitution and the way it has evolved and as we know it today. I would even consider this case as one of the cases which sparked the extensive debate on death sentence in India. Ram Jethmalani was not only a formidable advocate, but also a passionate teacher. He started teaching at the Government Law College in Mumbai in 1953, an accomplishment that was no small feat for a person with no prior connections in the city. His eloquence, meticulous preparation, and deep knowledge made him one of the most sought-after teachers. He went on to play a pivotal role in the setting up of the National Law School of India University at Bangalore. Ram was beautifully networked. Whom did he not know in the political or legal scene? But he used his network for social purpose. He was a great friend of Ramakrishna Hegde, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, but he persuaded Hegde to give land for the Bar Council of India's National Law School of India University. In fact, he also went on to teach a course on the law of evidence at NLSIU for a term. His contributions led to the formulation of the 5-year integrated law program, an independent entrance examination for law schools, academic autonomy, and better quality education for students with a holistic curriculum. Ram Jethmalani would say that he would like to be remembered as a good teacher who could make a difference to the lives of the young. And difference he made. His teachings inside and outside classrooms, both at National Law School and at Symbiosis in Pune, which he was deeply fond of, continue to guide his students, his juniors, and even the judges, like me, who had the pleasure of hearing his succinct legal arguments. Ram, in that sense, democratized access to the legal profession. By setting up these law schools, legal education ceased to be the prerogative of those who are socially advanced or economically resourced. Legal education opened up for people without backgrounds, without family connections, without social capital, without cultural capital. Ram's unflinching sense of courage must also be remembered and celebrated. When the emergency was imposed in the 1970s, and when the civil liberties of persons were put on a hold, speech was censured, and arrest warrants were issued carelessly and callously against political opponents. Ashok Mahadevan, a young journalist of 26 years old, protested against the suppression of speech by publishing a 22-word obituary in the Times of India. One thing which I learned as a child was to devour the newspapers. And I still remember this obituary, which I must share with particularly the younger people here in the audience. And the obituary on the 26th of June 1975 read as follows. Hear it carefully. O apostrophe crazy, D-E-M, beloved husband of T. Ruth, loving father of L.I. Bertie, brother of faith, hope, and Justicia, expired on June 26. The young journalist, with the use of smart wordplay, protested against the emergency. The obituary actually meant that democracy, the loving husband of truth, loving father of liberty, brother of faith, hope and justice, expired on June 26. That is the day the emergency was declared. The legal community on many fronts, both inside and outside the courts, led the struggle to restore the rule of law. And Ram was at the forefront. He was the chairperson of the Bar Council of India during the emergency and was very vocal about his opposition to the emergency. In 1976, he spoke fervently against the imposition of the emergency and the curtailment of liberties while he had gone to attend the All Kerala Lawyers Conference in Palghat. Even before he could travel back to Mumbai, an arrest warrant was issued against him under the provisions of the Maintenance of Internal Security Act. No less than 300 lawyers, led by Nani Palkhiwala, went to the Bombay High Court to secure a stay of the arrest warrant. But the stay was good only till the Supreme Court pronounced its verdict in ADM Jabalpur versus Shivkan Shukla. While arguing the ADM Jabalpur case, Ram memorably reminded the judges that erosion of civil liberties spares no one in its wrath, not even the courts. Ram began his arguments before the Supreme Court by saying, "My lords," he said, "you will not be impressed by the fact that I am appearing for one detenue. Now I am going to tell you that I am appearing for all 5 of you." Like the outcome of this case, he witnessed many firsts and the lasts in the legal landscape, but his heart lay in strengthening democratic institutions. He never despaired by outcomes which were contrary to what he argued as a stated legal position. In that sense, he didn't have the ego of a person who believes he is morally right in everything that he argues, because he knew that he was arguing for a perspective which he believed in. During his legal career, which spanned over decades, Ram argued as a defense lawyer in a lot of high-profile cases, such as the Harshad Mehta market scams case, which, by the way, was fortunately the case which led the lawyers' fees to go out of the roof. The Hawala scam, the accused in the Jessica Lal murder case. When he was asked if he appeared for a lot of high-profile cases because it paid him well, he replied, "Of course, naturally," he said. He also went on to say that a lawyer who refuses to defend a person on the ground that people believe him to be guilty is himself guilty of professional misconduct. But Ram also understood that access to justice would be an illusion if lawyers charge exorbitant professional fees or appearances. He recognized the deep inequalities which plagued the society and was deeply concerned about the injustices meted out to the common citizen. By some estimates, he charged only 10% of his clients, and 90% of the cases were handled by him pro bono. I've actually witnessed him in the bar library of the Supreme Court Bar Association, quoting a fee virtually at the back of his hat, or the top of his hat, and asking for a fee of the unstatable. He also recognized that institutional reforms are required to enhance the quality of justice and access to justice. He once said that only perceptive practitioners sitting in court notice the frequent miscarriage of justice. Correction does not require legislation. Setting up traditions binding on the Chief Justice of the court is enough. So I thought I'd end the first part of my presentation by reminding myself that you do not require a change in legislation. Setting up traditions binding on the Chief Justice of the court is enough. Ram was an amazing mentor. I'll just give you 2 little examples and I'll then go to the more formal part, and I hope not to bore you beyond that. We were doing a high-profile case and we were appearing for the chairman and managing director of a not-to-be-mentioned corporate group in India. In the Bombay High Court, an excise circular was placed before the court, and it so happened that the circular was fabricated. The judge in the Bombay High Court decided to initiate proceedings under Section 195 and 340 of the CRPC, and we came in appeal to the Supreme Court. And we were against one of the most hostile benches that you could imagine. And it made it worse for us because we thought that both the judges had a slightly pro-revenue stance in their ideology. The first part of the session, the morning session, Ram was subject to a hostile bench. We went back to his chamber for lunch, and we were extremely worried about what the outcome was going to be. So we asked Ram, well, what are we going to do after lunch? So he looked at me and said, for starters, we need to get some chicken patties from Wenger's. So order we did for some chicken patties from Wenger's. I don't know whether it was the patties or what happened, but after lunch, it was just sheer brilliance. Brilliance personified. In about 20 minutes, we had the judges completely turned. And one of the most hostile benches came and said, well, we are allowing the appeal. As Ram evolved in life, many of his lesser-known clients had to go to the lesser-known lawyers because he was no longer fit enough to appear for them. And that's how people like me who were fledglings at the bar picked up the work. He introduced me to the Indian Express work. There were remnants of the work which had remained, the Customs Act cases of the emergency which were still lingering on in the 1980s. And that got me an opportunity to go to Express Towers with Rams Juniors and to prepare pleadings. Criminal appeals. It was a sheer joy to sit with him. To sit with him even while drafting a special leave petition. I remember a case where there were about 14 accused. And he gave me a brief sitting of about 10 minutes to explain to me how a criminal appeal should be drafted. How you must analyze the role of every accused. Who are the eyewitnesses? What was the specific act, the overt act which was attributed to the accused? The topic of the day, of course, which Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani has thought everybody should open up with, is about the basic structure doctrine. Much as I admire Mr. Ram Jethmalani, one thing I wouldn't like to share with him is his ability to court controversy. So I thought that if I have to do something about this doctrine, I should do it through my judgments and not in an off-the-court pronouncement. So I've taken Mahesh's permission to talk about something a little different. And that's just about 5 or 7 minutes. The Supreme Court, which all of you probably don't know about. And let me tell you a little bit about the Supreme Court you don't know about, because you read about the Supreme Court in the electronic media, social media, they're trolling us every day, the print media, and of course the law reports. But let me tell you about the court which I would like to tell you about. The COVID-19 pandemic had just started receding when I took over as Chief Justice of India. I was aware of the huge responsibility which I would be shouldering. The pendency rates had increased because of the pandemic. Most of us had lost somebody dear. The pandemic had not only brought the world to a standstill, but also left emotional scars from which we are yet to recover. While I knew that I had to prioritize speedy disposals, I also knew that I had to prioritize the mental health of lawyers and registry officials by not pushing them to overwork themselves both physically and mentally. They are not poster persons of the justice delivery system, but they are certainly at the forefront, keeping the cart moving one day at a time. It is important that their efforts are recognized. My first goal as the Chief Justice of India has been to institutionalize the courts and move away from an ad hoc model of operation. Too often the problems with our institutions are that every individual who comes into the institution lays down innovative ideas, only for those ideas to be forgotten after each of us passes on the baton to the next person. One of the important effects of institutionalizing courts is that it enhances transparency and accountability. While these are very important effects of institutionalization, we should also not forget the human side of the story. I have, in the course of my 10 months as the Chief Justice, realized that institutionalization, in addition to enhancing transparency, also humanizes the workspace. The staff are able to draw boundaries between work and home and increase their work efficiency. It has also positively changed things on those on the other side, that is the bar. We have implemented filing of cases in the electronic form, removal of defects, submission of urgent listings, and appearance slips, all through online portals in the Supreme Court. It's way more easier now to file pleadings than to live in the anxiety of standing in lines, waiting for a person to mark defects in the file and returning it to be filed afresh. Citizens can now also find out the status of their cases instead of having to rely on their advocates, who because of their busy schedules may not always relay the update. Of course, this is the change, and changes don't come easy, but it is a change worth making for enhancement of the justice delivery system. At this point, it is necessary to emphasize that when I speak about enhancement, I do not limit the reference to quality judgments. My focus is also on reducing barriers to accessing the courts, easing the process of filing and arguing before the court. My focus is on improving the gender ratio of lawyers. My focus is on ensuring that lawyers and litigants have facilities to comfortably rest while at court. It is only with such an holistic approach that the quality of justice delivery could be enhanced in every sense of the word. The Supreme Court is bursting at its seams. Our building was constructed in 1950, and we have moved the government with a blueprint of a new building to replace one of our older buildings which were constructed in the late 1980s or 90s, and to have a modern Supreme Court building in the same complex with 27 courtrooms, bar association spaces for the women lawyers, for the Supreme Court Bar Association, for the advocates on record, and above all, for our litigants. One of the primary requirements for institutionalizing the court system is to identify the issues that hamper our efficiency and curating remedies to address such issues. An able team of judges, lawyers, and researchers working at the Center for Research and Planning are assisting the courts with this work. Their work is invaluable, particularly because of the lack of research and data on the functioning of courts in India. The Center for Research and Planning is now in the process of creating a system for managing and reducing the case pendency through a project called SC Judicare, which stands for Judicial Disposal through Case Management and Resource Efficiency. The project aims to increase efficiency through improved case classification, grouping, and tagging. Phase 1 of the project is underway, where we have collected data on pending dockets to frame guidelines. We have also prepared a roadmap for auditing criminal matters. Our aim is to integrate granular data with integrated case management information systems, identify infructuous matters, and devise strategic priorities at an institutional level. Let me also deal with one of the criticisms which I hear, and I look at criticisms in a very positive and optimistic perspective. Because if you look at criticism cynically, you can never improve your institution for the better. One of the criticisms which is expressed about the collegium is that we have no factual data to evaluate people who we are considering for appointment to the Supreme Court. I just wanted to share with you some of the steps which we have taken. It's still work in progress, but we are improving. I have a Center for Research and Planning. The Center for Research and Planning is headed by an officer from the Haryana Judicial Service with 2 very distinguished young scholars and a number of young people, interns, law researchers who come and work with us for 2 years. We have prepared a dossier. I shouldn't call it a dossier, but we have prepared a broad platform where we have assessed every one of the top 50 judges in the country who would be considered for appointment as judges of the Supreme Court. We have data on judgments. We have data on reportable judgments. We have data on the quality of judgments which judges are delivering. The idea is to make the process of recommending appointments to the Supreme Court more transparent. Not transparent in terms of sharing our discussions in the public realm. You can't obviously do that. But by laying down objective parameters for selection both to the High Courts and to the Supreme Court. Yesterday, the Supreme Court got on board the National Judicial Data Grid, which would provide real-time tracking of disposal and pendency with a click. This will increase inter-court coordination of data and aid in conducting quality research. Disposal and pendency of the Supreme Court is now available case-wise, year-wise, stage-wise, and quorum-wise. This information will help the court to identify areas of concern to decrease pendency. Institutionalization requires policy solutions. Due to the lack of data, it has been painfully difficult to devise methods to reduce pendency. Now, we know according to the NJDG data, there are 62,946 pending civil cases and 17,555 pending criminal cases. We also know that 15,000 cases have not been registered as yet, which means that the lawyers have still to get these cases ready for hearing. So the actual pendency is in the vicinity of 65,000, with 15,000 cases not really in that stage of being pending judicial cases. We have had a disposal rate of 95.34% this year. Our court has disposed of 95% of the cases which have been instituted this year. This data will help me prioritize certain categories of matters, such as the oldest pending cases, for their able disposal, and would allow us to introspect our performance in terms of disposal throughout the year. Another significant step that we have taken is to make the Supreme Court and High Court judgments available through the ESCR portal. When I started litigating way back in the 80s in the Bombay High Court, we used to get the All India Reporter or the Supreme Court report volumes upon subscribing to their print editions. We would wait to see the latest development in law and would be so thrilled to find a senior's office or a court library with an up-to-date record. In our common law system, court precedents are a vital source of law. Now there are online databases available, and the printed AIR and SCC records have become decorative books in law chambers. However, many young lawyers and law students find it difficult to subscribe to online databases because of the high price. This creates a professional barrier for young graduates, particularly from those from marginalized communities, such as the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes. But the difference between my days of legal practice and lawyers starting out today is that dissemination of information is no longer priced. What was once impossible is now a reality. More than 36,016 Supreme Court and 11.6 million High Court judgments are available on the ESCR portal and the free text search portal of the E-Committee of the Supreme Court. The portal allows free text search of judgments by providing a combination of various search options and keywords. The embedded filtering feature allows further filtering on available results. The ESCR project was devised with the aim of providing free access to judgments so that a person's financial standing or institutional affiliation does not unfairly restrict them. In that, we must think of Ram when he came back from Sindh, and not Ram as that very highly resourced, extremely brilliant lawyer at the top of the career. We cannot pretend that these issues do not exist. The ESCR portal is a challenge to the mindset that one requires financial standing to make quality arguments. I implore all the lawyers here to start using the search portal. If any of you have ideas to better the services provided by ESCR, kindly reach out to my office. We are now also moving to a paperless mode of pleadings and communication. Courtrooms of the Supreme Court are becoming tech-friendly. In courtrooms 1 to 3 of the Supreme Court, the law books that once marked the perimeter of the room are replaced with e-libraries. Digital display systems have been installed for judges and advocates. In the constitutional bench hearing on the challenge to the abrogation of Article 370 that concluded recently, we saw a record of 47,835 pages of paper book, case documents, case law, compilations, and written submissions of the petitioners and respondents. All of them were scanned and digitized to allow a paperless bench and a largely paperless bar. I like to practice what I preach. In my office, all communications for approval with the registry, even internal notes take through the paperless mode, through e-office. When I took over as the Chief Justice, I realized the sheer frequency and volume of approval that is required for every decision taken by the court staff and the registry, including the flowers that are put in the foyer of the Supreme Court. Each time the staff would come to me with a stack of papers to peruse only for a signature. I took a call and asked the staff in the registry to send over e-documents, which are now e-signed by me. I'm not sure how Ram Jethmalani would have reacted to these reforms. But I thought I should mention this because I know that he is sitting up above the twinkling stars, he and Ratna, with my own parents, Yashwant and Prabha. True to his maverick pedigree, he would have given further suggestions for improving court's efficiency and reducing case backlog. He touched us with the genuine concern he shared for the systems he inhabited. A fitting tribute to a person like Ram is that we too continue to be concerned and be a part of change in the systems we inhabit. The way I see it, he was not just concerned about what he found, he was more interested in whether he left it better than he found it. It has been a great honor reminiscing the legacy of Ram Jethmalani, one of the greatest of our times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of immense value. We are indebted to you for having been with us despite your incredibly demanding and tight schedule. Thank you very much, sir, for having been with us. As the Honourable Chief Justice takes leave, I request Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani to please escort him and see him off. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue with our program. I'd like to now introduce our guest of honor this evening, the Honorable Union Minister for Law and Justice, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal. The Honorable Minister steers the ship on the side of the executive to ensure that democratic principles and the principle of law are upheld in consonance with our enshrined constitutional values and vision. He plays a pivotal role in shaping the legal landscape, ensuring that our nation's laws and justice system reflect the values and aspirations of our diverse society. May I invite the Honorable Union Minister for Law and Justice, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal, to please deliver the keynote address.
राम जेठमलानी जी की याद में जो आज मेमोरियल लेक्चर रखा है, इसमें बहुत सी बातें हमारे चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया जस्टिस ऑनरेबल डी.वाई. चंद्रचूड़ साहब ने बोली और मैंने भी सुनी, आप सब लोगों ने सुनी। उसमें कुछ चीज़ें जोड़ूंगा। मंच पर उपस्थित जस्टिस श्री दीपक मिश्रा जी, Honorable former Chief Justice of India, Sri R. Venkatramani ji, Attorney General of India, Sri S. Nariman ji, S. Gurumurthy ji, श्याम दीवान जी और महेश जेठमलानी जी। देखिए, मैं दो संस्मरण आपको सुनाता हूँ। ऑनरेबल चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया चले गए। मुझे लगता है कि ये 2 बार लोकसभा में रहे और 2 बार ही राज्यसभा में रहे, जहाँ तक मुझे ध्यान है। अगर मुझे महेश जी 2 बार रहे राज्यसभा में, 2 बार रहे राज्यसभा में, 2 बार रहे ना राम जेठमलानी जी?
कम से कम 4 बार सर।
हाँ, तो ऐसे वो कमी हो गई, वो 1 बार का बहुत। कितनी बार रहे? 4 बार।
4 बार।
लोकसभा कितनी बार रहे?
2 बार।
2 बार ना, चलो राज्यसभा तो बहुत रहे, इसका मतलब। नहीं, ठीक है, ठीक है। मैं एक किस्सा सुनाता हूँ 2013 का आपको। आप तो थे नहीं महेश जी शायद घर पे। वो राजस्थान से राज्यसभा के मेंबर थे, आपको अगर गलत नहीं हो तो हम एक ऐसे ही मेमोरियल लेक्चर मेरे बीकानेर में करने का विचार आया और मैं गया उनके पास। मैंने कहा आपको बीकानेर ले जाना है, क्योंकि वो कुछ एक कमेटी थी, उसमें हमारे साथ 1-2 बार आए थे, तो उनको लगा ठीक है, ऐसा लगा उनको कि आदमी ठीक है, चलिए। तो मैंने कहा बीकानेर चलना है। तो उन्होंने कहा आपको 2 पहले कंडीशन पूरी करनी पड़ेगी। मैंने कहा क्या साहब? मैं घर गया था, शाम का टाइम था। बोला पहले तो आपको मेरे साथ बैडमिंटन खेलना पड़ेगा। तो मैंने कहा बैडमिंटन आप इस उम्र में खेलते हो क्या? तो बोला उम्र कोई बाधा बनती है क्या? बैडमिंटन खेलेंगे। तो मैं इसी ड्रेस में रहता हूं, आमतौर पे मैं इसी ड्रेस में था। मेरे को कहा खेल लोगे क्या? मैंने कहा मैं खेल लूंगा, मैं भी बैडमिंटन का तो शौकीन हूं, खिलाड़ी हूं। तो हमने खेला, 4 प्लेयर थे हमारे, लेकिन उस उम्र में भी इतनी शानदार उन्होंने बैडमिंटन का खेल खेला, जवान भी नहीं खेल सकता। इसके लिए उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहिए, बहुत अच्छा अपना। बट दूसरा मैंने नहीं किया। दूसरी उन्होंने कहा यू हैव टू सिट विथ मी फॉर ए कंपनी। आप लोग समझ गए ना? हाँ, समझ ले तो जोरदार हंस सकते हो। मैंने कहा, मैं बोला ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है, ऐसा संभव ही नहीं है। मैंने कहा इसमें मैं आपके साथ बैठ जाऊंगा, अगर कुछ चीज खाने की आएगी तो खाऊंगा। लेकिन ये दोनों एक्सपीरियंस में करीब घंटा 1.5 घंटा रहा उनके घर, दोनों बहुत शानदार एक्सपीरियंस। और मुझे लगा कि इतने शानदार इंसान, जानदार और शानदार, नॉलेज का तो कोई शान ही नहीं था उनका, वो तो एक अलग विषय है, लेकिन बहुत ही शानदार और जानदार इंसान। उनके लिए आपने लेक्चर्स, मेमोरियल लेक्चर रखा। बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर के बारे में बाकी लोग बताएंगे, अभी मैंने देखा वो ऑनरेबल चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया बताएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने बाकियों के लिए छोड़ा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। लेकिन मेरे को उन्होंने कहा कि श्याम का मेरा बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर है खेलना, दूसरा बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर है बैठना। बहुत शानदार इंसान। मेरे को अभी नानावटी केस के बारे में जब हम पढ़ते थे कॉलेज में, लॉ का स्टूडेंट होने के नाते, ये आज उन्होंने जो ऑनरेबल चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया साहब ने समझाया केस, उस समय भी समझाते थे, क्या शानदार केस में। लेकिन कहाँ सिंध से प्रैक्टिस शुरू की, नानावटी केस में भी फेमस हुए, इमरजेंसी में भी फेमस हुए, श्री राम मंदिर वाले मामले में भी फेमस हुए, अडवाणी जी के केस में भी फेमस हुए, मोदी जी के केस में भी फेमस हुए, लालू जी के केस में भी फेमस हुए। कौन सा केस है तो उन्होंने छोड़ा, और हर केस में फेमस हुए। जबरदस्त उन्होंने इस देश को दिशा दिखाई। और मुझे तो गर्व ये होता है महेश जी कि जिस जगह मैं आज बैठता हूं उस कुर्सी पे भी राम जेठमलानी बैठे हुए थे, लॉ मिनिस्टर भी थे वो। तो ये मेरे लिए तो बहुत गर्व की बात है। बलबीर जी पुन साहब आए थे तो मैं ये कहने वाला था कि आपका आर्टिकल एक मैंने पढ़ा, शानदार। अच्छे मुकुल जी भी बैठे हैं क्या, धन्यवाद आपको। तो ये इतने शानदार इंसान जिनकी याद में अब रामनाथ गोविंद का क्या इशू आया, इमरजेंसी का भी इशू आया, कितने ही उनके मेमोरीज होंगी जिसके बारे में आप चर्चा कर सकते हैं। मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया को एक धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। जस्टिस डी वाई चंद्रचूड़ साहब चले गए हैं। देखिए, मैं एक बार कोई एडीआर के इशू में अभी लंदन गया था, तो वहाँ एक विषय आया कि वीसी के थ्रू, वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के थ्रू सबसे ज़्यादा किसी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई हुई, केस सेटल हुए तो इंडिया। तो मुझे भी अच्छा लगा। ये मैं कम्युनिकेट कर दूंगा कि मैं आपके पीछे से बोला हूं। अब आप भी कम्युनिकेट करना उनको, और मैं भी कम्युनिकेट करूंगा कि बहुत बहुत तरीके से उन्होंने कहा। और मुझे लगता है टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करने के लिए जिसका जिक्र आज इस मंच से हमारे चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया कर रहे थे, वो है नेशनल जुडिशियल डेटा ग्रिड, और जिसका कल इन्होंने ट्वीट किया, फिर प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने उसी ट्वीट को ट्वीट किया। तो आज मीडिया में बड़ी खबर है कि इस तरह के जो चेंजेस भारत में आ रहे हैं, वो हमारे जो पेंडेंसी है केसेस की, उसमें कमी लाने में भी मदद करेंगे, नागरिकों का जीवन भी आसान करेंगे। कौन सा केस चल रहा है, क्या डेट है, कौन से बेंच में आएगा, ये सब चीज़ें आपको ऑनलाइन उपलब्ध रहेगी। मैं इस अवसर पर, चूंकि बाकी सभी मेहमानों को बोलना है और मुझे जो टाइम निर्धारित किया है उस नहीं, इसमें है लिखा हुआ इसमें है लिखा हुआ तो वही मान लेते हैं अपन जो लिखा हुआ है। बाकियों को सुनूंगा मैं, क्योंकि मैं लर्नर हूं, ज़्यादा सुनने में विश्वास रखता हूं। लेकिन आप सब आए, आप सब लोग आए, आप सबको भी शुभकामना, बधाई। देखिए, कोई आदमी जाने के बाद याद ज़्यादा क्यों किया जाता है, तो एक कवि ने बहुत ठीक कहा है, जाना तो सबको है ना, समझ लो कि मृत्यु है ना, मृत्यु से डरो कभी, मरो परंतु यों मरो की याद जो करें सभी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment we'd like to request two gentlemen to please join us up on stage the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Republic Media Network, Mr. Arnab Goswami, and the founder of ITV and Rajya Sabha MP, Mr. Kartikeya Sharma, to please come up as well. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst a legal stalwart who occupies a position of utmost significance within our nation's legal framework, the Attorney General of India, Mr. R. Venkataramani, with over 4 decades of splendid active practice at the Supreme Court. He is one of India's finest jurists, deeply committed to constitutional issues as well as to building India's future legal eagles. As the Attorney General of India, Mr. R. Venkataramani is the custodian of the Constitution, a defender of individual rights, a guardian of the principles that underpin our great nation. Please join me in inviting the guest of honor, the Attorney General of India, Mr. R. Venkataramani, to address the gathering.
Thank you, my dear. What I recall as the words of Justice Krishna here, comrades and friends, as they call it, in his bright, emotional. So, Comrade Mahesh Jethmalani, thank you for inviting me to here today. Why I use the word, I'll tell you a little later. I brought my prepared speech and I think I'm leaving it on my table. Much of it has been stolen by Chief Justice of India. But I thought Chief Justice always very passionate about justice. His engagement of his mind in varied dimensions of doing justice is remarkable. But today I found something more rare, a rare passion today. Maybe Mr. Jethmalani was standing by his side and telling him that we have a long association with me and my family is something which is, we use something called ineradicable. That rare passion, something very interesting today. I found it so exciting that when I left my prepared speech, which would have probably talked about what cases Mr. Jethmalani argued and so on and so forth, let me only say a few statements. I mean, the minister is here, and I'm sure that you would agree with the Attorney General for making such probably radical statements, bold statements about what the Constitution should do in our country and what good governance should be talking about. So I would probably say that in honor of Mr. Jethmalani, if we have built a grand temple in honor of Lord Ram in Ayodhya, probably we need to build institutional temples in honor of Ram Jethmalani. I have in mind a few institutional temples. One is if history of liberty in this country will be ever written, I say Ram had his mind always what Justice Learned Hand said, liberty lies in the hearts of men. So if ever history had to be written in our country, the way it is being written in some parts of the world, I pass here for a minute to say that, unlike what is being written in America or Europe about the contribution of eminent persons in the legal fraternity to growth of law and justice has not been well attempted here in our country. We need to probably engage in a genre of literature. Women in the legal fraternity have been preeminently and fundamentally responsible for certain entrenchment of certain doctrines as part of our law and legal system. So therefore, I would like to say that let us begin to chronicle the contributions of such eminent persons in the legal fraternity who have made the trajectory of law and justice in our country very, very different from what we thought it will be like to be in 1950. So my first contribution will be to ask those of you here, probably Mahesh should have thought about a bigger auditorium where more and more willing minds and inclined minds would be part of a contribution, both in writing and otherwise, would have been here.
I invite each and every one of you who would like to be part of this engagement to write about such eminent persons as an integral part of the graph of Indian constitutional history and justice administration. The second I would like to probably invite is, as I took over, of course, if the Attorney General cannot think on his feet, what else he is fit for? So as I took over, I thought that what Jethmalani made a difference in I said, the history of liberty in our country. The eminent personalities, they talk about the basic structure of the Constitution. So everything about basic structure is about liberty. You can build so many dimensions and about liberty and their connection to basic structure, but I'm not going to talk about that. But I thought the more passionate engagement of Mr. Jethmalani about liberty and how he thought that's the fulcrum of the constitutional values, it's important for us today to talk about a National Institute for Criminal Justice Administration. I think about the most common women and men in our country who face the onslaughts of justice administration without those carrying hands and comforting or solace giving aid and assistance to the state. I conceive that this kind of an institution will be able to fill a huge gap in criminal justice administration. We are talking about the pendency of cases in trial courts, and we talk about the unfortunate men and women who get into prisons without seeing the day of hope as quickly as I would like to have. I look at all that very dark grey landscape which seem to be part of our criminal justice system. Why can't we think about removing the dark grey landscape and make it more brighter? And I think that's a great contribution, a commitment as an Attorney General I can think about, and I'll probably conclude with a few personal recollections. In 1980, he was arguing a preventive detention case. I was just about 1 year in the Supreme Court bar, sitting in the Chief Justice's court, listening to him, his stern, full, majestic voice. I could still find that ringing in my ears. It never faded away. Many of us who are with him for long know that the stern, full, majestic voice has become part of our, life in the court and chronicles, all over. In 1986, I was appearing on behalf of a very unfortunate Adivasi woman from Gujarat who was subjected to a sexual assault in police stations. One of the local legal aid organizations asked me, how do you go about this case? And they had a feeling that if you go to a local magistrate's court, sure, justice will not be done. So when I was asked, how do we go about this case, I said, let us ask the Supreme Court to intervene in a matter like this. Now, what else will liberty can mean if Supreme Court will not reach out to the rescue of such unfortunate women? We built a case on violation of 14 and 21. The Supreme Court came to our rescue and was arguing that matter in the afternoon before Chief Justice Bhagwati. Mr. Jethmalani was in the court. So after a couple of hours after about 4:30, I thought he would have left the court. But he was in the coffee house waiting for a few people to be talking to him. And then he called me inside and said, I think the one thing probably you would do good for the country is to keep liberty burning in your heart. And I think that's a great, warm advice given to me. And I think I've been able to keep that in my heart. And I'm sure that many more occasions like this where beyond passion and emotion, much more intellectual and engaged conversations and dialogues and discourses, which will probably enrich what I would probably call again the life and comfort and solace of the least or the most disadvantaged and the least cared for in our country. If justice cannot mean anything to them, I think justice does not mean anything to any one of us. So I would probably only say that Mr. Ram is probably standing by my side, as he stood by the side of Chief Justice of India, to pat him on his back, to be as passionate as possible about liberty and justice. And I think I'll continue to hear his voice by my side. I thank Mr. Manpreet Singh for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, to formally introduce the topic of the 4th edition of the Ram Jethmalani Lecture Series, it is a privilege to invite the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Republic Media Network, Mr. Arnab Goswami. Aside from his long association with Ram Jethmalani, both on air and off air, which he has recounted often while hosting the eminent lecture series from its inception, Mr. Goswami has a topic that lies at the heart of India's constitutional jurisprudence, the basic structure doctrine. So I request, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Arnab Goswami.
Thank you very much, Rini. And it is a complete and absolute privilege to be here among you. I am very deeply honored to be standing today. For me, it's not just a humbling moment to be introducing this subject before such an accomplished audience and amongst those who have scripted the great legal legacy of this country, whose work within the court and within the system of jurisprudence together binds the unshakable faith of the country in the rule of law in India. But I must say, and Mahesh, you know this, that it is personally very, very special to me, given my deep and very memorable association with your father, the legendary Ram Jethmalani. And I am deeply grateful to you, Mahesh, for this momentous annual lecture series, which has become an unmatched platform for legal deliberation and thought, and for allowing our network to associate with it. I'm also very humbled to be here amongst the Honorable Law Minister, the most respected Mr. Attorney General, legal giants of India, Mr. Fali Nariman, a legal luminary whose wisdom and whose integrity have left such an indelible mark on our legal heritage. We are so honored to have you amongst us, Justice Deepak Mishra, Mr. Gurumurthy, Mr. Sham Dewan, and all your unwavering commitment to justice, thought, and rule of law has left a deep impact on our system. Now, Mr. Jethmalani's quick wit and sharp wit, I've been talking to Mahesh about it. What would he have said of this and what would he have said of that? But let me say to you, Mahesh, that the subject that we have placed before us today is a subject he would have loved to participate in himself. I was thinking about it. Through its vicissitudes, its complexities, and through its very contradictions, and through the fact that both sides, both the executive and the judiciary, have unmatched skill in articulating their point of view, legally and rhetorically. This is the kind of subject that people often avoid. I'm a great believer that things that people avoid should be the things that we sort of pinpoint on. And that is the kind of dialectic that is needed in this country today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to set the subject, and I will keep it as short as I can. I have some personal limitations in keeping to my time, as you all know. But I shall say this, that we are standing in 2023, which is the birth centenary of Ram Jethmalani. It is also the 50th year of the landmark judgment in the Keshavananda Bharati versus State of Kerala case. And today, through this topic, we hope to delve into the fascinating, unspoken world very often of the basic structure doctrine, a concept that has significantly shaped the trajectory of Indian constitutional law and has had a profound impact on our great democracy. And this doctrine is born out of the landmark Keshavananda Bharati case of 1973. Now, that judgment embedded the basic structure doctrine 50 years back in Indian jurisprudence to gatekeep and guard against fundamental changes to our constitution. We are all aware that that judgment itself was a 7-6 verdict, hotly debated, keenly argued, and there were two sides. And while instances like the emergency saw India's darkest hour of the basic doctrine, the concern on the other side is whether the basic doctrine transgresses the power vested in the executive. And there is discomfort over it, whether it transgresses Parliament, which represents the people's will, whether the great tradition of the basic structure doctrine has served us well as a nation and will continue to serve us well for the next century, is the question we shall seek to answer today in the heart of the nation's capital. The basic structure doctrine, in a sense, is aimed at ensuring that the power of constitutional amendment vested in the Parliament is not misused in a manner that alters the identity of the Constitution. And that's what made the Keshwananda Bharati case so special, and that's exactly what was challenged 4 years later in a different context, as we all know, in the habeas corpus case. Now, this rests upon several core components. It rests upon, one, the supremacy of the Constitution. It rests upon the true secular character of our country. It rests upon, most importantly, the separation of powers among the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. And it also rests on the commitment of the federal character of our being. These principles collectively form the bedrock of the constitutional identity as per the doctrine. This doctrine plays a pivotal role in safeguarding the supremacy of the Constitution over politics that can sometimes challenge the constitutional integrity itself. These are difficult subjects. Let's not avoid the subjects today. I say let's have an open debate. This debate is going to be watched by people across the country and around the world. And I think the greatest aspect of our democracy is we can sit in the capital of the world's largest democracy and openly discuss subjects, not with an element of amorphousness but directness, and we can have eminent people like this on the dais to take it forward. It's brilliant. It's so exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, this principle that the Constitution is the supreme and no amendments should be allowed that can undermine our core values as a nation to the Constitution is seen as very crucial by many who support the doctrine in its absolute vis-a-vis the preservation of the democratic essence of our nation, to ensure that no transient democratically elected majority can tinker with the fundamental principles upon which our Constitution stands. However, it is also essential to outrightly acknowledge that not everyone has been in complete agreement regarding the basic structure doctrine. Some have questioned its scope and its application, raising severe concerns about potential judicial overreach, a subject which we must openly discuss now. Openly discuss. Why not? I believe in discussing everything. But the fact is, it sparks a healthy democratic debate about whether limitations exist, if at all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is also an argument by some who express concern of any one pillar assuming excessive control, and whether the basic structure doctrine, in the way that it has played out so far in our great nation, provides for the essential harmonious checks and balances within our democratic system so as to prevent any potential transgression. So essentially the issue is transgression. Essentially the issue at the very core is transgression. Who has the right to transgress, and what are the circumstances to transgress, and are there limitations to transgressions and allowances on transgression? I think the basic word we need to debate is transgression. Undoubtedly, the basic structure doctrine has been put to its ultimate test, and it rose to the occasion when India faced one of its darkest hours. The most infamous period of the emergency, declared by Indira Gandhi in 1975, marked a time when the very soul of our democracy was put under siege by Indira Gandhi. It was a moment when the doctrine faced its most significant challenge, and the stakes could not have been higher. Citizens were detained without trial. Total censorship was imposed on the media. There were power cuts at newspaper printing presses. There was jailing of free speech, and with it, the nation's constitutional rights, all by one sweep of an executive decision. It was the darkest chapter in India's history, a complete nightmare when the principles of democracy and rule of law were shattered, and it was the basic structure doctrine which emerged as a very powerful instrument of justice. There are landmark cases we hope we discuss, and also the lessons upon them, the role of the judiciary and the role of the executive. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Minerva Mills case of 1980, which ruled that a limited power was placed on the basic features of to the L. Chandrakumar case of 1977, which said that judicial review under Article 32 and 226 is part of the basic structure. The significance of this concept in the Indian Constitution and jurisprudence is undeniable. Now, there is a context to this, and as we crisscross to the present day, and as a newsman, ladies and gentlemen, I often see the questions before us in terms of events. Pivotal legislations guided by the principles coded in our directive principles are on the cards. Matters of electoral politics increasingly are turning to court. They are turning to courtroom hearings. It has become a regular feature. It has become an interesting feature. In fact, the court was compelled to comment recently that certain matters are in the political realm and the courts should not come into it. Issues that were otherwise settled by parliamentary debate, because of the polarized situation in our politics, are seeking urgent hearings in the honorable highest courts of the land for solutions. What should be the entry point? What should be avoided? We seek to deliberate this before us today. And finally, while it is healthy to engage in debates about the scope and limitations, I think we must all recognize the doctrine's enduring significance in upholding the values that define our great nation. The fundamental question, would we have been a better country without a basic structure, or would we have not? That is the principle we must debate. The basic structure doctrine, in my view, is a cornerstone of our constitutional democracy, the North Star through the complexities of constitutional interpretation and limitation and implementation. And the topic today, has it served us well as a nation? Let us all begin in a very exciting and thoughtful exploration of this vital aspect of our constitutional heritage and its role in our great future, with the finest legal minds of India and the great spirit of Ram Jethmalani, who guides us all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arnab Goswami. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the doyen of the bar, the legal legend, the Bhishma Pitama of the legal community. We have the distinct honor and privilege of having such a towering figure in the world of law and jurisprudence among us, a luminary whose name is synonymous with excellence and integrity in the legal field. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fali Nariman is a legal titan whose illustrious career spans decades and whose contributions have left an indelible mark on the landscape of Indian law. His journey through the corridors of justice is a testament to his unwavering commitment to upholding the principles of justice, fairness, and the rule of law. As we invite Mr. Nariman for his keynote address today, we're not only welcoming a legal luminary, but also a role model and an inspiration for generations of legal practitioners and aspiring advocates. His legacy serves as a beacon of hope for those who believe in the transformative power of the law to shape a more just and equitable society. Ladies and gentlemen, we give to you Mr. Fali Sam Nariman to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Law and Justice, it's very good to have met you and seen you and heard you. Former Chief Justice Deepak Mishra, my friend Guru Murthy, whom I am delighted to see after so many years, but fortunately we have met each other and had a bit of gups-up whilst the speakers were on the floor. And my friend Mr. Goswami, who just delivered a very strident expose. Why not a debate? He's quite right. Of course you have a debate. Nobody must suppress any debate on any subject. And this subject is actually well worded as well. I know I'm listed to speak only on a set topic, But let me tell you frankly that I have stirred out of my home this evening principally to participate in an event, the event being the centenary celebration of not only a great advocate, but also a great maverick who was also my friend. And this is why I first crave your indulgence to pay my tribute to his memory. It was said of a famous US attorney that he was such a superb advocate that he made money on the side by selling tape recordings of his final arguments in court. Jethmalani was, by common acclaim, a superb advocate. It was a treat to see and to hear him, and those of you who didn't, there's a great misfortune. Even though he never sold tape recordings of his arguments in court. Pushing 97, with his unstoppable, record-breaking 70-odd years at the bar, Ram sadly left us on the 8th September 2019 after setting up, and this is very important, a high benchmark of professional excellence about which you heard the Chief Justice expound in a very brilliant memorial address. In life, one has to be fortunate in one's given name. If your name has 4 letters, like Nani, N-A-N-I, for instance, it carries you a long way, as it carried the great Nani Palkhiwala in his fascinating journey through life and the law. But if your first name is only a 3-letter word, like Ram, it may carry you even further, simply because Ram is on the lips of every God-fearing Indian morning, noon and night. It is great that his son has remembered to celebrate his 100th birth anniversary. But I have a small grievance, and I must ventilate it here. Mahesh's illustrious father, if he was with us, would have celebrated this occasion with far more aplomb, with far more panache. In the first place, he would not have planned a lecture in this hall at all. Instead, ladies and gentlemen, if I know him, and those of us who knew him, he would have hosted a party in far more salubrious surroundings, inviting you all, and served spiked beverages to all present. But alas, it's not to be. So now permit me to say a few words on the subject chosen for this memorial lecture. The basic structure doctrine is inextricably linked to what has been mentioned in one article of the Constitution, the Amendment Article 368, the only article dealing with substantive amendments to the Constitution. The constraints on constitutional amendment have been and are attempts by courts, not just in India, but around other parts of the world as well, to ensure the survival of democratic institutions and, to use the phrase of Mahesh, extremely well put, serve the nation well. Very important. Serve the nation well. In India, in the past 50 years, 1973 to 2023, the application of the doctrine has followed this particular pattern. First, the doctrine of basic structure is now established and accepted by 6 nation-states around the world: Bangladesh, Pakistan, Uganda, Israel, Malaysia, and a small country called Belize in Central America. Second, let me give you how matters stand in India between 1973, when the doctrine was first propounded, and 2023. Since 1950, we have had 105 constitutional amendment acts under Article 368, which 60 new articles were inserted in the Constitution. 17 originally enacted articles have been removed, and 154 originally enacted articles have been substituted or amended. This is not my cleverness which brings this out, not at all. It is derived from a complete list of amendments which you will find in Wikipedia. You just download Wikipedia and you will get the amendments, and you just have to look through it. Third and most important, the basic structure doctrine has been invoked so far sparingly by India's Supreme Court. As you will appreciate from the following figures, between 1973, the decision in Keshavananda, and the current year, 2023, there have been 22 reported cases in which constitutional amendments have been challenged on the basic structure doctrine, out of which in 7 reported cases, 7 in 50 years, the challenged provisions have been struck down by the Supreme Court of India by invoking the basic structure doctrine. So it is impossible to generalize. You can certainly look at any particular case and criticize it, and there a debate would be meaningful. In 15 reported cases, the challenge on the basic structure doctrine has been repelled and rejected. That is to say, the validity of the challenged constitutional amendments have been upheld by the court. Now let's go further. The striking down has always been on some principle related to what I call good judicial governance. Not interfering judicial governance, but good judicial governance. In constitutional law, especially in constitutions that prevail in all the 56 Commonwealth countries around the world, governance is by 3 organs of the state. The legislature, here parliament, in elsewhere parliament called differently, Knesset in Israel, etc., the executive and the judicial. And in matters of judicial governance, you must know that there exists a theory about its legitimacy, expounded by a renowned academic jurist of the 20th century, a man called Ronald Dworkin. He's quite famous around the world. Dworkin had said, and I mentioned this, present-day judges who may have had nothing to do with the written constitution when it was first framed, by reason of their position as judges, have become and must act like partners with the framers of the Constitution in an ongoing project, since it is and always will be an ongoing project, to interpret a historic document in the best possible light. And he went on to say, and these are his words and not mine, judges may therefore sometimes make new law either covertly or explicitly, but when they do so, they should act as, and this is very important, when they do so, they should act as deputy to the appropriate legislature enacting the law that they suppose the legislature would enact if seized of the problem. This has since become known around the world, and you must also know this, as the Hercules technique of constitutional adjudication. Does the Herculean technique of constitutional adjudication apply in India? It does, because it is incorporated in an originally enacted Article 142 of the Constitution, an article which provides that in the exercise of its jurisdiction, the Supreme Court of India and the Supreme Court alone, not the High Court, not the other courts, not the District Court. The Supreme Court of India may pass, and I quote from Article 142, may pass such decree or order in a case as is necessary for doing complete justice in any cause or matter pending before it. And the word complete justice in Article 142 is deliberately left undefined. It is something which, in the opinion of the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court alone, will, in the words of Mahesh Jethmalani, serve the nation well. This is important once again. Hence, for instance, and this you must remember this instance, when members of India's parliament during the period of the internal emergency, which was June 1975 to March 1977, those who were not in jail under preventive detention could not attend this session. And there were many. When members of India's parliament during this emergency had added clauses 4 and 5 to Article 368 by the Constitution 42nd Amendment Act 1976, clauses that completely precluded the court from calling in question any constitutional amendment on any ground whatever, with an added clause declaring that there shall be no limitation whatever on the constituent power of Parliament to amend by way of addition, variation or repeal the provisions of Article 368. And when this amendment was challenged, the then members of the Supreme Court, in rare unanimity, struck down clauses 4 and 5 of 368 because of its excessively overbroad formulation. The court holding that in excluding all judicial review over any constitutional amendment, there was a violation of the basic structure doctrine. Individual members of the public may from time to time get worried, I sometimes am, with orders and decisions given by individual judges of the Supreme Court. But please, never lose faith in the higher judiciary as an institution, as one of the 3 constitutional organs of good governance. As you all know, the basic structure doctrine got established initially in 1973 in Keshavananda with a very narrow majority of judges in favor, 7 judges in a bench of 13. It was held by the majority, 7-6, that the basic features of a written constitution could not be taken away by an amendment of the constitution. But you also need to know something more, that in November 1975, a bench of 13 judges was once again reconstituted by Chief Justice Ray to reconsider the correctness of the majority view expressed in Keshavananda. And in this bench of 13 judges, there were 8 new judges, all appointed after Keshavananda, replacing those who had retired at age 65, which is the constitutional age of retirement. And this new bench of 13 judges heard arguments on 2 days of November 10th and November 11th, 1975. And on the morning of the 3rd day, 12th of November 1975, when the court of 13 judges reassembled at 11 a.m., Chief Justice Ray, presiding over the 13-judge bench, suddenly and peremptorily announced, "This bench stands dissolved." And all the judges rose and went back to their chambers. And this was only because Chief Justice Ray was satisfied that the doctrine of basic structure was not to be reconsidered by any of his 12 colleagues. And this has been recorded in a constitutional law book, which is now famous, Mr. Sirvai's Constitutional Law of India, where he expressly mentions this. And please remember that he was not interested, he was not a person who had any bias. On the contrary, he was the person who had appeared for government in Keshavananda, and as making the principal argument even before the Attorney General, Mr. Nirande. This is not all. In the year 2007, the basic structure doctrine was once again questioned, and yet again a bench, this time of 9 justices, unanimously affirmed the doctrine of basic structure. But lastly, and most significantly, the basic structure doctrine, or what is known as the essential features doctrine, which is its other name, has now acquired a place of permanence in constitutional adjudication, simply because, and you'd be surprised to know this, it was initiated by India's parliament itself. This is how it was done. There is an article in the Constitution, 359, which had been enacted in 1950. And it states that if during any period when a proclamation of emergency is in operation because of internal emergency or external emergency, the President of India, which in effect means the central government, is specifically empowered by order to suspend the right to move any court for the enforcement of all or any of the rights conferred by Part 3 of the Constitution, that is, all or any fundamental rights, even though in ordinary times the enforcement of all or any fundamental right is guaranteed by Article 32 of the Constitution. So also, during the period of an emergency, all proceedings in court for enforcement of fundamental rights, according to Article 369 as enacted, are to remain totally suspended for the period during which the proclamation of emergency is in force. But after the lifting of the oppressive internal emergency imposed on 25th June 1975, and after the 6th general election of March 77, India's newly constituted parliament met and expressly declared by Section 40 of the Constitution Amendment Act 1978 that the right to move any court for the enforcement of rights conferred by Articles 20 and 21 even during the period of an emergency can never be suspended. To paraphrase this in legal language, it was the considered view of India's parliament, not the view of India's higher judiciary, but of India's parliament, that the fundamental right to life and liberty in Articles 20 and 21 were a part of the basic structure of the Constitution. Because in the statement of objects and reasons for this amendment, it had been expressly stated by the then government in office that this was done in order, and I quote, to check the misuse by the executive of the emergency provision. In other words, the right to life and liberty from then onwards had, according to Parliament itself, been a part of the basic structure of the Constitution. I would like to end this intervention of mine with a wish. I wish that the basic structure doctrine continues so long as people, particularly ordinary people, choose to remember that great human rights advocate of his time, Ram Jethmalani. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can surely give a bigger round of applause. Paliji, thank you so much for setting up this debate for us. And I know the round of applause is for you, and Ramji will be looking upon us, feeling very happy that you are here today to set up this centenary lecture. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker this evening, you all remember as the former Chief Justice of India, Enrolled to the bar in 1977, Justice Mishra has spent 22 years as a judge, starting from the Odisha High Court, the Chief Justice in Patna, then Madhya Pradesh, then as a judge of the Supreme Court, and finally retiring as the Chief in October 2018. Let's please put our hands together for Justice Deepak Mishra.
Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal, Honorable Law Minister, Mr. Falias Nariman, Senior Advocate, Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani, Senior Advocate, Mr. Sham Devan, Senior Advocate, Mr. Gurumurthy, Mr. Kartikeya Sharma, Member of Parliament, Mr. Goswami, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I must say, without any kind of hesitation or innovation, that it's a great day. I always appreciated late Ram Jethmalani for three fundamental, perceptible reasons. In the year 2011, Mr. Nariman, Mr. Jethmalani, and myself shared a platform in the university. I quoted two lines from a Sanskrit prescription on how a plane should be drafted. I had translated it into English. Late Jethmalani asked for a copy and told me, I am not asking you just like that. I want to feed my curiosity. That was the great intellectual curiosity of late Jethmalani. The young students or the young lawyers who are present here today must understand and try to develop the intellectual curiosity. In that speech, he spoke a line. Whatever I do with a clear conscience. Look at the courage of the man. Third, whatever I have read and learned by meeting him, he had an incomparable presence of mind that epitomized originality. Today, with the Centenary lecture, I feel proud and honored to be a speaker here. Presently, let me serve the nation itself. Nation well. According to the scientists and the rationalists, if you pose a question, it is fundamental to proceed in an empirical manner, and then only you will get a correct answer. Having scanned the anatomy of the question, which has been extremely intelligently framed by Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani, the answer should be given with utmost immediacy. And the answer is, ladies and gentlemen, a capital yes. It has served the nation well. To elaborate, the basic structure doctrine has served the nation and saved and stabilized the constitutional democracy and the core values with excellent solidity and virtuosity. I deliberately add this word virtuosity without allowing any space for doubt. Why do I say so? I cannot make a statement if they Dixit and rest. I am obligated as a student of law to give reasons. When any doctrine is discussed, it's necessary to pose three questions. Firstly, the validity of its origin. Secondly, serviceability of the same for the cause it's conceived. And thirdly, necessity of its continuance tested on the progressive parameters without adopting a doctrinaire pedantic approach. Before I proceed to state the justness of the doctrine, the origin of it, which I would like to call cause of the cause, or for that matter, essence of the essential, has to be kept in mind. It is the summum bonum of our constitutional jurisprudence. That is, the Constitution is sovereign and its supremacy is unquestionable. There is no necessity to think that the judiciary is trying to reign supreme. Judiciary functions under the Constitution and follows the constitutional values, norms, conventions, framework, silences, or abeyance. Let's go in the history for a moment. Initially, the Supreme Court understood Article 368 in the literal sense. The real test arose in Gorakhnath, where court had to deal with many an amendment. Prior to that, two learned judges had expressed strong dissent in Sajjan Singh. In Gorakhnath, the view the court took eventually led to spate of amendments and gave rise to Anantnag Martyrs' case. The principle laid down there is well known. Because of prolixity of judgments, a senior counsel wrote a book and got it released in 2011, stating that the majority view in Keshavanand Bharti is not the ratio. I must tell you, the view is totally wrong. The ratio is absolutely clear. The Parliament has the power to amend the Constitution, but the power is not unlimited. It doesn't have the power to amend the basic structure of the Constitution. The majority of the judges also discussed some of the features of the basic structure doctrine. They can be encapsulated as rule of law, supremacy of the Constitution, democratic form of government, judicial review, independence of the judiciary, separation of powers, the secular and federal character of the Constitution. It was stated that the basic features are easily decipherable from the entire constitutional scheme. I really don't understand why the learned senior counsel and many others still think the ratio is not clear. Scrutinized oppositely, three aspects emerge. Firstly, the majority view is clear as day with regard to the nature and character of Article 368 of the Constitution. Secondly, given the power to amend, the article cannot be taken recourse to, assume unlimited power, or destroy and abrogate the Constitution, or to put it differently, in exercise of the said power, the identity and personality of the Constitution cannot be altered. Thirdly, the Constitution being supreme document, the basic features are unamendable. The interpretation is within the keen understanding of the Constitution. It's neither extra-constitutional, nor alien to the Constitution, nor meta-constitutional. It encompasses every facet of the Constitution to establish the ground norm, that is, unchangeability of the identity of our organic Constitution. All of you, I assume, must have gone through this decision. I am compelled to say, being intellectually bound to my concerns, that the origin of the doctrine is flawless. Chief Justice Sikri quoted a passage from the decision in Reeds versus Baldwin. Look at the poetic prose. It states, in modern times, opinions have sometimes been expressed to the effect that natural justice is so vague as to be practically meaningless. But I would regard them as tainted by the perennial fallacy that because something cannot be cut and dried or nicely weighed or measured, therefore it doesn't exist. I can speak with certitude. All of you present here and all of the members of the great country, the citizens, and who are not there, can never say now that the principle of natural justice is vague. Any lawyer worth his salt will always argue natural justice cannot be ignored. Similarly, basic structure doctrine can never be ignored. How to test a doctrine? The correctness, acceptability, serviceability, and the solidity of any legal theory is put to test when the occasion arises. The basic structure doctrine did not have to wait long. In 1975, Article 329A by 39th Amendment came into existence. The said amendment made an, shall I say, adroit endeavor or maladroit effort to immunize the elections of the Prime Minister and Lok Sabha Speaker from scrutiny by the judiciary and further to nullify the judgment of the Allahabad High Court. The Constitution Bench, presided by the Chief Justice N. Roy and Indira Nehru Gandhi, said that the court was proceeding with the hearing on the assumption that it is not necessary, I repeat, it's not necessary to challenge the majority view in Keswanand Bharati's case. I must say and remind this House, it was eventual acceptance by the non-believer in basic structure doctrine. I'll refer to another amendment, Mr. Nariman has dealt with it in a different way, that came in quick proximity, the 42nd Amendment. It had been brought with the intention to reduce the power of judicial review, to treat the directive principles of state policy to a primacy over fundamental rights, and further asserting parliamentary supremacy or parliamentary sovereignty by state, stating that no constitutional amendment can be called in question in any court on any ground. By the said article introduction to 368, all fundamental articles, if I am permitted to say, went to the Arabian Seas or the Bay of Bengal. They fell into insignificance. The harmony between Part 3 and Part 4 of the Constitution was destroyed. When challenged, Chief Justice Y.B. Chandrachud in Minerva Mills case said, since the Constitution had conferred a limited amending power on the Parliament cannot, under exercise of that limited power, enlarge the very power into an absolute power. By the 42nd Amendment, the real essence of the Constitution was destroyed. The court did the needful. Mr. Arnab Goswami raised a question today that should be a debate. I must ask a question to everyone and every curious student of law. What would have been the fate of this nation and its citizens had not the court taken aid of the basic structure doctrine and declared the disturbing part of 39th Amendment and wholly unacceptable and devastating amendment occurring in 42nd Amendment as unconstitutional. The result would have been the cherished ideals and marrows of democracy would have been guillotined, and the nation state would have faced, to quote a phrase from great John Marshall, a solemn mockery of the Constitution. And more significantly, the real judicial review would have melted into nothingness, and the citizens of this great democratic polity would have turned into subjects. I hope all of you understand the distinction between a citizen and subjects. I must refer to NJSC case. All of you know the amendment was struck down as that infringed the judicial independence, which is a basic structure of the Constitution of India. In I.R. Coelho case, the 9 judges unanimously said, you cannot put a legislation in the 9th schedule and say it is human. What has it actually done? If you go deep, think deep, it has really empowered the citizens of India not to suffer an impermissible law because of grant of immunity. An impermissible immunity. Now let's come to the rights test. The rights test and the concept test have put the individual rights and constitutional values on the elevated platform. The citizens' rights recognized under the Constitution, according to me, can never be marginalized, and it would not have been possible without the basic structure doctrine. Since that every individual right would have paled into total insignificance. There would have been no expansion of Articles 14, 19, and 21. The apex court could not have propounded the values of individual dignity, privacy, choice, freedom of expression, equality in the true sense, gender rights, constitutional tort, and other aspects, all founded on acceptable, realistic constitutional principles. The entire nation state would have paved on the path of regression, and the citizenry rights would have gradually moved into unredeemable hollowness. There can be no scintilla of doubt, no trace of doubt, no speck of doubt that the basic structure doctrine stabilizes constitutionalism, constitutional governance, rule of law, and legitimatizes all actions. Let it be told today that the basic structure doctrine is one that is directed against anarchy. It has basically acted a navigational compass to enable the judges to navigate the journey of constitutional interpretation in the proper direction, and also guided and enriched our constitutional progress. It is the elan vital and the filament of the constitutional principles and values. In conclusion, I would like to say that the basic structure doctrine is neither an enigma nor in the realm of mysticism. It is here in the elements with true fixed continuing quality. I repeat, it is here in the elements with true fixed continuing quality. Why? To serve, protect, and shape the nation, because it is the spirit, fundamental essence, and conscience of the Constitution. None of us should forget that basic structure doctrine remains the most natural constant. I borrow these words from physics. Natural, constant, and diligently searched rock. I borrow these words from philosophy. Diligently searched rock of our constitutional democracy and philosophy. Never mortgage our constitutional democracy. Never never barter it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Justice Mishra, many, many, many thanks. Our next speaker this evening is one of the most impactful, unabashed and influential voices in the country, a chartered accountant who wields his pen as the editor of Tughlaq. He's never shied away from either telling truth to power or controversy. Let's give a welcome round of applause to Swaminathan Gurumurthy.
Honorable Minister Sri Arjun Mengwal, Justice Deepak Mishra, my friend Fali Nariman, Mr. Sham Diwan, with whose father I had very intense relationship, and he was one of the persons who molded me, and Arnab Goswami, my good friend, and Mahesh, who thought of inviting me because he felt that there should be a voice outside the jurisprudential group, which is both the judges and the lawyers put together. You know, it is my fortune, my pride, an opportunity for me to share my thoughts, not as a lawyer, but as someone who had come in contact with law, fell in love with law, became passionate about law, because of a series of accidents, coherent accidents, which took place in my life, starting from emergency and the days before. You know, we were all underground at that time. We couldn't go to our houses. And I had just then qualified as a chartered accountant and got married also. So it was at that time I came to know the essence of the Constitution, the fundamental right, the need for it. Otherwise, it was just a piece of paper. Nobody knew what fundamental right meant before probably the emergency was imposed. Very few people knew about its impact, maybe most in the field of commerce or property. There was no idea of what it means to the normal, ordinary human being. I was given the responsibility of maintaining 150 families to provide rations for them who were in jail. They had done nothing wrong. So I knew what it means to have fundamental rights, to be outside, how to approach the judiciary. This is what made me to study the Constitution in depth. In fact, emergency became the first major impact on me to study the Constitution. And before I go into what transformed me from being a chartered accountant into someone who had developed such passion for law, I will talk about Ram Jethmalani. You know, Ram and Fali and people like them are the ones who groomed me, encouraged me. And they found that, you know, I was not a lawyer, but they never discriminated my ideas on law. I could put provocative questions to them, contrary questions to them, even questioning their very idea about what they were proposing to argue in courts. They would tolerate it, they would encourage it. In fact, I was just sharing with Fali Nariman how in the Indian Express demolition case we worked. He said how much work we put. He also said how little work is being put today by the bar. It's a comparison. How the government of India functions, from the allocation of business rules to the authentication of document rules. Because the government of India said the secretary signing on behalf of the government of India doesn't have the authority to give sanction for the building plan. The government disowned the whole thing. So we had to construct the whole Article 73 downwards to how a secretary signs, meaning the President of India signing. It was a 72-page affidavit which he had to file in the Supreme Court because the government disowned its own signature. You know, this is how law develops. Law develops by hard work, by the passion to fight for rights. So, when I started with Ram, he was one of the most comfortable human beings. First of all, leave law aside. Such a comfortable human being. I said, Ram, you are wrong. He will listen to it. We will all be shouting and talking. He will be reading as if nothing is happening outside. And he will read the judgments which were quoted against him. And we would have 20 judgments in favor of what we have to speak. Ram will find fault in the judgment that have been quoted. And he will say that to find holes in the judgments of the opponents is what will win the case for you. Not that you quote alternative judgments to present your viewpoints. These are all brilliant legal strategies to which I was initiated when I was just 27, 28. An opportunity which I got purely out of accident of being the advisor to Ramnath Goenka, who had to face the toughest time in terms of government attack on him during the emergency and afterwards, even after the emergency, the building demolition case, the customs duty case, and all the cases that were launched. 300 cases were launched in a period of 30 days. All these things we had to fight, and perforce we had to become lawyers. In Indian Express, almost 6-7 people who had nothing to do with law turned to be good lawyers, thanks to the kind of assault that the government made. And we had to defend that institution and the civil rights which the institution represented. That's how I came in contact with Fali. That's how I came in contact with Nariman, Anil Diwan, to stay. It all started with Nani Palkiwala. Then Sirwai. I will tell you some of these things, this anecdotal effect of the association I had with all these people. Unbelievable. No university, no law textbook, no library can give the kind of knowledge which I could get by my association with these people. So about Ram. You see, Ram, somebody asked how many times he was Rajya Sabha member. I think our minister asked. He was a Rajya Sabha member 4 times. Of course, he was in Lok Sabha. He was in Rajya Sabha member 4 times. He was Shiv Sena Rajya Sabha member. He was Janata Dal Rajya Sabha member. He was BJP Rajya Sabha member. And he was RJD Rajya Sabha member. He completely unified India. The man had immense, he had a huge heart. In fact, he told me, Guru, will you help me to defend Lalu Yadav? I said, Ram. You see, Ram and me had a very open exchange on many issues. You see, I was also called a fighter against, a crusader against corruption. I would always screen a client 20 times. I will take certificate from my friends that I can take him as a client, because tomorrow somebody should not say that I have taken a wrong client or benefited by a wrong association. But Ram will take the most acknowledged rascal and defend his case. And still he was called a crusader against corruption. I said, Ram, how lucky you are. We are giving up 90% of our opportunities to get the name that we are fighting against corruption. But you are able to fight against corruption, call a crusader against corruption, and at the same time represent these people and make money out of them. In fact, a very interesting dialogue took place between Ramnath Goenka and Ram Jethmalani. In fact, Fali Nariman will be very happy to listen to that. Ramnathji's one of the greatest pride is that none of the senior counsels would charge him. Guru, Nani doesn't charge me. Fali doesn't charge me. Ram doesn't charge me. Soli doesn't charge me. Ramnathji used to feel so proud that these great guys are not charging him. In fact, he showed me the bill which Fali Nariman had sent after completing the arguments on the demolition case. And almost 35-40 days the case went on. I think it was after the Keshavananda case, it was the longest case argued before the Supreme Court till then. So when that bill showed that Fali had charged him only for the clerkage. He must have shown that bill to Fali. He must have shown this to 100 people, not to praise you, but to make others feel how important Goenka was. So you must understand, Arun Shourie used to say, Goenka is Article 19(1)(a). He represented the freedom of India. It is not the press freedom of today. You know, those who had worked in the Indian Express those days, the kind of troubles they had undergone, salary deferment, salary cut, these are all the things which journalists underwent to defend press freedom. So Article 19(1)(a) was represented by Ramnath Goenka at that time. And so Ramnath Goenka asked Ram, you are defending so many people pro bono. How are you making your money? And Ram said, that's a very simple formula, Ramnathji. I make money depending upon the trouble my client is in and the weight of his purse. This is how he said, I make money so that I can do pro bono work. You know, these are all things. With how many tall people we moved. Where are those tall people today? In fact, this is how I am going to end my speech. That what we need today is not tall legal brains, not tall judges, not tall media men, but tall people. Tall men, sun crown. This is what we need. Now, going into what is my personal qualification to be here. You know, I am a chartered accountant, but chartered accountants think I am not a chartered accountant, I am a journalist. Journalists think I am not a journalist, I am a chartered accountant. But I am happy ultimately somewhere I have been asked to share my thoughts on a subject on which I have developed some empirical skills. And I am happy this audience of people of jurisprudence are listening to me, which even my own profession and the adopted profession as a journalist has not afforded me the chance. So my first qualification is that I am a friend of Ram. That is why I first felt that I should be present here. And my next qualification is that I have to labor to prove to you that my introduction into the field of law is because of my passion for understanding the Constitution, constitutional rights, people, and the role of the government and the role of the judiciary. This is what made me not only feel comfortable with law, compassionate with law, and develop passion for law. So, if you look at the schooling I had done, with Nani to Sirwai to Fali to Ram, you know, this kind of familiarity with people of the highest attainment in the field of law and jurisprudence, not many people would have got, but for the fact that I was associated with the Indian Express, and through Indian Express, I was fighting for this great cause, which proved to be the best years of my life. Achyut Patwardhan once told me, I don't know how many of you heard the name, he was the man who led the 1942 Quit India movement. He told me once, whatever you achieve in life, Guru, the years that you spent with the Indian Express will be the best year in your life. That is how it proved to be, because that expanded not only my vision, my knowledge, my understanding, and I was an Ekalavya of all these people, and that is how I am standing before you. Now, I'll tell you how I was encouraged. You know, in a very important criminal case from Calcutta, I wrote a 90-page complaint charging with fraud, forgery and all that. Ram told me, Guru, in my life, I have never come across a 90-page complaint. I said, Ram, I am applying the principles of conspiracy under the Calcutta rules for civil suit for this criminal case, because either we win the criminal case at the opening or lose it forever. He said, okay, I go by your assessment. And that case was approved by the High Court. The magistrate issued, you know it, what the case is. I don't want to mention the name of the case. So the process was issued, and the High Court, there was bitter battle between Ram Jethmalani and Shanti Bhushan. Shanti Bhushan said that the complaint is 90 pages it means that there is nothing in the complaint. That is why the weight of the complaint is now going to decide the fate of the case, or the quality of the content in it. So finally we won before the High Court. Ram was in London. I rang up Ram and told him, you know how nice he was? Guru, my judgment was wrong. This 90-page complaint won the case for us. Can you find any other great mind encouraging a small man like me and enhancing my level of confidence? This is how I became familiar with law and comfortable with law. And now coming to the issue that has been debated so far, the idea of basic features or basic structure of the Constitution. I will again take you to an anecdotal reference with Mr. Sirwai, H.M. Sirwai. You know, in 1980s, in the Indian Express had carried on a campaign against Antule. And Antule and Datta Samant joined together and they shut down the Express. And if Antule, and he was the chief minister, and Datta Samant, who was a person of physical means of handling, the people were not willing to come to the office. The journalists were afraid. Even the guards were afraid of coming to the office. So in that situation, we decided to file a writ petition. And then we decided to close down the paper. And the government refused to give permission under Section 28O of the Industrial Disputes Act. So we filed a writ petition where we said that there are reasonable restrictions for the right to freedom of expression, but for the right to silence, there is no restriction. Right to silence is absolute under the Constitution. This is what Sirwai was to argue. So when I went to brief him, he said, I know everything. You have said this in page 21, this in 29, this in 48, this in 62. The briefing was over in 2 minutes. So I told him, sir, I want to sit with you for some time. And you have closed the whole thing in 5 minutes. What do you want to ask? You can ask. Sir, can you tell me something about Golaknath case and Keshavananda case? I had Golaknath knocked out. I said, yes. Sir, I am a student of law. I have read your constitution books. And I am fairly familiar with how the constitutional amendments moved in 1971 onwards. Can I ask you a question? Sir, previously, the unamendability of the Constitution was limited to Part 3 of the Constitution. And that is what you fought against. That you cannot say fundamental rights cannot be amended. That was the case of the government. But you have ended up with a judgment which has extended the unamendability to the whole of the Constitution. He said, yes. This is an extreme reaction. Golaknath was a reaction. This is an extreme reaction to Golaknath. This is what we have to understand when we are talking about Keshavananda case. The political system and the judicial system, when they lose mutual trust, what happens? The political masters, the political sovereign always wants to control everything. The simple point I will mention to you, when Surya Prakash is here, he only brought it out, when the first amendment was proposed to Article 19(1)A. The idea was Jawaharlal Nehru wanted the restrictions without the word reasonable. But all the people sat together and said, no, it's not correct. Even though you are Jawaharlal, we advise you that the restriction should be reasonable. So there was an internal mechanism in the political sovereign's mind which made the word reasonable restriction possible in the legislation. This was lost when Mrs. Gandhi came. You know what happened? Bank nationalization, and then Privy Purse case, and then the conflict between the judiciary and the executive started. And Keshavananda was one of the, Golaknath case was one of the principal drive of this. And it is true that it was a too tightly worded judgment for anyone to be comfortable with it, though it was a very well-written judgment. Not that all judgments well-written are good judgments. And so that went into the reaction. Now we do not know which part of the Constitution, and that Honorable Chief Justice Mr. Deepak Mishra listed the things which the constitutional makers did not see as the unamendable part of the Constitution. For example, it is now mentioned about the federal structure. Can India not think of tomorrow a presidential form of government? Let's assume the Constitution votes for the presidential form of government. Can the Supreme Court strike it down saying that it violates the rule of the basic structure of federal structure? You know, I think there is lack of balance. And my view is a dissenting view. Any dissenting view is an appeal to the future and brooding conscience of judiciary. This may appeal. So let us not think that the basic structure theory is so well-founded. From a concrete position of unamendability of Part 3 of the Constitution, we have gone to an abstract position of unamendability of any part of the Constitution. And if the Supreme Court decides that this is the basic structure, who is to question it? For example, the Anantnag case. It could well have been read down that you cannot override the two members of the judicial system, and we read it down. It's not possible. The matter would have been solved. But the question of reading it down would not have given the judiciary the position that it wants, namely that it wants independence from the government. That is also not correct. In fact, I had a discussion with the Reserve Bank Governor, Y.V. Reddy. He told me that we should be independent, but there is also some interdependence. That is how the system works. And I think that we are now 50 years after this judgment was pronounced. And there has been, as the Honorable Chief Justice said, that there has been enough empirical evidence to understand this. And I think my appeal is that the framers of the original Constitution had kept one thing in mind, that the fundamental rights of the people should not be affected, whatever is the system of governance. Now, the basic structure theory brings about a situation where the judiciary will decide the system of governance also. This is not the intention of the original framers of the Constitution. It may work for some time, but a very powerful sovereign coming, and powerful sovereign can be produced by democracy. It's not that powerful sovereign will be produced by any method other than democracy in India. Such a person may take a position. Again, a confrontation can come between the judiciary and the legislature. I think it would be within my rights as a citizen to appeal to the judicial fraternity and also the entire intellectual basis of judicial functioning, law, courts, that we should have a relook at the basic structure theory. And with that, I finally want to say only one thing. I have been seeing what's happening in the last 40 years. The state of the court, the state of the bar, the state of the media, the state of the discourse. Now Ram is not there. We see a dwarfing. All tall people, when they disappear, we don't see an equivalent person on the horizon. We need tall people, sun-crowned, and they cannot come. If they are going to discuss only about their fee structure for cases and the turnover that they achieve in a month or in a year, we have to move away from all. At least some people have to move away from all this. Tall people cannot be produced by mere money making. In fact, tall people are those who keep away from this. So we need to pray for, as the American senator did when the Watergate case was going on. He said we need tall people, sun-crowned, who live above the fog of, I forget the full poem, it's a beautiful poem. And with a drop in his eyes, he closed, saying that no system will work unless there are tall people. We have to produce tall people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gurumurthy. As always, pleasure hearing you. Our final keynote speaker this evening is a senior advocate and one of the foremost constitutional lawyers who's been part of milestone cases like decriminalizing homosexuality and the right to privacy as a fundamental right. He regularly argues on constitutional matters and has literally written the book on environmental law in India. Let's put our hands together for Shyam Devan.
Thank you very much for that. Minister, Chief Justice, members of Parliament, eminent jurists, journalists, members of the Jethmalani family, ladies and gentlemen. Let me as well begin with my tribute to the person whose memory we today mark. I'll share with you two early encounters. The first was when I was in class 8 in 1975, and my father suggested that I visit the Bombay High Court to hear Ram Jethmalani in a critical case for preserving our liberties. This was 1975, late 75. It was during the emergency, and the case was titled N.P. Nathwani versus the Commissioner of Police. It was my first visit to the Bombay High Court and to the Chief Justice's Court, and the bench comprised Chief Justice Kantawala and Justice Tulsapurkar, who later on, of course, came to the Supreme Court of India. The judgment is reported in volume 78 of the Bombay Law Reporter at page 1, and it records the appearances N.A. Palkhiwala with R. Jethmalani, K.S. Cooper, A.B. Diwan, S.J. Sorabji, and 153 other advocates as per the list handed over by Gagrat and Company. The Commissioner of Police had refused permission to a group of lawyers to hold a private meeting to discuss the preservation and promotion of civil liberties and the rule of law. The bench unanimously, there are two judgments, one by the Chief Justice, one by Justice Tulsapurkar, they preserved the ancient right of assembly and quashed the police commissioner's prohibitory order, which prevented the lawyers, or which had prevented the lawyers from convening the meeting. Ram's advocacy was stirring. If my math is correct, he was 52 at that time, but his presence and his powerful advocacy transformed the court into a theater. It was a mesmerizing experience for a schoolboy and an early lesson on the indispensable role of lawyers and judges in preserving liberty. The last paragraph of the law report sort of piqued my interest, so I'll read it to you. It goes this way. It says, Mr. Sorabji on behalf, and this is what Mr. Gurumurthy had also mentioned. Mr. Sorabji on behalf of the petitioners stated that counsel and attorneys appearing for the petitioners are not charging any fees and will be only pressing an order of costs restricted to the mere out-of-pocket expenses incurred, of which a statement is handed over. In view of this statement, the respondents are directed to pay the petitioners a sum of rupees 3,742 and 51 naya paise, being the out-of-pocket expenses incurred by the petitioners. So it was a small triumph at a very dark time in our history, no doubt made sweeter by the 3,742.51 rupees which the police commissioner was required to pay. My second early recollection, was in the year 1977. So we are 2 years on. And by then, Ram had left India. He'd left India in 76 during the emergency and had returned to contest the Lok Sabha elections. He ran against the serving law minister, H.R. Gokhale, in the Bombay Northwest constituency. And I remember attending a meeting at Marine Lines in Mumbai. There was a hall where the opposition candidates were all on the stage, but not Ram. Where was Ram Jethmalani? Midway through the meeting, there was a slight commotion, and in strode Ram to great cheers and applause. I remember him walking onto the stage, apologizing for being late, and heading straight to that, that Chicago radio microphone. And then he declared, "The Hun is on the run." The audience was stunned. What was Ram Jethmalani talking about? And then he went on to say that the Prime Minister's intelligence agencies had projected a very bleak prospect for her and that she was set to flee the country. That is why the Hun is on the run. These encounters distilled for me some of Ram Jethmalani's great qualities: courage, an unflinching focus on freedom, an actor's way with words, and fearlessness for the cause of the client. Let me move on now to basic structure. And frankly, I thought that by now, as the last speaker, this ground would have been covered. But let me just share with you a little nugget. The notion of basic structure, which has been explained by the speakers ahead of me, actually started with a German professor, Dieter Conrad. And he delivered a lecture at Banaras Hindu University where he propounded a theory that some things in the Constitution are immutable or are unchangeable. And barrister M.K. Nambiar, who argued Golaknath, found out about the Conrad lecture through his friend T.S. Ramarao, a law professor at the Madras University. So this is how it was run initially in Golaknath, and then of course Palkhiwala took it to a whole new level insofar as the Keshavananda Bharati case is concerned. Let me just indicate a couple of factors as I understand them in terms of context, because I think political context is very important to understand and justify the basic structure doctrine and why it's so important for us here in India. So it was mentioned that there was the popular government had pushed through and made efforts at a large number of laws which sought land reforms, privy purse was mentioned, bank nationalization, taking over of other land and assets was mentioned, and therefore a clear attack, not just at Part 3, which is fundamental rights, but also a constant testing of the bounds of judicial review. What can be done? How far can the courts go? How far should the courts go? And allied to this searching interrogation on the limits of law in terms of judicial review is another aspect of our constitutional model. And that really is what I think Mr. Nariman mentioned, that our constitution has been amended 105 times in 73 years. 105 times in 73 years. Now contrast that with the United States Constitution, which has been amended 27 times in 234 years. Or consider the Japanese Constitution, which hasn't been amended even once since 1946. In Australia, in 121 years, it has been amended just 8 times. So what you have is that, we have a great regard for our Constitution. We have a great regard for constitutional sanction. And a result of that is that we have certain provisions which I suspect don't make their way into many other constitutions. For example, just ahead of a chapter which is, loftily titled Relations Between Union and States, very important, Part 11 of the Constitution, or the Scheduled and Tribal Areas, which is Part 10 of the Constitution, is a whole chapter in our Constitution beginning with Article 243ZH, and it is titled Cooperative Societies. Now, I can scarce imagine that there would be parts, that there'd be too many constitutions anywhere in the world which has cooperative societies right up there in your basic and foundational document. But we have it. And so there are several parts which, of course, can be removed, which can be amended, which can be altered. But then there are others, I suspect. Part 3, for example, with some exceptions, which must hold out if we are to preserve our democracy. So Article 368, which was also referred to, is the great constitutional provision by which the Constitution itself comes to be amended from time to time. And here I'd like to borrow Nani Palkhiwala's phrase, deface and defile. And what he says is, and what he writes is, that does the constitutional amendment, the question or the test is, Does the constitutional amendment deface and defile our great charter beyond recognition with respect to any of its essential traits? Palkhiwala ends his 1974 book, Our Constitution Defaced and Defiled, with a caution. The amending power under Article 368 is not a death wish or a provision for legal suicide. To quote him, the nation may pass through times like the present when it suffers a loss of identity, but never the Constitution. The founders had an unshakable faith that however stormy the days, the preservation of the identity of the Constitution will always enable the nation to come back into its own. And so the basic structure doctrine is really about protecting the essential identity of the Constitution. Very briefly, I think many of these doctrines in law are tested or are valid depending on their utility. I believe it's been of tremendous utility for us here in India in preserving crucial aspects of the Constitution, such as, for example, the scope of judicial review and the power of the court, or reserving to the court or our higher judiciary the power to strike down legislation which otherwise falls foul of constitutional provisions, and a few other areas also where the basic structure doctrine has been applied to preserve liberties, to ensure that our democracy remains intact and doesn't suffer too many inroads in terms of rule of law. And as Mr. Nariman mentioned, this doctrine has found resonance beyond our shores. So we have the doctrine applied to strike down constitutional amendments in Bangladesh, in Belize, as was mentioned by Mr. Nariman as well, where the 8th constitutional amendment of 2011 was struck down because it was found to make too much of an ingress in terms of destroying property rights. Kenya has used and employed the doctrine for striking down one of their constitutional bills. Uganda as well, Malaysia as well, after a little bit of back and forth, and Pakistan has adopted this particular doctrine. Singapore found that the basic structure doctrine is not really aligned to their constitutional form, their history, and so they rejected it. I had the advantage of access to a manuscript which my father maintained during the Keshavananda Bharati case. So as was told to you, there were 13, it was the biggest and strongest panel in our Supreme Court, 13 learned judges. Nani Palkhiwala was leading the charge on behalf of the petitioners. There was H.M. Sirvai, who was leading the defense of the constitutional amendments on behalf of the states. And this is what my father penned on Thursday, December the 21st, 1972. From his manuscript, 30th hearing, 3:40 p.m. Nani Palkhiwala. In another 20 minutes, I will have done. I will end as I began on the question of approach with a few well-chosen and well-phrased words of a distinguished lawyer. I would, however, request your lordships not to read the name of the author. Palkhiwala given cyclostyle bunch, which he hands over to the court master. I again request your lordships not to read the name, because if you do, you will not believe your eyes. The name is H.M. Sirvai. Laughter. 3 interruptions by Sirvai. Sirvai. Articles written, Member of Parliament in the Select Committee told me that certain clauses were dropped because of my articles. Nani Palkhiwala, thank you. Sirvai, I will fully explain the articles. Nani Palkhiwala, you will do so at length when your turn comes. Justice Hegde shows that judges and lawyers should not write articles. Justice Chandrachud, Y.V. Chandrachud, Mr. Palkhiwala, have you not committed a breach of copyright? Laughter. The punch in Palkhiwala's closing submissions is revealed on a reading of Sirvai's passionate defense of the right to property in a series of 3 articles that had appeared in the Times of India 17 years before Keshavananda Bharati was argued. So let me end with some words from Ram Jethmalani, on Nani Palkiwala. And when Palkiwala passed in June 2004, this is what Mr. Jethmalani had to say. I believe that Nani's greatest contribution in the field of constitutional law was his glorious success in the Kesavananda Bharati case. Nani had realized that the Constitution had been treated with even less respect than is due to the Cattle Trespass Act. He brought in his complete legal expertise and repertoire to sustain a unique proposition. Whatever be the width of the amending power of the Constitution, you cannot, by any kind of majority vote, alter or destroy its basic structure and framework. The government of the day made an inglorious attempt to have Kesavananda judgment reviewed and reversed. Fortunately, the judges did not accept the invitation. The doctrine is now an incontrovertible part of our constitutional jurisprudence, and India is spared the danger of demise of its democracy. The judgments of our court and the judgments of the overseas courts which have upheld basic structure use expressions like pillars, supports. These are the great supports and the pillars of our constitutional edifice. But to end, let us also remember that in addition to the pillars and the supports, we need spaces. We need spaces for our citizens. We need spaces for the citizenry speaking through civil society. We cannot possibly afford a situation where there is no space for a comedian, there is no space for a journalist, there's no space for a cartoonist, there's no space for an academic. So the defense of democracy, assured, at least for a while, by this important utilitarian principle of basic structure, also requires each one of us, like the very eminent lawyers mentioned in the past, to ensure that the spaces do not shrink any further. I thank you very much, and I thank Mahesh for this. Thank you.
Shyamji, many thanks to you. It's been a delightful evening. And as a last part of the proceedings, it's our proud privilege to announce to you something that is as larger than life, worth doing, and special as...
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty, and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the Bravehearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was among the 3 martyrs who died fighting terrorists in Anantnag yesterday. Martyr DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was brave, young and patriotic. He followed his father's footsteps and joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police in 2018. The year his father retired from the force. As his mortal remains arrived home wrapped in the tricolour, a sea of mourners paid their respects. The tears, their cries, their pain, a testament to what Humayun meant to them.
आज कुकड़नाग अनंतनाग में जो दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें हमारे डिप्टी एसपी हुमायूं भट्ट शहादत को प्राप्त हुए, वो हमारे रिटायर्ड आईजी गुलाम हसन भट्ट उनके इकलौते बेटे थे और हमारे पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर परिवार की तरफ से उनको श्रद्धांजलि है। और आज हम सारा जम्मू कश्मीर का परिवार, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का परिवार गुलाम हसन भट्ट और उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं।
DSP Humayun is survived by his parents, his wife and a 29-day-old child. He was married last year and only last month he had embraced fatherhood. People of Jammu and Kashmir want its brave son avenged. They want nothing less than 100% retribution.
पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को और पाकिस्तान को चुकाना पड़ेगा। अब पाकिस्तान का खेल खत्म है, अब फाइनल स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए। आतंकवादी और उनके आका बचने नहीं चाहिए। पाकिस्तान का नक्शे से नामो निशान मिट जाना।
पाकिस्तान सुधरने वाला नहीं है भाई साहब। 65-71 की जंग नहीं होगी तब तक कोई सुधरने वाला नहीं है।
Indian forces are resolute in their mission. They will wipe out every trace of terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir and will not rest till they avenge martyrs of Anantnag. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश।
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Sources suggest that the India-Canada Free Trade Agreement negotiations have been paused. The reason given for the pause is due to political developments in Canada, and talks will resume once issues are settled between the two governments. So the talks were ongoing. At this point in time, they have been stalled. And we have our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining in to tell us more. Abhishek, what is the reason? Can you tell us more?
It could be but the issue of Khalistan support that that a Canadian establishment gives Ankit, and we are being told that this is of course only source based, that the FTA talks with Canada are going to be in a go slow mode for the kind of position that Justin Trudeau took while in New Delhi. Remember when he was asked after the G20 summit on the Khalistan issue, he said that yes, talks happened, but then this freedom of expression issue, which was seen as essentially the Trudeau government, toughening up its position and sort of wanting to really look down upon India's concerns when it comes to the Khalistani elements within the Canadian society. So I think a response is coming, and the sources tell us that despite some plain speak that was done by Prime Minister Modi in his pull aside with Justin Trudeau, remember, on the sidelines of G20 summit, while the Prime Minister had 15 bilaterals, there was only one pull aside, which is essentially one step below the bilaterals in diplomatic parlance, and in that Prime Minister did some plain speaking. Despite that, the kind of public position Trudeau took, I think this is essentially an Indian response to that.
Absolutely. We've been tracking this very closely, viewers, and now the free trade agreements have been paused also between the two countries. I thank Abhishek Kapoor for joining and sharing information on this. This is a live story. And a lot more coming up. Team INDIA has decided to boycott 14 news channel anchors. The government says press freedom is under attack. We'll tell you all about this controversy after a short break. Stay with us.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the Bravehearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was among the 3 martyrs who died fighting terrorists in Anantnag yesterday. Martyr DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was brave, young and patriotic. He followed his father's footsteps and joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police in 2018, the year his father retired from the force. As his mortal remains arrived home wrapped in the tricolour, a sea of mourners paid their respects. Their tears, their cries, their pain, a testament to what Humayun meant to them.
आज उपरनाग अनंतनाग में जो दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें हमारे डिप्टी एसपी हुमायूं भट्ट शहादत को प्राप्त हुए, वो हमारे रिटायर्ड आईजी गुलाम हसन भट्ट, उनके इकलौते बेटे थे और हमारे पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर परिवार की तरफ से उनको श्रद्धांजलि है। और आज हम सारा जम्मू कश्मीर का परिवार, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का परिवार गुलाम हसन भट्ट और उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं।
DSP Humayun is survived by his parents, his wife and a 29-day-old child. He was married last year and only last month he had embraced fatherhood. People of Jammu and Kashmir want its brave son avenged. They want nothing less than 100% retribution.
पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को और पाकिस्तान को चुकाना पड़ेगा। अब पाकिस्तान का खेल खत्म है, अब फाइनल स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए। आतंकवादी और उनके आका बचने नहीं चाहिए। पाकिस्तान का नक्शे से नामो निशान मिट जाना।
पाकिस्तान सुधरने वाला नहीं है भाई साहब। 65-71 की जंग नहीं होगी तब तक कोई सुधरने वाला नहीं।
Indian forces are resolute in their mission. They will wipe out every trace of terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir and will not rest till they avenge martyrs of Anantnag. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series had 3 versions of the series. This year will be the 4th year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September, and the topic has the basic features: doctrine, serve the nation, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, there was interim relief to BRS MLC K. Kavita in a matter related to the Delhi excise policy irregularities case. The Supreme Court adjourned the hearing on her plea against ED's summons till September 26th. While ED deferred the summons against her till then, the ED told the Supreme Court it will not insist that K. Kavita appears before it till the September 26th hearing. A 39-year-old man tested positive for the Nipah virus, which was transmitted to him through direct contact with an infected person who died on August the 30th. With this, the number of active cases has risen to 4. The state government has decided to test everyone who is on the high-risk contact list of infected persons. The Dharwad bench of the Karnataka High Court has rejected the Anjuman-e-Islam's petition seeking a stay on the Ganesh festival celebrations in the Idgah ground in Hubballi, Dharwad. Meanwhile, Congress's Priyank Kharge said that as of now, there is no such denial of permission.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the Bravehearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was among the 3 martyrs who died fighting terrorists in Anantnag yesterday. Martyr DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was brave, young and patriotic. He followed his father's footsteps and joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police in 2018, the year his father retired from the force. As his mortal remains arrived home wrapped in the tricolour, a sea of mourners paid their respects. Their tears, their cries, their pain, a testament to what Humayun meant to them.
आज उपरनाग अनंतनाग में जो दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें हमारे डिप्टी एसपी हुमायूं भट्ट शहादत को प्राप्त हुए, वो हमारे रिटायर्ड आईजी गुलाम हसन भट्ट उनके इकलौते बेटे थे और हमारे पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर परिवार की तरफ से उनको श्रद्धांजलि है। और आज हम सारा जम्मू कश्मीर का परिवार, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का परिवार गुलाम हसन भट्ट और उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं।
DSP Humayun is survived by his parents, his wife and a 29-day-old child. He was married last year and only last month he had embraced fatherhood. People of Jammu and Kashmir want its brave son avenged. They want nothing less than 100% retribution.
पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को और पाकिस्तान को चुकाना पड़ेगा। अब पाकिस्तान का खेल खत्म है, अब फाइनल स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए। आतंकवादी और उनके आका बचने नहीं चाहिए। पाकिस्तान का नक्शे से नामो निशान मिट जाना।
पाकिस्तान सुधरने वाला नहीं है भाई साहब। 65-71 की जंग नहीं होगी तब तक कोई सुधरने वाला नहीं।
Indian forces are resolute in their mission. They will wipe out every trace of terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir and will not rest till they avenge martyrs of Anantnag. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A look at some international stories now. China's factories picked up their pace and retail sales also gained momentum in August. The Chinese government reported on Friday suggesting its economy may be gradually recovering from its post-pandemic malaise. Friday's report showed retail sales rose 4.6% in August from a year earlier. The American ambassador to Japan has raised questions over the absence of Chinese Defense Minister Li Shangfu from the public view for 3 weeks now. The ambassador asked whether the Chinese Defense Minister missed his meeting with the Singaporean Chief of Naval Staff as he has been placed under house arrest.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had 3 versions of the series. This year will be the 4th year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September. And the topic has the basic features: doctrine, serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the Bravehearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was among the 3 martyrs who died fighting terrorists in Anantnag yesterday. Martyr DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was brave, young and patriotic. He followed his father's footsteps and joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police in 2018, the year his father retired from the force. As his mortal remains arrived home wrapped in the tricolour, a sea of mourners paid their respects. Their tears, their cries, their pain, a testament to what Humayun meant to them.
आज उपरनाग अनंतनाग में जो दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें हमारे डिप्टी एसपी हुमायूं भट्ट शहादत को प्राप्त हुए, वो हमारे रिटायर्ड आईजी गुलाम हसन भट्ट उनके इकलौते बेटे थे और हमारे पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर परिवार की तरफ से उनको श्रद्धांजलि है। और आज हम सारा जम्मू कश्मीर का परिवार, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का परिवार गुलाम हसन भट्ट और उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं।
DSP Humayun is survived by his parents, his wife and a 29-day-old child. He was married last year and only last month he had embraced fatherhood. People of Jammu and Kashmir want its brave son avenged. They want nothing less than 100% retribution.
पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को और पाकिस्तान को चुकाना पड़ेगा। अब पाकिस्तान का खेल खत्म है, अब फाइनल स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए। आतंकवादी और उनके आका बचने नहीं चाहिए। पाकिस्तान का नक्शे से नामो निशान मिट जाना।
पाकिस्तान सुधरने वाला नहीं है भाई साहब। 65-71 की जंग नहीं होगी तब तक कोई सुधरने वाला नहीं है।
Indian forces are resolute in their mission. They will wipe out every trace of terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir and will not rest till they avenge martyrs of Anantnag. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations.
To apply, visit amity.edu.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को.
Burning question, powered by Maersk, co-powered by UBI.
From Panipat to Mohali, India is paying its tributes to the Bravehearts who laid down their lives in Anantnag. The crackdown on terror also continues. Anantnag operation has entered day 3.
मीडिया को दबाने का और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, ये बोलते तो हैं लेकिन दबाने का ही काम किया है इमरजेंसी के टाइम भी, और ये इमरजेंसी 2.0 अब भी लगाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
In more news, Team India decides to boycott 14 news channel anchors. The government says press freedom is under attack.
बाबा नागार्जुन ने जिस चीज को स्वीकार किया कि मानस में आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणियां हैं, अच्छी बातें भी है, बहुत अच्छी बातें भी है, लेकिन 55 प्रकार का खाना परोसा गया हो, उसमें थोड़ा पोटेशियम साइनाइड डाल दिया गया हो तो आप खाएंगे?
There is no end to the Hindu abuse. The INDI alliance leader is comparing Ramcharitramanas to cyanide. The BJP hits out. Days after the violence in Nuh in Haryana, a Congress MLA is arrested by the SIT. He's been sent to 2 days of custody. And sources suggest the India-Canada FTA negotiations for the moment have been put on hold because of political developments in Canada. A very good evening. The show is called The Burning Question and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. Lot of questions today on top of our minds. These questions should have an answer. But who's going to respond to the questions that we had in our minds when we saw that one defining image? That one image, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you must have seen it too. It has shattered our hearts. I'm going to request our team to put our images of the little Kabir Singh. Who really is Kabir Singh? Kabir Singh is all of 6 years old. He was bidding the final goodbye to his dad, his superhero. He might have only heard about death till now, but this was the little one's first brush with that truth, that everything that is born is destined to die. But clearly his dad, Colonel Manpreet, shouldn't have gone like this. That is what he must be thinking. A lot of you have spoken about this and said perhaps 6 years is too young for him to even understand what really has happened. But can we fool ourselves by saying that and normalize grief for not just Kabir, his little sister who's all of 2 years old, the family of all the Bravehearts that have martyred and who've put their lives for the country. Now remember, as in some time you will see a lot of these crowds melting away, all these families will be left to deal with their own grief. They'll get occasional visitors, they'll get occasional calls asking for their well-being. And who knows, tomorrow there could be new Bravehearts we'll be talking about. But each and every of this image, remember that you have seen from Srinagar to Panipat to Chandigarh, makes us ask just one question. For how long? For how long we'll see people dying like this, the men in uniform. We'll also put our images of what happened earlier in Srinagar, also what happened in Chandigarh, and like I said, also what happened in Panipat. Politicians will continue to politicize because that's what they ultimately are. They are politicians. But like I said, who today has answers for Colonel Manpreet Singh, for Major Ashish Dhonchak, also for Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt? Because these are heroes that the country has lost. But all of them men of steel and leaving behind families that are united in grief. They all have a lot of questions also on their minds if you look at their faces. There are people who've come in from far and wide who were complete strangers to them, but they wanted to be a part of their final journey. Now remember, as we were looking at these images, it was difficult to not see another image in contrast of our politicians. One of them is Farooq Abdullah. There are also a number of leaders from the Congress party who've been a votary of conversation with Pakistan. Because look at what Farooq Abdullah has said. He says terrorism will continue until India talks to Pakistan. So why is this statement so wrong? Is it fair for netas to make comments like this? And isn't this the most tasteless response, if I can use that word, to the martyrdom of our brave hearts? Because this means that Farooq Abdullah still believes that Pakistan is a stakeholder when it comes to Kashmir. He believes India should be talking to Pakistan, and I don't know who else in Pakistan should we be talking to and why at all. These are going to be difficult questions. The opposition also finding a way to question the government, saying, you told us that after the abrogation of Article 370, everything is going to be fine. But they say what we are seeing on our screens is the stark reality. Now, is this the time really to play politics? Ask those tough questions because they have to be asked. But is this the time to ask those questions when you have these families mourning? Or is this the time to stand united with these families and to stand united against Pakistan and not say, let's have a conversation? Because just think of this. What is Kabir going to be thinking? The same Kabir Singh who, dons that tiny uniform of his father in the coffin, and the tiny Kabir in his tiny uniform with his baby sister, bidding the final goodbye to his dad, his superhero. The story has moved all of us today. Let's first up join the entire country in paying our tributes to these brave hearts. But then we will also not spare our politicians and continue to expose them.
मनप्रीत तेरा नाम रहेगा, तब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा। मनप्रीत तेरा नाम रहेगा, मनप्रीत अमर रहे भारतीय सेना जिंदाबाद।
Over 50 plus hours of anti-terror operation in Anantnag. And our forces are firm in crushing the Pakistan terror in the valley.
Guns are roaring here in Kokarnag, South Kashmir. This is the hillock where the operation is on. For the last 3 days, we are seeing the massive exchange of fire taking place, the explosives, the gunshots, everything is being done to neutralize the terrorist hold up in the hillock. And this is the range where the encounter is on, the 19RR along with SOG, Anantnag, and also the Special Forces Para is part of this very operation here.
3 Jawans have sacrificed their lives for the country. When Major Ashish said his goodbyes to his family, including his 2-year-old daughter, to resume duties in Kashmir 1.5 months ago, he promised to return to Haryana's Panipat in October to help them move house. Weeks later, his body was being retrieved from the higher reaches of Anantnag's Kokarnag area. 6-year-old Kabir Singh donned the army uniform, saluting his father, Colonel Manpreet Singh, who laid down his life fighting terrorists in Anantnag. Humayun Bhatt's father, Ghulam Hassan Bhatt, laid a wreath on his son's body in Kashmir's Budgam yesterday. His stoic demeanor did not betray his devastation. However, after Farooq batting for talks with Pakistan, now Mehbooba Mufti has undermined the forces.
एक माँ बाप का जवान बेटा इस तरह शहीद हो गया तो उनके लिए क्या रहा, उनकी तो दुनिया खत्म हो गई ना। अब इसमें हम क्या करेंगे, कितनी बार बोलेंगे मजम्मत करते हैं कंडेम को, उससे तो वो वापस नहीं आएगा। वो इतना 1 साल भी उसकी शादी को नहीं हो गया था और इस तरह गोलियों का शिकार हो गया। ये तो हमारी बदकिस्मती है जम्मू कश्मीर की कि हमारे जवान इस तरह शहादत पाते हैं जबकि उनके दिन हंसने खेलने के होते हैं और वो कब्रिस्तान की रौनक बन जाते हैं।
While 3 Jawans have sacrificed their lives fighting for the country, and forces are going all out to avenge their death, the political parties in the valley are playing petty politics over it. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And ladies and gentlemen, there are days that you really don't want to say much, but you just want to soak in the kind of sentiment that today has been shared by a lot of you as we were beaming those images live of that little Kabir Singh. And, I'm just requesting all of you to keep Kabir, his family, Bunny, and all these Bravehearts, their families, in your thoughts today, because that's important, Rohan. Even if you have Farooq Abdullah and you have the likes of Mehbooba Mufti who still believe it's important to be talking to Pakistan, I'm not sure whether Congress still stands on that, entire plea that has been reiterated ad nauseum by these politicians, because they have their own votes to think about. We'll get Rohan into this conversation and respond to that question that you've been asking. He's a political analyst. Nirmal Singh Ji is the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir with us. We also do have Major General Rajan Kochar with us, who's a defense expert, and he has some very, very strong views on what has been going on. SP Waid Saab is a former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir. And before I let the politicians and the political analysts into this conversation, I want to begin by asking SP Waid Saab about what should we be doing, sir, as a country? I mean, where is it that India is going wrong? What is it that we can do more? Because how many men like this should we and can we lose, sir?
First of all, my tribute to the martyrs and heartfelt condolences to the families. The whole nation is mourning their loss. It's a huge, huge loss. Coming to your question, I think today India has technology to hit deep inside 25-30 kilometers. We have Apak helicopters. We have drones which can hit 25 kilometers inside without even crossing the LOC. I think India should think of that option and destroy these terrorist camps at the very source. That is, I think, government of India will have to take a call about that. And as far as ecosystem which was in Kashmir, after abrogation of Article 370, lot of steps have been taken to crush that. You had many government employees who were helping terrorists, and the Pakistan agencies have been identified and removed. You had separatist politics having been contained to a very large extent. You don't know, no stone pelting. You had the Hawala money transactions have been checked by NIA's continuous crackdown. Investigations have been opened against many people like Yasin Malik and Bitta Karate. So many steps. I think that will take a lot of time if I count that. But what I see, therefore, yesterday's incident is the pattern between what is happening in Rajouri Poonch and Kokarnag. In both the places, the terrorists are taking up a deep jungle, forest area and hilly area. Earlier, they were in the towns and villages and in inhabited area. They have realized after launching of Operation All Out in 2017, they have lost many of their cadres, thousands of them. And, they keep changing strategy. About a year, I think about 2 years back, you saw the phenomena of targeted killings with small weapons and hitting Kashmiri Pandits, the political workers, outsiders. Security forces and J&K police controlled that. Now this pattern is emerging. Jammu region, which was almost free of terrorism, has been witnessing these terrorist incidents in Rajouri Poonch for last one and a half year. As per the government data, I think 26 terrorists have been eliminated in Rajouri Poonch in last 1 year, and we have lost our 10 Bravehearts. So that shows how much focus is there to disturb Rajouri Poonch and Jammu region. as a whole, and Rajouri Poonch in particular. Now, this pattern of taking to guerrilla warfare, taking to hills where you have terrorists have advantage of height, advantage of thick forest cover, have advantage of big boulders,
foliage,
rocks, caves. So this is a classical case of guerrilla warfare. Draw the forces inside, inflict maximum damage to their leadership, and run away. And that is what you are witnessing in Kokernag encounter. So I think we need to have a rethink about our strategy and hit back these terrorists, whatever remnants have been left in Jammu and Kashmir.
I think, sir, you have very well outlined how things have changed over the few years, and you're also telling us what really is the immediate challenge. And before I get in Nirmal Singh ji and Rohan into the conversation, I want to get in General Rajan Kochar into this. Sir, do you believe it's time for us to have a new calculation? And is it fair, to say that what was happening earlier is continuing to happen now, as much of the opposition is wanting us to believe that nothing has changed?
Dipti, I don't think that statement would be correct. Things have changed a lot, and there are statistics to prove that. If you have a look at the local recruitment in the valley, it has come down to 2 digits now. It used to be in hundreds earlier, and there are around 100 terrorists today present in Jammu and Kashmir as per official estimates. And 70 of them are foreign terrorists and 30 other locals. The problem is not of tackling terrorism. The Indian Army is competent enough to sort them out, and these kind of incidents are likely to happen. We have to look beyond this. This strategy of ours has to be beyond this. I want to ask everybody a question here, that why has Pakistan come out of the FATF grey list? Pakistan gave a statement in the FATF grey list. There were 27 observations, and Pakistan has given in writing that there are no terrorist camps in Pakistan. Now I want to question the United Nations as well as these countries who are managing FATF, that what has prompted them to take Pakistan out of the grey list? We have to economically bleed Pakistan as much as possible, because Pakistan has to pay a price. Because from where these terrorists are coming, you tell me? They are coming from line of control, and they are coming from the villages across in Pakistan, and they are being trained there. And we have got documentary evidence, we have got surveillance also on that. So the time has come now to economically bleed Pakistan. All these IMF loans should be stopped immediately. We have to raise this level now with our kind of relations with the United States and other countries. We have to make it count. See, it is not difficult for the Indian Army to tackle these cases inside India, but from where they are coming, the root of the problem has to be identified. And unless we strike at the root, this we will continue to have such incidents. Earlier, the strategy has now changed to south of Pir Panjal ranges because of the terrain we have here. It is very easy for the terrorists to hide here, and any amount of army soldiers and the number of forces you can deploy here, it won't be possible to cover all the forest areas. So time has come now for India to be proactive, to show its might, in the diplomatic might, I would say, in the world today, because we have been recognized as a strong power after the G20. We have made inroads in that, and this aspect was also discussed in G20. And it was brought out by External Affairs Minister Jaishankar that there is only one terrorism. There is no good terrorism or bad terrorism. There is only one terrorism. And the countries who are perpetrators of these terrorism should be brought to task. So I think the time has come now. we have to take a concerted action.
Okay, I think both of you gentlemen have given us so much food for thought that I wonder, Nirmal Singh ji, just give me 30 seconds sir, before I come to you. I want to get in Rohan quickly here. Rohan, you know, the experts time and again have said you cannot be talking to Pakistan because who's Pakistan? I mean, when it is about Kashmir, why should we be talking to Pakistan alone? Now, Rohan, why the likes of Farooq Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti continue to parrot this line? And, you know, should the other alliance partners be absolutely okay with this? When it comes to foreign policy, you know, people would want to know, the voters of the country would want to know, where does the entire alliance stand? I mean, you have to speak as one, Rohan.
Yes. First of all, you know, the two spoke with me, I feel. Sticking, they have said, you started this debate. We are, first of all, we are all Indians. Since Wednesday night, we've seen these images of our gallant soldiers who have died at the border, okay? And whoever, the terrorists who have attacked them, no one here is defending any of that. I heard your speech, Mehbooba Mufti's bite on your television. I didn't know what she said before. Forgive me, my Hindi, my Urdu grasp is not the best. But I didn't see her saying anything in favor of Pakistan in that bite which you played out. And as far as what Mr. Farooq Abdullah has said, I don't know exactly what he has said. Yes, I don't know what he has said actually. But there is no way for you to insinuate. No, let me just finish.
He said terrorism will continue until India talks to Pakistan. Rohan,
but Dipti, we are not talking about having biryani with
India talks to Pakistan.
Dipti, we are not talking about having biryani with Pakistan. It's about cornering Pakistan in the world stage.
I mean, it's putting
Pakistan down at the UN.
I mean, think about
if there is, you cannot insinuate that we are talking about talking
today,
to Pakistan.
No, we are not. Please, Rohan, please. I mean, really, can you say all this on national television in spite of everything that you have seen today? I mean, on our screens, we've been thinking just about that little Kabir.
No, but excuse me, Dipti,
at 6, he doesn't know what death is. You know, he might have just read about death and watched all this, you know, in his comic books. He's seen his father in a coffin today. For God's sake, Rohan.
Everyone, on Wednesday night, we saw the bodies. And what we saw on Wednesday night was the PM and the BJP celebrating their G20 win. So let's not go there. I don't want to make this any more political than it is already become. We are talking about finding solutions. What are we doing about Pakistan? It's not for me to say it's not for the opposition to say what the Indian government needs to do about Pakistan.
You can't have a solution, right? That's what I'm saying.
So then take Pakistan down.
Rohan, I want to get in Nirmal Singh ji, who's been very, very patiently listening to all of you. So Rohan, please extend him that courtesy. He's also been a former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, so he understands Jammu Kashmir far better than at least you and me on the panel. Now, Nirmal Singh ji, अब मुझे ये बताइए, जब फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब ये कहते हैं कि जब तक पाकिस्तान से बातचीत नहीं होगी, इस टेररिज्म का कोई सल्यूशन नहीं मिलेगा, इसका सीधा मतलब ये है कि उनको ये लगता है कि पाकिस्तान कश्मीर में एक स्टेक होल्डर है. तो ऐसा कैसे होगा सर? ऐसे कैसे हम मतलब इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम का सल्यूशन निकालेंगे जब यही पार्टीज जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में इलेक्शंस लड़ती हैं और ये इस तरह की बातें करती हैं?
Diti, it's a very shocking part of dirty politics which some of the politicians they are playing in Jammu and Kashmir and in rest of India. I was listening to a political analyst, so-called political analyst, how he was defending the killing of our martyrs. This is very unfortunate. We must come at one point, at least on such occasions when there is a question of the security of our nation. Our whole nation is
killing of any
Pakistani. Rohan, please listen to him, Rohan. He's been the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. He understands that state far better than you and me, at least, Rohan, I said. Please listen to him, Rohan. That's the least that we can do. You want us to be talking to Pakistan, but you cannot listen in. You cannot listen in to Nirmal Singh ji. That is not done. Rohan, please.
Me of defending something
please
give me that excuse.
Please let him finish. Let him finish, Rohan. Please just keep these martyrs today in your mind. A shouting match will not help us, please. No. It's a solemn day today. A lot of us have heavy hearts, Rohan. I don't know about you. Please, Nirmal Singh ji will complete his point.
I did not
Nirmal Singh ji.
So far as this statement of Farooq Abdullah is concerned, they are legitimizing this terrorism as a tool of diplomacy. They are playing as a safety valve for Pakistan. This is unfortunate part. When the whole of the nation want that there should be some stern action against these terrorists and even Pakistan, which is the source of this terrorism, these people, they are trying to provide this safety, acting as safety valve to that. This is a very unfortunate part. These are disgruntled politicians. They have lost their ground in Jammu and Kashmir. Even in Kashmir, the Kashmiri youth, they are coming out with candles. After Kashmir's mourning, there's the death of our Bravehearts. But politicians, they are chanting the same old story. This is a very unfortunate part. They don't understand the sentiments of the people. When Humayun, DSP, Humayun, a young lad, is being killed by the Pakistani terrorists, the Kashmiri youth he understands that there's a story. But these people are not understanding it. They are just releasing the pressure which is on Pakistan. They are playing dirty politics, I would say. And nobody is going to listen to them. That's very clear.
And
moreover, one thing
absolutely. I second that. I second that sentiment, Nirmal Singh ji, because I've completely run out of time. But, it's a promise that we will not forget. We will not forget Colonel Manpreet Singh, Major Ashish Dhonchak and Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt. We will remember what they have done for the country. And Rohan, I really would want you and perhaps the entire opposition to do the same. Please keep Little Kabir in your thoughts tonight. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time, for your perspective on that very, very, disturbing story. I thank all of you. We quickly need to head into a break right now.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the Bravehearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was among the 3 martyrs who died fighting terrorists in Anantnag yesterday. Martyr DSP Humayun Bhatt was brave, young and patriotic. He followed his father's footsteps and joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police in 2018, the year his father retired from the force. As his mortal remains arrived home wrapped in the tricolour, a sea of mourners paid their respects. Their tears, their cries, their pain, a testament to what Humayun meant to them.
आज कोकरनाग अनंतनाग में जो दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें हमारे डिप्टी एसपी हुमायूं भट्ट शहादत को प्राप्त हुए, वो हमारे रिटायर्ड आईजी गुलाम हसन भट्ट उनके इकलौते बेटे थे और हमारे पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर परिवार की तरफ से उनको श्रद्धांजलि है। और आज हम सारा जम्मू कश्मीर का परिवार, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का परिवार गुलाम हसन भट्ट और उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं।
DSP Humayun is survived by his parents, his wife and a 29-day-old child. He was married last year and only last month he had embraced fatherhood. People of Jammu and Kashmir want its brave son avenged. They want nothing less than 100% retribution.
पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को और पाकिस्तान को चुकाना पड़ेगा। अब पाकिस्तान का खेल खत्म है, अब फाइनल स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए। आतंकवादी और उनके आका बचने नहीं चाहिए। पाकिस्तान का नक्शे से नामो निशान मिट जाना।
पाकिस्तान सुधरने वाला नहीं है भाई साहब। 65-71 की जंग नहीं होगी तब तक कोई सुधरने वाला नहीं।
Indian forces are resolute in their mission. They will wipe out every trace of terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir and will not rest till they avenge martyrs of Anantnag. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had 3 versions of the series. This year will be the 4th year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September. And the topic has the basic features doctrine, serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
Trending burning question powered by Reva University, Century Ply, Club Prime, Hyundai Alcazar and Creta.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Trending Burning Question with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last 6 months or so, encounters with Pakistan-sponsored terrorists in the valley have been frequent. In fact, we'll put out the numbers in a short while from now. In fact, a lot of questions has essentially been raised because the army has lost brave soldiers in these terror incidents leading up to the recent one on 13th of September in the forested Kokarnag region of Jammu and Kashmir's Anantnag district. Now, the terror incident that has been more extraordinary because the fatal casualties were the commanding officer, a young company commander who had generated all the intelligence for the operation initiated by his unit, 19 Rashtriya Rifles and a deputy SP of the Jammu and Kashmir Police. In fact, 3 officers lost their life in their line of duty, and that too in the early part of the action. But the army is on the ground to avenge the demise of the brave soldiers. Today, India was in tears with final rites of late Major Ashish Dhonchak and late Colonel Manpreet Singh. In fact, questions essentially being raised as to how long will Pakistan-sponsored terrorism be allowed on our soil. Republic, in fact, salutes the valor of our forces and will forever be indebted to them. Take a look at this report, and then we begin the trending burning question where we put out the numbers for you to take a closer look of what has really changed post the abrogation of Article 370, the measures that have been taken, but at the same time, why is it that the world would not take cognizance of the fact that it is Pakistan state sponsored terrorism which is bleeding the valley?
Six-year-old Kabir Singh, donning the army uniform, saluting his father, Colonel Manpreet Singh, who laid down his life fighting terrorists in Anantnag. His 2-year-old daughter bidding a final goodbye. The 2 children, too young to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Jagmeet Kaur, who had spoken to her husband just before the operation commenced, is proud of Colonel Manpreet Singh's sacrifice. His sister keeping a rakhi on the coffin. An inconsolable mother mourning the loss of her son. With these heart-rending scenes, Colonel Manpreet Singh was cremated in his hometown in Mohali. The proud villagers of Bharonjia waved the tricolour and raised slogans to pay tribute to the 3rd generation army officer.
इंडियन आर्मी सभी ऑफिसर जेसीओ जवान एक दूसरे से आगे जाने की कोशिश करते हैं, बट इन दिस केस यू हैव सीन ही वाज लीडिंग, तो ये तो हमारी परंपरा है कि लीड करना फ्रंट से. एज ए सोल्जर आई वुड से दिस इज ए पार्ट ऑफ सोल्जरिंग, डेथ इज ए पार्ट ऑफ सोल्जरिंग, बट द क्वेश्चन इज अ मीट ऑनरेबल डेथ विच ही हैज एंड वी आर प्राउड ऑफ हिम.
As the commanding officer of the 19 Rashtriya Rifles, Colonel Manpreet Singh led from the front. He is a Gallantry Award recipient who served in the army for 17 years.
Martyr Sena Medal Colonel Manpreet Singh was the 2nd generation officer in his family, as his father has also served in Indian Army and even in the same battalion as well. Commissioned in 2005 and continuously served in Indian Army for 17 years, and in 2021 he has been decorated with the Sena Medal after he carried out several successful operations and neutralized the terrorists in the valley itself. And in fact his tenure as a commanding officer of 17 RR is all set to end, but before that he carried out this operation in Kokarnag, where his supreme sacrifice has been done in the line of duty.
The nation today salutes Colonel Manpreet Singh, his fight and sacrifice inspiring a billion.
Joining us on the trending burning question tonight, General Sanjay Kulkarni. In fact, he is served in this very area where this operation is also being carried out. Major General Rajan Kochar and Colonel Shailendra. General Kulkarni, if I can come to you first, with regards to this hybrid warfare that we are really looking at. There is no doubt about the fact that if you really look at the numbers over the last 5 years, there is a steep decline. At least this is what the government claims on the floor of the parliament. But having said that, this entire aspect of hybrid war has only intensified over the last couple of months, over the last couple of years. How do you really combat that?
Shravan, at the very outset, of course, it's an extremely sad thing. And there is no denying the fact that after the abrogation of Article 370, the insurgency has been contained. But to say it has been eliminated, it would not be possible. Nothing like this gets eliminated so soon. After all, the population post-1989, 50% of the population is post-1989 in Jammu and Kashmir today. Having said that, you realize that yes, the incidents have gone down. The people there have realized that to join the mainstream has been very much beneficial to them. You see the kind of over 1.8 crore tourists having visited, the kind of infrastructure that has come up. People themselves have realized that joining the mainstream, the education, the kind of opportunities that they are getting is so much better. But there are a certain number. You could not, even if I put 5% of the people who still are the sleeper cells who work for the enemy country, that is Pakistan, because Pakistan has been using, and you rightly said, Shravan, they use terrorism as an instrument of state policy. And right from 47, 48, that has been their agenda, that Jammu and Kashmir, if you ask a Kashmiri, he never would want to go to Pakistan. He sees what state Pakistan is in today, economically, politically, internationally, diplomatically. Pakistan is almost at the verge of a collapse. It's a failed state. But the deep state is controlled by Pakistan army. And that is where the whole problem lies. After Ziaul Haq, when he wanted to lead India with 1,000 cuts, that is what is their agenda. And here we have politicians within our country wanting to say that you should speak to Pakistan. What is it that to whom do we speak to in Pakistan? There is no one in Pakistan that you can speak to because they will never ever change. You've seen what happened with Bhutto. Our own Prime Minister has decided to give 33,000 PWs back to what happened thereafter. Have they said anything? That the thing was to be bilaterally discussed. They raised the issue. His own grandson raises the issue in the UN. So you see this kind of thing. Pakistan can't be trusted. That is number one. Number two, Pakistan is a state sponsor of terrorism world over. Why would the Financial Action Task Force put in a grey list? Why was the terror funding part of it? You see Hafiz Saeed, what's happening to Hafiz Saeed? Despite having been jailed, the man is out in the open, freely moving around. China is there to support Pakistan under all costs. So you find that yes, there is a lot of improvement that has taken place. But of late, the change of tactics from Pakistan's ISI, they themselves are under pressure. Taliban is attacking Pakistan. Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan is attacking Pakistan. Their own forces are. Though North Kashmir seems a little contained. Now you find the South Kashmir, the south of Pir Panjal, this kind of forces coming from Nepal, coming from Jammu, using all means. They're using drones for dropping weapons. They'll be using dingy boats for getting across the Kishan-Ganga River, get across this side. So there is. You see in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the kind of people who are themselves wanting to join Kargil, all time and again, lakhs of people over there. You see the kind of community, the Shias have been discriminated in Pakistan. So there, Pakistan itself in a state of flux. And Pakistan is nowhere at a point of time. But since it's a stooge of China, it seems at this point of time.
In fact, sorry to interrupt you, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, but as far as there is a sea change in the situation on the ground, and perhaps just about a couple of weeks ago when I did the story about the residents of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, it is they who say that open the doors of Kargil because the situation is much better. And perhaps the Pakistan army finds it extremely difficult to control the situation at this point in time. General Kochar, if I can come to you with regards to what Pakistan seems to not understand or comprehend at this point in time, is that hoping that they would continue with their old tactics, they would be able to gain some momentum. But there is a sea change. One, in terms of our policy, it has been consistent. Let us at least admit the fact that several other governments, I'm not really getting into the politics of it, but I ought to make a mention of the fact that there is a consistency when it comes to our policy towards Pakistan, and it does have its impact on the ground. Secondly, Pakistan fails to understand that perhaps what worked in the past will no longer work now.
You see, the certain aspects. Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Certain aspects which have been highlighted by you need further emphasis. The first is that there is no political establishment in Pakistan which is calling the shots today. It is a deep state, and we are aware that the survival of the Pakistan army is on the Kashmir agenda. So I don't think ever a situation will come in Pakistan when they will forego the Kashmir agenda. It will always remain there. So then what does India do? It's actually high time we bring these aspects into a slightly larger perspective, because today, especially we have seen after the G20, the kind of clout India is enjoying today at the world stage. So it is time now to make it count for Pakistan. I also fail to understand why Pakistan was taken out of the FATF list. So we have to bring these issues again. There is a need to review the FATF status of Pakistan and bring it back. There is a need to cut off the IMF loan to Pakistan, because Pakistan should be made to understand they're following this policy of terrorism, and all those terrorist scams which are there in Pakistan are there. We are aware of it. And what is happening in Balochistan today, Pakistan is facing a problem of its own making. What is happening with Afghanistan and what is happening with Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and including the ISIS Khorasan, which is quite active in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa today, it is making the Pakistan army bleed there. So somehow this sort of a realization is not coming into the minds of the Pakistan military leaders. It is high time they understand, and let us talk about their POJK. If you compare the status of development of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and our Kashmir, you will find there is a sea change. And including the population of Kashmir today, the realization is...
On that count, General Rajan Kochar, I would say that there is no comparison. The reason being that as a journalist who's been tracking all developments in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and when I see the kind of protests that are actually taking place and the clear Shia-Sunni divide, one can say this with utmost confidence, that what we have achieved in Kashmir for the people of Kashmir, perhaps Pakistan can only keep muzzling the voice of those who are in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But I want to also touch upon one small aspect, Colonel Shailendra, that is, are we being a little complacent when it comes to the numbers? Of course, infiltration is an all-time low. In terms of terror incidents also that have taken place, if you take a closer look, there is roughly about 75 to 80% drop in terror incidents that have taken place. So yes, there is no doubt of the fact that it has improved. Can we really bring an end to it? Perhaps, as Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni was pointing out, does not really happen overnight, because you're dealing with a rogue state like Pakistan, which would like to disturb the law and order situation in the state, or in Kashmir. But the question here is that, are we being a little complacent, because we are allowing Pakistan to bleed the valley? And as General Rajan Kochar was also pointing out, that we ought to bring in the international pressure on Pakistan.
Shravan, Jai Hind, I can only tell you one thing. General Kulkarni is not only General Kulkarni, he's a glacier Kulkarni. And sir, you taught me, we all learned it together. What we do is what is going to matter. We climb the glacier first, we are still there. Nobody can dislodge. I will agree with even other panelists that yes, it's an international diplomacy, all those good words, very mature words, we do understand now. But sir, my question to myself and my army and my politician and all my journalists, how the hell it makes a difference to me what is Pakistan? Failing economy, that economy, this economy, how the hell that matters? What matters to me is not what Afghanistan is doing in Pakistan. Who is making whom bleed? I'm only worried about what I'm bleeding. My three soldiers are down. My DSP is down. That is what matters to me. And if at all, as what you are also knowing it, I also know it. If we know where are the camps, what are you waiting for? That another one will come, we'll again shoot him down. Anybody who crosses the fence, he's got a one-way ticket. I admire that. What next? I think this is right the time when we are talking about POK, that so much is happening. There's so much of protest. There is an absolute clear-cut indication available that they are prepared to come this side. Open that gate. Open that gate, let them force through that gate. And then you start protecting on humanitarian ground that yes, nobody will touch them. They have come out of their own and we are now there to protect. Give that protection to them. I'm not asking you to go on war. War is not the solution. It is not an era of war. Not only my Prime Minister agrees, I also agree. But is this the era of terrorism? We will keep allowing Pakistan, keep blaming Pakistan. What else?
Right.
FATF. You think, sir, tomorrow morning the FATF will blacklist them? They kept Pakistan for 5 years in FATF. Okay. What has happened?
Colonel Shailendra,
what has happened?
Colonel Shailendra, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It's a bankrupt country.
Okay.
It is
Colonel
a Katora country. I will agree on all those things. But where is that Katora producing so much of money still going on? I am now advocating there is no
Colonel
need
Shailendra,
to do
I'm
a
sorry I had to
surgical
interrupt
strike.
you because we seem
Stop
to be
doing surgical strike. Now let us start doing surgical operation. Operate and take out this aggrieved body. POK is suffering. We
Colonel
have a
Shailendra,
humanitarian, absolute moral responsibility to put them correct. Let somebody protest in world. I don't mind.
okay. Colonel
As far as
Shailendra, I'm sorry to
concerned,
interrupt you because we seem to be having a problem with your video. Colonel Shailendra, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We seem to be having a problem with your video line and I'm really running short of time. But you do make a point that how long can we really accept what is really happening right now? We've tried everything possible, right from a surgical strike to what we saw in Balakot. But it seems that the terror factory wants to still operate in the manner that they are doing right now. Hopefully that the government would up the ante once again. Thank you very much, General Sanjay Kulkarni, General Rajan Kochar and Colonel Shailendra for joining us on the trending burning question.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said. A number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है, भारत की संस्कृति पर हमला करने की. इंडी अलायंस का निर्णय है भारतीयों की आस्था पर हमला करो. इंडी अलायंस गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीयत है भारत को जिस विचारों ने, जिस संस्कारों ने, जिस परंपराओं ने हजारों वर्ष से जोड़ा है, उसे तबाह कर दो.
Tracing the civilizational significance of the Sanatan Dharma and citing how it inspired Ahilyabai Holkar to Mahatma Gandhi and Rani Lakshmibai to Swami Vivekananda, the PM made to expose just what the I.N.D.I.A alliance was attacking.
साथियों, ये सनातन की ताकत थी कि स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में फांसी पाने वाले वीर कहते थे कि अगला जन्म मुझे फिर ये भारत मां की गोद में देना. जिस सनातन ने हजारों वर्षों से भारत को जोड़े रखा है, ये लोग मिलकर अब उस सनातन को खंड खंड करना चाहते हैं.
A few hours later, the Prime Minister was in Chhattisgarh's Raigarh, where he countered the opposition's bid to lace its derogatory attack with caste politics.
सनातन संस्कृति वो है जिसमें भगवान राम सबरी को मां कहकर उनके जूठे पैरों को खाने का आनंद लेते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम वनवासियों को, निषाद राजगृह को अपने भाई से भी बढ़कर बताते हैं. सनातन संस्कृति वो है जहां राम नाव चलाने वाले केवट को गले लगाकर धन्य हो.
Unsurprisingly, the most important decision of the I.N.D.I.A. alliance, now they are starting off by grandly declaring that they will boycott 14 anchors, yours truly included. They think it's a great move. They think this will put pressure on journalists to stop questioning things like the declared intent of many of their leaders to eliminate Hinduism, to eliminate and annihilate Sanatan Dharma and uproot Hindu traditions from the soil of our great nation. I am the one who exposed his intellectual inadequacies. They put me in jail with murderers and rapists and underworld dons, and they tried their best to make me compromise. And I want to say to them today, as they bring out this laughable, ridiculous boycott threat, bring it on. The people of this country are with us, with me. But today the rest of the media, as this emergency mindset emerges again, the rest of the media, especially the Lutyens media, they need to develop a spine, because we know how to hit back when it comes to our endless and indefatigable battle for the truth.
From the Delhi studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. The new Kia Seltos. Century Ply. Club Prime. PolicyBazaar.com. And JK Tire.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 6-year-old Kabir Singh, wearing an army uniform, standing on a stool towering over the engulfing emotions that were pouring as thousands came from near and far to pay a farewell to his father, Colonel Manpreet Singh. These visuals have gutted the nation. Standing above his father's coffin, saluting him for his sacrifice. Gutted, we feel, gutted as much as it has affirmed our resolve. Our sister putting a rakhi on the coffin of her brother. She probably held on to it because Colonel was not home for the festival and they promised to celebrate the eternal bond on another day of another month, neither of which ever came. Ladies and gentlemen, when 6-year-old Kabir, wearing the Indian Army uniform, saluted his father, Colonel Manpreet Singh, he may or may not have been able to make sense of the coffin that reached his home. He may not be able to process the overwhelming sacrifice his father has just made and how indebted 1.3 billion Indians are for it. But with 6-year-old Kabir's salute, donned in uniform, he sounded to the world the pride in the uniform, which is sacrosanct, and our resolve that the fight for the nation will go on, generation to generation to generation to generation of nationalist Indians, more firm than ever. When the mortal remains of Major Ashish Dhonchak were reaching home, it was the same resolve, with deafening chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Bharat Mata Ki Jai, piercing through the air. And Colonel Amar Singh Amar Rahe chants transgressing the enveloping gloom of losing a loved one. Ladies and gentlemen, Indian flags held by school children, tirangas flooded on the motorbikes, cavalcades flooded the streets as Major Dhonchak's mortal remains reached home one final time. Colonel Singh's wife Jagmeet Kaur, bidding her husband farewell, closed her eyes in prayer and recited that were only known to her, perhaps the recall of moments together, perhaps recalled promises together, perhaps the days ahead of not waiting for that call to come, perhaps unfulfilled plans that they had made together. But ladies and gentlemen, there was that moment when she gulped, eyes closed, nodded her head in her resolve and courage, a courage that you and I can never fathom. And ladies and gentlemen, Major Ashish Dhonchak's mother, packed in a car with family members, plunging her head and her tears streaming down as she followed that cavalcade that carried her son's mortal remains. That mother who had her palms affixed to her forehead in salute, even as she tightly clutched the arms of a family member in the front seat as she was shattered at the loss of her own son. And she looked up to the skies knowing life will never be the same. The nation is shattered, ladies and gentlemen. The nation is gutted. But the nation never before is as resolved to give it back, to avenge. Revenge, avenge for justice. And the nation is powered by the courage of these families. From 6-year-old boys like Kabir to fathers who led the wreath-laying ceremony of their own martyred son. We are indebted, we are resolved, and we will, ladies and gentlemen, we will avenge. Debate number 1 tonight. There is huge anger over the pro-Pak line taken at a time like this by members of the India Alliance, by members of the Dotted Alliance. They're taking a pro-Pakistan line at a time like this. Can you believe it? What is wrong with this alliance? What is wrong with this alliance? The nation wants to know. Debate number 2 tonight. It's not a debate. I have an interview with Chandrababu Naidu's son, Nara Lokesh. His father is in jail. He's now leading the fight for his release. He's joining me at 10 o'clock tonight. And later after that, we'll have the excerpts of the most high-profile legal event of the year, the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series, which was held in Delhi earlier this evening. That's at 10:20, 10:25 p.m. And here are the headlines this Friday evening on The Debate Tonight. Nation in salute. The echoes of this tribute to martyrs, to the Anantnag Martyrs, are resonating across the country. Nationalist wave across the country. A billion stand with our forces firmly as they fight terror. On the 3rd day of the operations in Anantnag, Indian Army forces target terror hideouts deep inside the forest. Chandrababu Naidu's son and TDP General Secretary Nara Lokesh lands in Delhi to take the legal battle for his father forward.
इस प्रकार पत्रकारों के नाम के साथ कि हम उन्हें बॉयकॉट कर रहे हैं, कहीं न कहीं ये दिखाता है कि कुछ ऐसे दल आज भी हिंदुस्तान में हैं जो पहले भी लोकतंत्र पर विश्वास नहीं करते थे और आज भी लोकतंत्र और लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रियाओं पर विश्वास नहीं रखते.
And the BJP questions the hypocrisy of the award Wapsi gang, the editors Guilt of India, the Placard Brigade, the Pro-Bollywood Club for their complete silence on the India Alliance's emergency era ban on the media. And the Republic Media Network brings to you the most high-profile legal event of the year, the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, unmissable broadcast of the event this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, 6-year-old Kabir Singh standing by the coffin and saluting his brave father, Colonel Manpreet Singh. Major Ashish Dhonchak's sister chanting Amar Rahe slogans. These images are etched in the minds of every nationalist. Tonight, the India Alliance Netas who are taking a pro-Pakistan line to demoralize our forces at a time like this must be given a reality check with these visuals. Here are the pictures that India Alliance leaders like Farooq Abdullah and Rahul Gandhi should see before they speak any other things to demoralize our forces and even further. These are the visuals people like Chidambaram should see and learn, and then we'll debate.
6-year-old Kabir Singh donned the army uniform and saluted his father, Colonel Manpreet Singh, who laid down his life fighting terrorists in Anantnag. His 2-year-old daughter bid a final goodbye. Jagmeet Kaur, who had spoken to her husband just before the operation commenced, is proud of Colonel Manpreet Singh's sacrifice. His sister kept a rakhi on the coffin. An inconsolable mother mourned the loss of her son. With these heart-rending scenes, third-generation army officer Colonel Manpreet Singh was cremated in his hometown Bharonjian in Mohali.
My heart goes out to their family to convey my condolences. It's a sad incident, but that notwithstanding, both these officers, including the DSP, I think they have shown courage. They are brave hearts. They made the supreme sacrifice in the line of duty in the best traditions of the regiment and the Indian Army. And from that point of view, all are proud of him.
In Panipat, a sister saluted the valor of her brother, Major Ashish Dhonchak, who was martyred in gunfight with terrorists. His mother bid farewell. Amar Rahe slogans were raised by his family members as the coffin was carried to the cremation ground. Major Dhonchak's wife and a 2.5-year-old daughter bowed as they accepted the tiranga that was wrapped around him. School students raising slogans to pay tribute to Major Dhonchak is a testament of nation's sentiment. In Kashmir, retired DIG of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Ghulam Hassan Bhatt, masked his grief for the loss of his only son with a composed walk to lay wreath on Deputy Superintendent of J&K Police, Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. Three funerals. Fueling our forces to go all out in Anantnag, where anti-terror operations continue in the difficult terrain.
Guns are roaring here in Kokarnag, South Kashmir. This is the hillock where the operation is on. For the last 3 days, we are seeing the massive exchange of fire taking place, the explosives, the gunshots, everything is being done to neutralize the terrorist hold up in the hillock. And this is the range where the encounter is on, the 19RR along with SOG Anantnag, and also the Special Forces Para is part of this very operation here in Gadol of Kokarnag.
The scenes from the funeral have united the nation, inspiring a billion. No amount of political targeting can waver the faith of the people in forces. Forces first, no compromise.
Viewers, the unfortunate part is, Gaurav, I want to start with you, that while the nation is coming together, you know, the India Alliance leaders are in another world, Gaurav. I mean, it is so shameful the way Chidambaram is talking, the way Farooq Abdullah is talking. Chidambaram is saying it is as if government expects people to die in the defense of their Kashmir policy. At the outset, Indian armed forces don't defend government policy, they defend the nation. They don't lay down their lives in defense of government policy, they do so because of the pride in their resolve to put nation first. People like Chidambaram, who have never made a single sacrifice for the country, won't know. But it's a shame, isn't it? It's a shame. It's a shame. But they're doing it in an institutionalized way, Lalitji.
Even Farooq Abdullah,
the way Farooq Abdullah was talking was shameful. Talk to Pakistan.
He has been the Union Home Minister, Congress President.
And these people say we want votes from the people of this country. They're anti-army. Gaurav, your thoughts on this, please.
Arnab, first of all, I absolutely condemn what Mr. Chidambaram said. He should not have said it. And I think a little bit political posturing aside, political views aside, ideology aside, I think a little bit of maturity is called for. He is an elderly gentleman and he should behave his age. No point in behaving like a child and throwing a fit. Now, another thing which I want to tell you, Arnab, is that you're very right. And you know, this whole thing about these are us losing our brothers in Kashmir, right? They're defending us from terrorists. They're also defending Mr. Chidambaram, by the way.
Yeah. And Farooq Abdullah.
And Farooq Abdullah and Saifuddin Soos. And all of these people. And I think in the previous show where I was here with General G.D. Bakshi, General G.D. Bakshi, he said it, General Saab said it beautifully. He says, on this day, at least you should have shut up.
Yeah.
You could have done politics 2-3 days later, but General G.D. Bakshi was very right when Sir said, on this day, at least you should have kept quiet about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a solemn occasion. The nation is grieving. Everybody has wet ears, eyes, and everybody is crying and everybody is so emotional on this day for Mr. Chidambaram and other leaders to make such immature statements, Arna. It breaks the heart, honestly.
The Congress, when it was there, was always pro-terrorist in the sense that, they released the Pathankot attack terrorist, you'll remember General Bakshi, in the name of goodwill. They wanted goodwill with Pakistan, you see. So, these are the people who are talking now, these shameless people. Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist Shahid Latif, General Bakshi, he was the chief handler of the Fidain squad that attacked Pathankot, right? And he was released as a goodwill gesture. Who are they to preach on Kashmir policy? They effectively enabled the terrorists.
They started Kashmir.
Yes. General Bakshi.
Sharmul Sheikh. Sharmul Sheikh. What they did.
I want General Bakshi's thoughts, please.
Arnab, I'd just like to say, I'd like to reiterate that there is some dignity in death. Leave us alone, leave the families alone to grieve on the day that their loved ones have made the supreme sacrifice. You know, all these calls of this is the time to negotiate with Pakistan is an insult, is a blood insult to our martyrs. What are you saying? On the day that they died, you are trying to tell the families, oh, we are here to protect them, you see. We are trying to save them. We don't need saving from Pakistan. Pakistan better save itself from our armed forces, right? To say that they want to have talks with Pakistan, they want India to kneel in front of Pakistan to do a Doha, like the Americans did the Doha talks with the Taliban, and then they flew out of Kabul. That is what they want us to do, Arnab. They want, in the name, under the garb of peace talks, for India to get on its knees and surrender to all these damn terrorists who are shouting about Ghazwa-e-Hind, the destruction of Hindustan, the destruction of Hind. You know, they want us to talk to them. They want us to hold Doha talks as a thinly disguised cover for surrender over our dead bodies, Arnab. This is a little bit too much. And I am requesting them with folded hands.
Sir.
Please give us the dignity in the time of death. Leave us alone. Leave our families alone. They are dealing with the greatest crisis in their lives. They don't need your damned sage advice on how to save ourselves. We are not in the army to save ourselves. We are there to save the country, including all these politicians who are putting on mock shows of sympathy. They are shedding crocodile tears, Arnab.
Yes, sir.
They are shedding crocodile tears.
Yes,
save us those tears.
So these are the same people.
That's all I can beg
General Bakshi, these are the same people you know and I know. You know and I know. These are the same people who were trying to do business with Pakistan before and after 26/11. We in the media exposed these Congress people. They were happy to do business even as people were being killed. They freed 25 Pakistani terrorists from the Hizbul and the Lashkar-e-Toiba. They chirpily handed them over to Pakistan. It was the Congress government. They released people lodged in various prisons and handed them over to Pakistan to improve the chances of peace with Pakistan. Who the hell are they? Who the hell are these people to talk about Kashmir policy? You effectively enabled the terrorists. And I feel sorry, Piyush, for the Aam Aadmi Party, which is going along with these people. You know, today I'll tell you one thing, it's a matter of time. Gaurav and I know, General Bakshi knows, before we blow up the terrorists, but we will not forget. We will not forget, Pankaj, that while our forces were fighting back to revenge, you were effectively celebrating along with Pakistan by saying, talk to Pakistan. And not a single word. Lalit Ambardar, we will not forget not a single word.
Not go ahead and deliver
at this point of time. No. Abdul Razak, we will not forget. We will not forgive what you're doing.
Yes, we'll not forgive. Sir, you
apologize for what Farooq has said, what Chidambaram has said.
Don't forget that it was the BJP which delivered the terrorists in Kandahar. Don't forget that.
I want to talk about this.
Hold on.
Razak Sahab.
The soldiers belong to us as well.
Razak Sahab.
Even we are grieving.
Razak Sahab.
It is not
Mr. Razak.
Party.
Mr. Razak, you don't know what you're talking about and you're spreading fake news. Let me expose you, sir. With your permission, I would like to expose you. Hold on. First, let me expose you. Then you can shout. Because I will give you enough ammunition to shout. Now, let me expose you. Whichever your political party is, I do not care. Hijacking of IC-814, there were more than 150 Indians and the plane was on the tarmac. Hold on, sir, you have no idea. You have no knowledge, you have no clue. Na ilm hai, na shaur hai, na jankari hai. Suniye meri baat. 150 से ज्यादा हिंदुस्तानी कांदार कहां है जहां पे तालिबान का जन्म हुआ था वहां पे 150 हिंदुस्तानी का कत्ल कर रहे थे ठीक है तालिबान कत्ल कर देते वहां पे आईएसआई खड़ी थी छोड़ना पड़ा
सिर्फ आप
हुजूर वाला आपको नहीं पता तो आ जाइए मेजर की पाठशाला में मेजर समझा देगा आपको
आप सिर्फ
आपको सुनिए आपको पता ही नहीं है
बीजेपी में है
सर एक मिनट ये कहां पे था प्लेन कहां पे उड़ा था आपको पता है आप हर समय बोलते हैं यहां पे आके विदाउट एनी नॉलेज सर आपको कोई जानकारी नहीं है बस अपने सुनिए सर अगर आपको पॉलिटिक्स करनी है एटलीस्ट बी इंटेलिजेंट अबाउट इट सर मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे एटलीस्ट बी इंटेलिजेंट अबाउट इट यू आर नॉट बीइंग इंटेलिजेंट अबाउट इट आपको पता ही नहीं IC-814 की कहानी खुद बोल दिया छोड़ दिया कौन था उसके अंदर कैसे छोड़ा कौन से जेल से लेकर गए आपको पता है कुछ IC-814 पता ही नहीं है सर ऐसा मत करिए
कौन थे आप बताइए
सर सुनिए मैं आपको बताता हूं
मैं आपको बताता हूं।
आज अजीत डोवल जी नहीं थे।
एक मिनट सर, एक मिनट। आप एक चीज को ना 4 बार मत बोलिए। ये कोई हिंदी की टीवी सीरियल नहीं चल रही सर यहां पे कि 3 बार देखना पड़े। डोंट डू दिस। नाउ लिसन टू मी। जब अंदर उसके मौलाना मसूद अजहर बैठा था जेल के अंदर जी, और जैश ए मोहम्मद का टेररिस्ट बैठा था, IC-814 हाईजैक हो गया। IC-814 हाईजैक के अंदर ये जब उनको छोड़ने गए थे, क्यों छोड़ने गए थे? क्योंकि 150 से ज्यादा हिंदुस्तानी वहां पे मर जाते। रिपन कटियाल को मार चुके थे ये लोग। दे हैड ऑलरेडी किल्ड 1 पर्सन। आप नहीं समझ रहे हैं। पर ये पूछिए कि रुबैया सईद को क्यों छोड़ा? उसके लिए टेररिस्ट क्यों छोड़े? आप पूछिए ना, गुलाम नबी आजाद के लिए कितने टेररिस्ट छोड़े? आपको पता है?
जरूरी है कि सिर्फ न्यूज पे आप देखें।
अरे सर, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, हथियार लेके जम्मू और कश्मीर में नौकरी करी है। अब हमें डॉक्यूमेंट
आपने कश्मीर के अंदर हजरत बल की मॉस्क के अंदर पाकिस्तानी जहादीज हैड टेकन रिफ्यूज इन द मॉस्क। यू नो व्हाट यू डिड? They asked for electrical connection. You gave them telephone connection, and they were spewing engineer venom to BBC from there. And what did you do? You made my security people serve them chicken biryani, and you gave them free passage. Free passage from heart of Srinagar right up to Pakistan, across LOC, and you are talking about defense today. And what Congress has done?
Who are these people?
Congress has done.
Lalit ji, 1 minute. Lalit ji, I want to ask this India alliance. I want to ask this dot alliance. I want to ask this dotted alliance. I want to ask them, and I want to ask people who are sympathetic to them. Did they not call Pulwama an accident? Pankaj Sharma, tell me, on 5th March 2019, did the Congress not say Pulwama terror attack is a durghatna? An accident? Did you not revoke POTA? POTA was brought in by the Vajpayee government to strengthen anti-terrorism operations. One of the first things you did was revoke POTA. One of the first things you did was revoke POTA. Are you always at this pro-terror, pro-Pakistan line? But Pankaj Sharma... Yes, ask. Okay, ask. Ask and Twin will reply.
Just one question to General Saab and to Gaurav Aryaji. Please tell me, if not the talks, if not the dialogue, then what is the solution of all this? Tell me, what is the solution of all this? And if somebody is saying...
Blow them up!
Please
break them up!
Finish them off! Finish them off! Enough! Sir, yes, sir. Even if you give Kashmir to them on platter, they will continue to build you.
I want to put this in perspective. I want to put this in perspective. Lalit ji, ये कह रहे हमारे साथ कैप्टन अखिलेश सक्सेना है। कैप्टन अखिलेश सक्सेना को इंट्रोड्यूस करता हुए कारगिल के वॉर वेटरन है, आर्टिलरी ऑफिसर है, 2 राजपूताना राइफल्स के साथ थे, ये फिजिकल अटैक्स में थे, वहां पे इंजर्ड भी हुए थे कारगिल में। ये जवाब देंगे आपको?
मैं आपको
जवाब दीजिए कैप्टन अखिलेश।
It's very shameful when I heard today that somebody is talking we should talk to Pakistan.
Not somebody, sir, India Alliance leader.
India Alliance leader. Chidambaram. I was feeling so suffocated and shameful that we are staying in the country. In fact, I'm saying we have got more dangerous internal threats.
What should we do then?
Than the terrorists. You know why?
What should we do then?
Today, no, listen to me. I'll tell you what to do.
Please tell the nation that if
Vajpayee again took that initiative. We say, okay, we will go and talk. But what Pakistan did, you know? We were doing the Lahore Yatra and there was a conspiracy for Kargil war. We lost our 527 Jawans and officers. You go and ask their family what price they have paid. And again, it's a part of Pakistan duplicacy, right? They continuously attack and their sympathizers who are like the two Pakistani but staying inside the India.
If you knew this
talking this nonsense that go and talk to Pakistan. If somebody will kill your brother today, will you tell him?
Well said, Captain. Well said. Answer that.
Answer
that today. Say that to the family. I ask the India Alliance leaders. I ask the India Alliance leaders, Captain Akhilesh. I ask the people of this country. I ask everyone today. You ask the India Alliance leaders whether they have the guts to face the family members of the martyrs and say, baat karo, baat karo, baat karo. I say, to hell with it. To hell with the Congi approach of going to the Pakistanis. To hell with the policy of calling Afzal Guru ji. Osama ji.
Left to them, they would have negotiated with Osama bin Laden.
No, you
Mr.
think
Goswami,
about
please
these
tell the
army
nation
officers,
who
they are not
invited
saving
Nawaz
their
Sharif in
family,
his
they are
first
fighting for the
prime
nation.
ministerial
What are you saying to me, sir?
vote-taking
Yeah, tell me.
ceremony in 2014.
Yes, Pankaj, tell me.
Even yes, who invited Nawaz
What did you
Sharif
say?
in his
I
first
lost out the
prime
first part. What
ministerial
did you say?
ceremony in 2014?
What did you say?
Even
What did you say?
RSS hardliner
What did you say?
was
Let me hear it again. I have not missed out.
Who paid an unscheduled visit to Nawaz
One
Sharif?
second. Put your question again. Put your question again. Put your question again. Put your question again. I'll answer.
I am asking who invited Nawaz Sharif in his first prime ministerial oath-taking ceremony in 2014. Even RSS hardliner was stunned, offended that time. Who paid an unscheduled visit to Nawaz Sharif Jati Umrah residence in Lahore in December 2015
Tuhin will
to
answer
attend his
that.
birthday party?
That's a political question. Let Tuhin answer and Gaurav answer.
Who sent a sari gift to Narendra Bhai Modi's mother? Modi ji had so moved that he expressed his gratitude through a very, very sentimental tweet that time. And who sent a shawl as a gift to Nawaz Sharif's
I'm sorry.
mother, Shamim
If you
Akhtar
don't,
Sahiba?
I have to one line.
What were you doing then?
One line and then Gaurav and Tuhin will take that. I ask you one thing. I only have one question to ask you. One minute. Tuhin, you'll reply. One line from me and then I'll hand over to you and Gaurav. One line. Who carried out the surgical strikes? Who hammered the hell out of them in Balakot? Who avenged Pulwama? And you people called Pulwama an accident. I will also ask you, there is this man Randeep Surjewala, 8th wonder of the world. Did he not say in 2019, Hum Afzal Guru Ji. Did you call him? Did you support Afzal Guru? Did you eulogize the terrorists who attacked our parliament and you dare to ask questions? Response from Tuhin and then Gaurav Arya is on the debate, ladies and gentlemen. Our hashtag is Avenge the Martyrs. The leaders of the India Alliance have a lot to answer for tonight with their pro-Pakistan position, effectively pro-Pakistan position. Tuhin.
Arnab, this is a solemn occasion. So while each of us should be very assertive, I would, refrain from a shouting match with the Indie partners today. Now, let me answer each of the questions raised by him. Between 2014, May and December 2015, we had a different approach towards Pakistan. We gave them a long rope. And in fact, Prime Minister Modi risked his life to try for peace with Pakistan. But when he realized that it was not working, 2016 onwards, we have made sure that Pakistan is globally ostracized. Pakistan today stands globally ostracized, first because of the efforts of India. They were put in the FATF grey list. And today, the new equation, geopolitical equation that India has with the Middle East, Pakistan has become totally redundant. So I think he should realize what India has done to Pakistan in the last few years. If he doesn't realize that, that's his problem. Now, coming to the attack 2 days ago, the heart-wrenching episode where two of our Bravehearts lost their life, they were killed, is the residue of decades of an obnoxious legacy of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism enabled by local support and by political brokers like the Abdullahs and the Muftis. And why are these coming back again, these attacks? Because today, the Abdullahs, as much as Pakistan realized that the only way they can survive is by getting terrorism back in the valley. But that is not going to happen. India is prepared, and also to Pakistan.
Tuhin, just answer one more question.
Responsibility. Allow me to complete, please. Allow me to complete, please.
Tuhin, just answer one more question. Take it in its stride,
Allow me to complete.
What was the Prime Minister doing yesterday evening? What was the BJP chief doing yesterday evening? What was the Home Minister and the Defence Minister of the country doing yesterday evening? Just answer this. Just answer this.
I think don't trivialize this debate. For a Prime Minister who has spent every Diwali with the Jawans, who has spent, please don't trivialize this debate. If we have the kind of border infrastructure development which has happened in the last 7 years.
1 minute. Arnab, this fight.
Arnab, I can answer him, but this
1 minute. Tuhin, can I please respond to that question? I'm too tempted to respond to you.
Will answer it, but when I speak, he can't answer it.
I have a question for you as
Piyush.
well.
Have the basic courtesy today. If you asked a question, stop blabbering.
3 people talking together. Okay, Tuhin, just wait. Tuhin, wait. Let Piyush complete. You answer, and Akashdeep, you can certainly put your question after that. Yeah. Complete your point, Piyush. Yeah, what are you saying?
All I am saying that what the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, the Home Minister, and the BJP chief, what they were doing yesterday. Did they not know of the martyrdom of our Jawans then? What were they celebrating about?
Have you?
That is all. That is all. Was that not a trivialization of the whole issue? And Tuhin is coming and saying all these big words and all that. Where were those words yesterday?
If you have finished, if you have finished, I want to attempt to answer to your point, and then I hand over to Tuhin and others.
My question was to Tuhin. I think Tuhin should answer, Arnabji.
In case Piyush, but I have some information I want to share with you. Yesterday, in yet another massive boost to our Atmanirbharta in defense, the Defense Acquisition Council approved 9 major capital acquisitions for the armed forces worth 45,000 crores. This is the kind of work that the government is doing whereas you people made sure defense acquisition had gone down. What yesterday the government was doing was approving the procurement of light armored multipurpose vehicles, integrated surveillance and targeting system and next generation survey vessels. In fact, the MOD under Rajnath Singh was planning to upgrade its entire indigenous. Now you don't want to reply. Now you don't want to reply. Now you don't like my reply. Now you don't like my reply. You see, you people. You see, you people have compromised the country so much. No, I tell you, you people as an Piyush don't think I like saying you people to you. But because you're led by Congi. Because today you are Congi-led, I have to go. Today you are a Congi-led party.
This whole debate
your leadership is of Congi. So I'll tell you have inherited the Congi legacy.
It reminds me of a quote
from
the movie Lions from Lambs.
I am not trivializing, sir. I am not trivializing, sir. I am saying today be careful of the Congress. They are the party which says Indian Mujahideen is not a terrorist organization. Be careful. They are the party which said Indian Mujahideen is not a terrorist organization. You're following them like Pied Piper of Hamlin.
What are we talking about?
Just forgetting the nation is show.
What are we talking about?
Captain,
our nation because of party politics, right? Today is the day.
I will say without flinching. I will say without flinching. 1 minute. I will say without flinching. You asked a question, listen to me, I'm handing over to Tuhin and Gaurav. The debate. I will say without flinching today. Call me a right-winger, call me an extreme right-winger, but I will say something today. Vajpayee was wrong on going on that bus trip.
Yes.
He was encouraged by a bunch of journalists who were negotiating on behalf of Pakistan. Vajpayee ji was wrong. I agree with a lot he did. I completely disagree with his approach on the bus ride. Now, Lalit, who wants to come in? We're opening up the debate. Okay, Lalit.
10 seconds, sir.
Successive governments since 1947, since Pakistan was created. Who created Pakistan? Pakistanis did not fall from heaven. It was India-born millions who betrayed their motherland on 14th of August 1947 in the name of Jinnah's two-nation theory, in the name of Islam, and created Pakistan. And what we did, our marching army, which was about to liberate J&K, and my government, then government, they stopped and marching army. Historically, number two.
Because it's almost 9:39. I'm allowing Akashdeep his intervention. I'm coming back after that. Akashdeep.
Yeah, thank you, Arnab. Two facts I want to put across to my respected panelists on the other side. That do you know that which is the political party who vehemently supported talking with Pakistan? It was not Aam Aadmi Party. It was People's Democratic Party, PDP, with whom Bharatiya Janata Party allied. And during the alliance time also they asked for talks with Pakistan. Okay.
I think maybe
second point.
After 5th of August 2019, the voting changed.
knows about it.
That's a political question.
That who is the person in 2005
I'll answer
who
that.
really vehemently supported Congress and talks with Pakistan? I'm quoting, quote unquote, on BJP's website. You can see that I'm happy to note that Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh and his government has continued to carry forward agenda of peace through dialogue. And this is Mr. Advani ji. He is presently in the party. Okay, and he even said that I look forward to my meetings with President Musharraf. You know what President Musharraf did in Kargil, we all know. BJP for all the hypocrisies, BJP for all the double talks, You supported Pakistan. You supported
I will
talks with
answer
Pakistan.
you.
Aam Aadmi Party in the foresight never supported Pakistan.
Queen has to reply to that.
And Arnab ji and especially Gaurav ji.
Those boxes.
Queen reply. You know, the question is just prolonged. I got the question.
Good. He's challenging Gaurav also.
Yes, so Akashdeep को बोलने दो, Akashdeep.
फिर भी ये बात करेंगे आज कांग्रेस.
Arnab, they have answered. They have asked me certain questions. Allow me to answer. Arnab, you know, they keep asking the same question 10 times. I've got you. I'm not, you know, I don't take so much time to understand. I've got you. I'll answer all your queries. Arnab, when it comes to PDP alliance, in the time that we were with PDP, first of all, why were we in alliance with PDP? Had we not been in alliance, there would have been another election, and given the fractured mandate that was there, the result would have been similar. Now, in the time that we were with PDP, अरे आप सुनो यार, बदतमीज आदमी सुनो, जब मैं जवाब दे रहा हूँ चुपचाप सुनो, जब मैं जवाब दे रहा हूँ अब चुपचाप सुनो for the next 90 seconds. Arnab, I don't barge in when these people talk. If you are not going to allow me to complete my point, then please don't ask me questions. Allow me to complete.
Akashdeep, we listen to you now. Please listen to the reply. Thank you.
Arnab, in the time that we were with PDP, we tried our best to align them with our development and nationalist agenda. But when we realized that they could never get out of their Jive Pakistan mentality, we shunned the government. We were not like the Aghadi government, which for extortion and which for persecuting journalists stuck to power, defying their own ideology. We quit our government, and we were the ones who made sure that within 1 hour after quitting the government, we abrogated Article 370. This is the kind of commitment we have towards nationalist causes, which a party like Aam Aadmi Party will never be able to comprehend. Have you got the answer finally? Or are you still not able to comprehend my answer? Again, one last point. Arnab, one last point. Arnab, one last point.
You got an answer to that. You got an answer to that. Toin, I want to go to General Bakshi again, please. Akashdeep, allow me. Akashdeep, allow me, please. I'll tell you, the one person whose line on Pakistan is appreciated by every single Indian is Narendra Modi, because he made it clear to me in an interview in May 2014, even before he became Prime Minister. He said, General Bakshi, you will remember, he said, bam, banduk aur barood ke beech mein baatcheet ho sakti hai kya? Absolutely unquestioning line. Whereas Congress party, it says Kashmir is alienated. Whose line is that, General Bakshi? After 370, no. It is a Pakistani line to say Kashmir is alienated when Kashmiri terrorism in Kashmir tourism is going through the roof is a Pakistani line. The Congis are sounding like Pakistanis. The Congis should not take a Pakistani line. They are sounding more and more like Pakistan. General Bakshi,
the last round of talk we had. It is more dangerous to deal with the internal traitor rather than the terrorist. I say Indian army is capable of dealing with terrorists, but I am really afraid that we can deal with the people like Farooq Abdullah and all. Right?
I'm saying
they are clearly saying that they are taking the line and supporting our enemy. And internal enemy, internal traitor are more dangerous than this. Our enemy on the line.
It is more dangerous because General Bakshi will respond to this. Because General Bakshi, in 2019, I remember Pakistani Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi, he said, how can we forget that Indian opposition leader Rahul Gandhi has also asked for documentary evidence from the Modi government? Sabut gang, you'll remember. So Rahul Gandhi is a hero for the Pakistanis. These things may embarrass you, but सच्चाई है. अब ऐसे बात करोगे तो पाकिस्तानी तो आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे ना. General Bakshi, your thoughts? You're seeing the way the debate is going.
Arnab, one second. Arnab, I'll just say one thing. I, as a veteran, military veteran, I couldn't care less which party says what. But a very serious question was raised as to what is the solution. Let me, as a military man, tell you what is the solution. Make Pakistan pay. Make Pakistan pay. You know, like we did when we had the surgical strike, like we did when we had the Balakot strike. Those were, I think, just trailers. I think the big picture will now shortly be forthcoming. There is chaos in Pakistan. Pakistan is in a state of economic collapse. Pakistan is in a state of collapse. Pakistan is in a state of collapse. And if the Pakistani army and ISI choose this minute to provoke you, choose this moment to provoke you by spilling Indian blood, well, they should be made to pay. And I'm sure this country knows how to make them pay.
Yes.
And the situation for them is so tenuous, is so dangerous, that they will not survive as a nation state. Let them split into four, for all I care. For all I care. They deserve to
Arnab ji, can I please?
They deserve to pay.
Arnab ji, can I please?
General Sahab.
When we can have talks of China, when we can talk to China, why cannot we talk to Pakistan? And I
let him complete.
Talks are the only resolution.
This is the view.
Sir, we have had 19
this is the India Alliance approach.
China. 19 round of talks with China. China is equal an enemy as Pakistan.
साइफुद्दीन सोच का तो इलाका है. आपका क्या रिश्ता है पाकिस्तान के साथ? क्यों तकलीफ हो रही है आपको? फारूक अब्दुल्ला का रिश्ता पाकिस्तान से है.
And you know ये कब तक चलेगा? नहीं, ललित जी, पंकज जी. Pankaj, my question to Pankaj is, Pankaj.
सर, आज मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको, नरेंद्र मोदी मेरा प्रधानमंत्री है. आपके द्वारा बताना चाहता हूँ, पाकिस्तान की बर्बादी इसी नरेंद्र मोदी के हाथ से लिखी गई.
Pankaj is on the debate. Pankaj and then Piyush. Pankaj.
पाकिस्तान को बर्बाद नरेंद्र मोदी के हाथों. ये भी लिखवा के देता हूँ. We'll make sure कि नरेंद्र मोदी does it. And he
स्ट्राइक दिखाएंगे और इसका इलेक्शन एजेंडा बना देंगे.
इलेक्शन से छोड़िए आप
प्रॉब्लम है. आपको तकलीफ होती है वोटर से.
आप लड़िए. हिंदुस्तान के भाव देखिए. हवा कहाँ चल रही है. हमारे फौजी.
I want to remind every Indian, including Pankaj. Pankaj, tell me. Pankaj and Piyush, tell me. 1 minute, Abbas, listen to me. Pankaj and Piyush, tell me, why do the Pakistanis want Rahul Gandhi to be Prime Minister? You remember former Pakistan Minister Rahman Malik was openly campaigning for Rahul Gandhi, saying, Rahul Gandhi is the next Prime Minister, respect Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi is the next Prime Minister, respect Rahul Gandhi.
No.
Why do the Pakistanis campaign for Rahul Gandhi?
I will tell you
and why do the Congis sound like Pakistan? Yeah, tell me why. Tell me, Piyush.
Yeah,
who's saying that?
I want
Tuin. Okay, Tuin is on.
No, let
the other side. Let Pankaj reply. Let Pankaj reply. Tuin first. Let Pankaj reply.
Yes, I want to mention a little more serious point that 47 important agreements have been signed between India and Pakistan after we got independence. And despite a very rough weather, they could be signed essentially because there were talks. If you think surgical strikes or a full-fledged war is the only solution, you are mistaken.
The approach has been changed. Usse kuch nahi mila. Tuin is on the debate.
India not talks with Pakistan, not at all.
Tuin.
I think we are running short of time. Beating us, the only way is
couple of tweets to be read out.
The war theatre across.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Tuin.
That's what we want from Narendra Modi.
मैं बता रहा हूँ अर्नब, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं क्यों पाकिस्तान चाहता है कि राहुल गांधी प्रधानमंत्री बने. The application of Article 370 happened on 5th August, and you can check this right now. You can verify this. On 24th August, Saturday, 2019, there was a CWC meeting apparently to elect a new Congress president. कुछ नहीं हुआ उसमें. शाम को 8 बजे आके राहुल गांधी ने क्या कहा? राहुल गांधी ने कहा there has been bloodshed in the
Ladies and gentlemen,
Pakistan used that as a tool to beat us, browbeat us internationally for the next 1 month.
As I close, because I have to, as I close, I have to. Two tweets. Rishabh Kumar Singh on the Motorola Moment says, on the Motorola Moment says that Pakistani terrorists have killed our soldiers and the arrogant dotted India Alliance members are giving them covering fire. Absolutely, yes, they are. And Sai says, avenge your martyrs. India Alliance is boycotting these debates because they don't know answers and are fooling themselves in front of other debaters and viewers. Shame. I sort of agree with that. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for that. And I just want these India Alliance leaders to remember it is because of the sacrifice of our soldiers that things are better in Kashmir. I wish the India Alliance doesn't do things like this. On the other side, Chandrababu Naidu's son Nara Lokesh with me in the studio as his father continues to be in jail. His side of the story in a few minutes. Thank you.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the Bravehearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was among the 3 martyrs who died fighting terrorists in Anantnag yesterday. Martyr DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was brave, young and patriotic. He followed his father's footsteps and joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police in 2018. The year his father retired from the force. As his mortal remains arrived home wrapped in the tricolour, a sea of mourners paid their respects. Their tears, their cries, their pain, a testament to what Humayun meant to them.
आज कोकरनाग अनंतनाग में जो दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ जिसमें हमारे डिप्टी एसपी हुमायूं भट्ट शहादत को प्राप्त हुए, वो हमारे रिटायर्ड आईजी गुलाम हसन भट्ट उनके इकलौते बेटे थे और हमारे पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर परिवार की तरफ से उनको श्रद्धांजलि है। और आज हम सारा जम्मू कश्मीर का परिवार, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का परिवार गुलाम हसन भट्ट और उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं।
DSP Humayun is survived by his parents, his wife and a 29-day-old child. He was married last year and only last month he had embraced fatherhood. People of Jammu and Kashmir want its brave son avenged. They want nothing less than 100% retribution.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
7 days since arrest. 5 nights spent in jail. Family fights for justice. As Chandrababu Naidu's arrest sparks a major debate. Exclusive interview with Nara Lokesh at 10 p.m.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Reception for Prime Minister, opposition poll-bound Madhya Pradesh accorded a glorious welcome to Prime Minister Modi. Here's a report on all that happened and all that he said, a number of important announcements including.
A glorious reception for PM Modi in poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. With Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan by his side and the G20 success still fresh in public's mind, the Prime Minister regaled the Bina crowd.
G20 की सफलता से आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? आपको गर्व हुआ या नहीं? देश को गर्व हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? आपका माथा ऊंचा हुआ कि नहीं है? आपका सीना चौड़ा हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? मेरे प्यारे परिवारजनों, जो आपकी भावना है वो आज पूरे देश की भावना है.
But the Prime Minister was also cognizant of the other big talking point across the nation, the systematic attack on the Sanatan Dharma.
ये इंडी अलायंस की नीति है, एक गमंडिया गठबंधन की नीति है. भारत
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The most high-profile legal event. Top legal experts on one stage. 4th edition of Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. Unmissable broadcast this weekend.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the Bravehearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was a
Surprisingly, the most important decision of the I.N.D.I.A. alliance, now they are starting off by grandly declaring that they will boycott 14 anchors, yours truly included. They think it's a great move. They think this will put pressure on journalists to stop questioning things like the declared intent of many of their leaders to eliminate Hinduism, to eliminate and annihilate Sanatan Dharma and uproot Hindu traditions from the soil of our great nation. I am the one who exposed his intellectual inadequacies. They put me in jail with murderers and rapists and underworld dons, and they tried their best to make me compromise. And I want to say to them today, as they bring out this laughable, ridiculous boycott threat, bring it on. The people of this country are with us, with me. But today the rest of the media, as this emergency mindset emerges again, the rest of the media, especially the Lutyens media, they need to develop a spine, because we know how to hit back when it comes to our endless and indefatigable battle for the truth.
"7 days on, Chandrababu Naidu in custody." Nara Lokesh leads fight for his father. Nara Lokesh takes fight to Delhi. Roundup debates at 10 p.m.
From the Delhi studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Goswami on The Debate at 10, powered by Reva University, Quick Heal, Secure Right, Green Lamb Laminates, PolicyBazaar.com, and Cucina, co-powered by Mankind Pharma.
Ladies and gentlemen, before my next session, a special interview, a comment on what has become this embarrassing attempt by the India Alliance to boycott parts of the media. And my view is that institutionalized diktats to intimidate free speech against the principles of 19(1)A continue from the India Alliance. After a roaring response by the people of India against the re-emergence, like the rising phoenix from what we hoped for were the ashes of the emergency mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, the India Alliance has an emergency mindset. And the emergency mindset of the Congi-led alliance is to shoot the messengers, 14 in number to be specific. But the larger point is, the India Alliance should look at the response of the people of India. And the India Alliance should actually think at the way the people of the country have expressed shock and horror at the attitude of this India Alliance. The response, ladies and gentlemen, to this nationwide anger, the loud response of the people of this country. They're asking the India Alliance leaders, why are they being cowards? Why is this cowardice to face questions? Why is there this intolerant response to counter-thought? A response that attempts to flip the tenet of our democracy, of using power to flex their muscles and make people crawl. But ladies and gentlemen, no proud member of the media will ever crawl. There are nationalists on one side and the India Alliance on the other. And the India Alliance is not making mistakes, it's being asked questions. Leaders of the India Alliance are taking pro-Pakistan positions. Leaders of the India Alliance are saying they will eliminate Hinduism. And when we ask them questions on issues such as this, questions which we are asking on behalf of the people of the country, for you are asking these questions as well. After that, ladies and gentlemen, the India Alliance says we will boycott you. It's rubbish. But my bigger question is this, ladies and gentlemen.
It's about the others in the media who I will call the lambs. And I want to question the silence of these media lambs. The nation is raising its voice against the emergency mindset of some of these politicians. But the silence of the lambs in the media is most embarrassing. And the silence of the Lutyens media lambs is the question which the nation is also asking them directly. If there is one issue on which the response of these people, like the Editors Guild of India, etc., etc., has become so obvious and embarrassing, it is this very case, ladies and gentlemen. After this, none of them have a right to talk about media freedom anymore. We have a right. We represent the people. They have lost all ethical, moral, and technical reasons to ever speak for the media. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to section 2. Let's begin our next debate. And with that, viewers, I move to a debate exclusive. I will have with me today Mr. Nara Lokesh. He is the son of Chandrababu Naidu, who is General Secretary of the TDP, and his father has spent 5 days so far in prison. Nara Lokesh came in the national capital for legal advice and strategy and maybe more. He claims his father is being politically incarcerated. He denies the corruption charges, says he's fighting for his father. But does Nara Lokesh have specific answers to the specific questions on the specific allegations against his father? Here is the latest, and then Nara will join me in the studio.
It's been 7 days since the arrest of former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. He has been lodged in Rajamundry jail for 5 nights. The Andhra Pradesh government has accused Chandrababu Naidu of siphoning off funds in the alleged multi-crore skill development corporation scam. Investigators claim a watertight case against him.
Well, this is a case of government money going away into private hands, and the money that has flown out basically in this form, Skill Development Corporation has given to another private entity, and the private entity pushes it to a third entity, and these money is going to all these companies and their association with the associates of the accused. That proves the culpability of all accused involved.
Chandrababu Naidu's son Nara Lokesh has been waging a battle against the system for his father.
I mean, vindictive politics has gone to a new low. I mean, if you see this, it just become a complete meaningless game. If you look at this particular case, it was filed, first FIR was filed in 2021. 2 years, 36 accused, quite a few sent to jail. But even till today, they have not been able to file a charge sheet. And after 2 years, they now come and claim that Mr. Naidu is an accused and that, he's the kingpin of this entire scam. Then what were you doing for the last 2 years? Why didn't you take action on this?
He has reached out to politicians and forged alliances, and has now taken the fight to New Delhi. The arrest of a senior political figure like Chandrababu Naidu has sparked a major debate.
Since Naidu is an NSG protectee, a report was sought by the headquarters as to whether there was a breach in his security when the process of his arrest and subsequent production in the court happened. The unit accompanying the former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh and the TDP chief, in fact, mentioned in the report that indeed, when Naidu was arrested midnight and then subsequently taken by road to be produced in a court and then taken to the jail, at every stage there was a security compromise, which is mentioned there now, and the report forwarded to the Ministry of Home Affairs as well.
All eyes are now on the judicial process as Chandrababu Naidu's family fights for his release. Let's debate.
And ladies and gentlemen, with me in the studio is Nara Lokesh, his son of jailed political veteran, former Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. Your father has been arrested on allegations of corruption. I want to begin with the premise that you will obviously be biased towards your father, but you will still have to answer the facts on this case. And, so we must understand that you will not be objective in this matter, obviously. Obviously, you will not have an objective view on this. But I think we'll have to answer the facts here, don't we?
I will answer with the facts, sir. No?
Yeah, so, you know, the fact is that, Nara, there is a case here. Broadly, the case is this, viewers, let me explain. The charge against Chandrababu Naidu is that he overrode the notings of his own finance ministry to give advanced payments worth 371 crores to private tech entities. And the charge is that Chandrababu Naidu, who claims to have digital governance, etc., did not float tenders or do any official valuation of the deal. The charge is also, under your father, the government order agreed to 10% financial onus on the Naidu government and 90% onus on the tech entities that was floated. The tech entities didn't give any cash. The cash was only from the government. That seems like giving a lot of sweat equity to private players. In no business do you get 90% sweat equity without putting in anything yourself. So, Nara, it doesn't make sense. It can either be a mistake or it can be corruption. It can't be neither, in my view.
No, this project is nothing new. In fact, many states have implemented this project in a similar manner. In the first skill development project in 1910 was done in 2013 in the state of Gujarat. So this is nothing new to India. And after that, multiple states have done MOUs in similar fashion. Tamil Nadu government has entered an MOU, Karnataka has done it, Jharkhand has done it, including Andhra Pradesh, 7 other states have done the exact same project.
Each case is different.
No, but that's the exact project.
The argument can't be that if this mistake has happened elsewhere, then my father must be right as well. You see, was there a tender process? Nara, as per the remand, the entire narrative is that 2 private tech companies met your father and pitched a project to him. Your father then very quickly set up the Andhra Pradesh State Skill Development Corporation and a new department in his government. Then your father released the money in advance without a tender. Was a tender floated or not?
So let's get the facts straight.
Yeah, was a tender floated or not? First I want an answer to this. Was a tender floated or not?
There is no project of this kind where 90% comes through through knowledge, where they give technology input.
Who values the technology input?
Yeah, it was done by Government of India Institute. CIDT has done it, and I have facts to prove it. CIDT has done the study where they valued this project, and they've clearly stated that it is worth it. And those are the facts I have. I have the letter with me.
Show me the letter.
Here you go. Central Institute of Tool Design.
Yeah.
Submitted clearly the report, and I can enclose the report for your consideration. And not only that, I also have a report where Mr. Naidu tasked government servants to go see this project being implemented in Gujarat. And after they returned...
This is a Government of India society.
Yes. It's a Government of India
Government
society.
of India society under the Ministry for MSME.
MSME. And not only that, Mr. Naidu tasked a panel of secretaries to go check this project out in the state of Gujarat. And they've come and they submitted a report to the government, and I have all the facts with me.
No, but how do you explain the notings? You're trying to say through these papers that due process was followed by your father.
Absolutely.
But was there an attempt to hurry the advance payments? My question is very simple. It is a well-known fact that no government, center or state, ever releases payments on time. So what I find surprising out here, in this case, the state government is pushing for the payment to be made quickly.
No, where was it pushed?
It was pushed.
No,
it was pushed.
Absolutely false. If you look at
the remand note says that.
No, the remand note is false.
The remand note says the private players did not raise 1 rupee, but your father advanced 371 crores in parallel. What is your defense for that?
So there was a panel of secretaries that went, saw the project in Gujarat, and have given a clear report where they clearly state that after seeing the project, the entire amount of 270 crores available in the PD account of the corporation may be released immediately to retain the interest of Siemens in the project.
But if why did Mr. Naidu go against the grain of what his own officers in his own finance ministry was saying? The notings in the remand copy are stark, and my question is, was there or was there not a file noting on the government order of this project regarding the very formation of this skill development corporation, in which the then principal finance secretary clearly noted that the formation required cabinet approval?
Which they got. Cabinet approval was received. And I have that also in the facts, where on 16/2/2015 cabinet approval was done.
There or was there not a file noting regarding the release of funds of 270 crores to the Siemens project, in which the principal finance secretary under Naidu remarked that the department had to quote work and protocol for operation of funds, which met with the chief secretary of Andhra Pradesh, saying that the para was approved by the chief minister and the BRO had to be prepared accordingly for release funds. Was Mr. Naidu, your father, pushing this project, the payment, everything at breakneck speed? If so, why? If so, why?
Because the officers themselves submitted a report stating that money should be released to retain Siemens' interest in this project, and Siemens is a German company, and they've been implementing this project across many other states.
Would Siemens get this kind of a deal in Germany itself?
Look at it, they've done it. They've done it in other states, and I have all them.
Show me, what are you showing?
This is a document where the secretary himself signs and states in the last paragraph that to retain the interest of Siemens, that money shall be released from the PD account. And I have with me the proof where the same MOUs were done with different states. It's there, it's black and white, the same companies. Siemens, the implementing partner called Design Tech, and the respective states.
No, you
it's
see,
not just Andhra, it's all other states that have done it.
The point in this is, if you release the entire money, okay, logic, Nara. If you pay somebody the entire money that is due from your side without getting the commitment from their side, the project is doomed to fail. And my counter to this paper to you is, was there or was there not a file noting in which K. Sunitha, according to my information, who was the secretary for the finance department under your father, specifically noted, and I quote from the demand, it may be advisable for the government to reconsider releasing the final amount. Maybe a pilot project in one area is endorsed in para number 21 with 55 crores. So the secretary in the Department of Finance is saying, give them a little bit of money, test them out, have a pilot project. But why was the Naidu government giving them the entire money at once? Why?
Why? We are not questioning a man for being efficient.
Efficient?
Hold on, let me get the facts right. 2,13,000 people have been trained by this project. It's a matter of fact. 80,000 people have been placed. It's a matter of fact. Andhra Pradesh, in the report by Government of India, in terms of which were the states with maximum supply of employable talent, in 2016 Andhra came first, 2017 Andhra came second, 2018 Andhra came first, 2019 Andhra came again first. And the chief minister
don't shoot off the people.
No.
Don't shoot off the people.
We have a clear report. I'm not shooting off people. I have a clear report. This is Government of India which has told this, and the irony of the entire thing is the current chief minister claims credit for it.
But the chief minister is pushing it. You agree the chief minister is pushing it. The suggestion made by K. Sunitha, the secretary of the finance department, in response to that, the principal finance secretary writes, and I quote from the claims in the remand, I'm only quoting the remand, the chief secretary spoke to me requesting for immediate clearance of whatever, Mr. G. Subbarao met me and requested release of money as decided by the chief minister. So the bureaucrats are also protecting themselves, releasing the money, but because Mr. Naidu has told us. They also know...
Hold on. Yeah, this is a bureaucrat signing the document.
Yeah, but the bureaucrat I'm quoting is also a bureaucrat who has signed the document.
Yes, this is a bureaucrat who has signed the document who said release the 270 crores.
Why is this bureaucrat correct in skill development, and why is the bureaucrat in the finance department
allow me to finish.
No, but why is the bureaucrat in skill development,
allow me to finish,
who you are quoting, correct, and the secretary of the finance department not correct according?
Because he's supposed to take a written instruction. He can't say orally someone said it. So today, if a chief minister says, give me 2,000 crores out of an account, where is it? Where is the green note from the chief minister?
Was the cabinet consulted?
Absolutely.
Why are there only 19 days between Siemens and Design Tech presenting for Chandrababu Naidu and the formation of the APSSDC?
Okay, now we'll get, allow me to finish.
19 days. The government doesn't work like that.
So why not? Why can't the government be efficient? I mean, you're criticizing the government to be efficient. Hold on. Where is the money trail then? If this is you're making an accusation that so much money has come out of the account.
They say they will interrogate him and find out.
Well, that's a fallacy.
They say they will interrogate your father and find out. That's why they say your father is in jail. Because he has to be interrogated.
Enforcement Directorate has already investigated this case at the behest of the YSRCP government, has not called my father for any investigation so far.
Have they closed the case?
Yes.
Have they interrogated your father?
There's no need because there's no money trail to him.
But is there a closure report?
They have not.
But have they given them a clean sheet?
Yes, accounts have been unfrozen.
ED, if it opens a case, has, as far as I know, to close the case as well.
They have unfrozen the accounts. The court has let everyone out on bail. The accounts are operating naturally, and no one, Mr. Naidu has not received any ED notice over the last 2 years of the case.
Straight question: if this is the case, and you're quoting the ED, why is the central government not coming out in support? Why is the BJP not supporting you?
Well, that's a question you need to ask Bharatiya Janata Party and not Telugudesam Party.
No, but it's a question that must be in your mind.
No, that's a question you need to ask Bharatiya Janata Party. How can Telugudesam Party answer on behalf of BJP?
Why didn't you appoint a third-party auditor? Let me go back to the case. You're shifting from it. Why didn't you appoint a third-party auditor before the approval of the project? It's elementary stuff.
I'm sorry.
Auditor for the money that was paid, the work that was done. You've already said there was a third-party auditor evaluating the project. My question is, was this third-party auditor appointed before or after the government order was approved?
No, the CIGT?
Yeah, no, I'm saying that
the CIGT
was the third-party auditor appointed before or after the government order on the approval of this project? Do you have proof to defend that it was done?
No, the third-party auditor has been placed by the government. In the case of Telugudesam Party and the Telugudesam government, it was very clear that Government of India Institute was approached to value the project, and they've given a clear valuation. And also they have given the handover documents of all the equipment that the training institutes have received. So it's there. It's all there, physically there. Even today, training is happening. Close to 200,000 students have still been trained after this government came in. So if it's all fallacy and all the money is gone out, then why is there equipment there?
So you know,
why is Siemens there?
Irony in all of this is that Chandrababu Naidu, who was seen for transparency, digital governance, etc., is in jail on a charge of corruption. What is the impact on him and on you and on image? Do you not worry about image?
See, absolute power.
Do you not worry about image?
No, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And corrupt people have put my father in jail. Who's the person who's jailed my father? It's Jagan Mohan Reddy. He has 38 cases against him, 10 CBI cases, 7 ED cases, 21 other cases. He's been in jail for 16 months and he's calling my father corrupt.
But do you realize the concept?
Hold on. A man who's been in politics for 42 years and has had no corruption allegations against him. Nothing has been proven. Under a false case, he's now being sent to jail. Now show me where Mr. Naidu signed on the file. Where is the document where Mr. Naidu signed on a file? The Chief Minister cannot be held responsible for a policy matter that he has taken. It's simply saying that the chairman of SBI is responsible for a decision taken by a branch manager. How is that possible? The chairman has given a policy framework. Mr. Naidu
said acknowledge something was wrong.
Absolutely not.
But your father is not personally involved. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely not.
These are two different things. No, either you're saying, yes, there was a mistake, but my father is not the responsible for it.
No, I'm not saying
that. Or you're saying there's no mistake at all.
I'm saying there is no mistake, and I'm just drawing an analogy. There's absolutely no mistake. In fact, Telugudesam Party released all the bank statements of the implementation agency. Where is the money trail that Mr. Naidu has received money? Straight question. The CID has not been able to prove even till now that they have received money. Mr. Naidu received money, or his family members, or I, or any one of us have received money. Without a money trail, how is this even a case?
So, you know, the thing with you, you're neither with the India Alliance or with the NDA. Are you here to stitch up with the NDA? Pawan Kalyan, who is with the NDA, met your father in jail. He's going with you. Are you here to formally enter the NDA?
No, we are here to, I'm here to speak out to Indians, to understand that a man who has built his career over 42 years, his career is being marked by corruption scandal, by a person who's a known corrupt individual, who's not been able to establish that Mr. Naidu got any money.
But now
there's no money trail.
I mean, let me put it this way. Sorry if it sounds harsh on you. There have been charges of corruption against Jagan, and there are now charges of corruption against Mr. Naidu as well. Now, there are charges of corruption, right? Neither are convicted. But the fact is, in an election in 2024, where the issue will be corruption in a big way, essentially, isn't this an equalizing factor? This whole case, are both sides equal now?
How is this an equalizing factor?
Charges of corruption against both.
No, fake charges of corruption.
That's what Jagan also says.
No, monies were received by his company. Jagati Publication, Indra Television, Sandur Power Plant, all his companies, they got Moonies.
But you heard the Andhra police there. They are saying that we are going to find the connection between the people in this scam and Mr. Naidu himself.
Going to find.
But we are going to put face to face. We are going to do custodial interrogation of
going to find. That's what they keep saying. They'll go and find. They can keep finding
but then they can keep putting your father in jail.
They're not going to find anything.
What if, are you ready for your father in jail for a long time?
Absolutely not. Justice might be delayed but cannot be denied because Mr. Naidu did not do anything wrong. And I have all the documentation to prove it. And I've clearly stated, it's the officers who said, release the funds. It's so clear in black and white. And now today he's being blamed for it. For what?
But do you realize...
For being expeditious, for doing something good for the nation, for giving youngsters job. 213,000 people have been trained, 80,000 people have received jobs. Is that the crime that he committed?
The question is that Chandrababu Naidu, and my last question to you is this. Nara, see, Chandrababu Naidu, who all his life, especially the last 25 years, has been a master of political alliances, putting parties together, leading groups at a national level, is today friendless. You neither have allies on this side or allies on that side.
No, Arnab,
no, but who are your friends? Who's
absolutely.
Are you with NDA, India Alliance? Who's with you?
I don't need to be in an alliance to have friends.
You may have, to be after this.
No, Arnab ji,
for political expediency, you have to.
If you look at it, almost all the regional political party leaders have expressed their support to Mr. Naidu. Rajinikanth ji has expressed his support to Mr. Naidu. Zoho CEO Sridhar Vembu has expressed his support to Mr. Naidu. That is the character that he has built over 42 years. And one psychotic CM has come forward, and because he's corrupt, he's a known corrupt chief minister, is slinging mud at a person who's built his character and career over the last 42 years.
Are you willing to have a straight one-on-one debate with Jagat?
Me? Bring it on.
You?
Absolutely. And I will prove every corruption allegation against Jagan. I have absolute proof.
Then why do you avoid debates with YSRCP leaders?
Why should I debate with a leader who has half knowledge? Who in your debate said, we have arrested him, we'll go find evidence. Do I need to have a debate with some half knowledge chaps? They don't even come prepared for it. And that's the kind of allegations that you do.
Okay,
you yourself have said the CID chief has made such a baseless allegation saying, I'll go find corruption, I'll go find material after I arrest Mr. Naidu.
Well, Nara, thank you for coming. And I wish Mr. Naidu good health. Let's see where this battle goes. Thank you for joining me, Nara. Good to have you in my studio today. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, thank you. Nara, do stay. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll take a very, very short 30-second Securite commercial break. And when we come back on the other side, I'll bring you excerpts of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series, which we were proud to be partners with. And that Centenary Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture in which the CJI spoke, we had Fali Nariman, many other legal luminaries, including Mr. Gurumurthy Shyam Devan and the Attorney General. Excerpts of that will be playing in a few minutes.
It is with immense pride that I welcome you all to the fourth edition, which is the centenary edition, of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. It is a measure of the success and popularity of the lecture series that in addition to Republic TV and NewsX, who broadcast this event last year, this year the series is being covered live by a large number of prominent sections of the print, electronic, and digital media live. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of them. Throughout his career, both legal and political, my late father had many glorious moments, and of course, to be objective, some eminently forgettable ones as well. But all things considered, if I had to pick his finest hour, his absolutely best hour, it would be the relentless and magnificent battle he fought both inside and outside the courts at great personal risk during the emergency. Liberty was his compelling and enduring passion, and he was eternally vigilant about it, about protecting it. Today's topic is designed to determine how future generations can best secure their freedoms. The basic structure doctrine stares us in the face. It once failed us. This judicially fashioned core feature of our Constitution is to laymen esoteric and enigmatic. I hope that today's discussion enlightens us about the meaning, scope, limits, and most of all, the viability of the doctrine of the basic features as the anchor of our fundamental rights. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The topic of the day, of course, which Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani has thought everybody should open up with, is about the basic structure doctrine. Much as I admire Mr. Ram Jethmalani, one thing I wouldn't like to share with him is his ability to court controversy. So I thought that if I have to do something about this doctrine, I should do it through my judgments and not in an off-the-court pronouncement. So I've taken Mahesh's permission to talk about something a little different. And that's just about 5 or 7 minutes, the Supreme Court, which all of you probably don't know about. And let me tell you a little bit about the Supreme Court you don't know about, because you read about the Supreme Court in the electronic media, social media, they're trolling us every day, the print media, and of course the law reports. But let me tell you about the court which I would like to tell you about. The COVID-19 pandemic had just started receding when I took over as Chief Justice of India. I was aware of the huge responsibility which I would be shouldering. The pendency rates had increased because of the pandemic. Most of us had lost somebody dear. The pandemic had not only brought the world to a standstill, but also left emotional scars from which we are yet to recover. While I knew that I had to prioritize speedy disposals, I also knew that I had to prioritize the mental health of lawyers and registry officials by not pushing them to overwork themselves both physically and mentally. They are not poster persons of the justice delivery system, but they are certainly at the forefront, keeping the cart moving one day at a time. It is important that their efforts are recognized. My first goal as the Chief Justice of India has been to institutionalize the courts and move away from an ad hoc model of operation. Too often the problems with our institutions are that every individual who comes into the institution lays down innovative ideas, only for those ideas to be forgotten after each of us passes on the baton to the next person. One of the important effects of institutionalizing courts is that it enhances transparency and accountability. While these are very important effects of institutionalization, we should also not forget the human side of the story. I have, in the course of my 10 months as the Chief Justice, realized that institutionalization, in addition to enhancing transparency, also humanizes the workspace. The staff are able to draw boundaries between work and home and increase their work efficiency. It has also positively changed things on those on the other side, that is the bar. We have implemented filing of cases in the electronic form, removal of defects, submission of urgent listings, and appearance slips, all through online portals in the Supreme Court. It's way more easier now to file pleadings than to live in the anxiety of standing in lines, waiting for a person to mark defects in the file and returning it to be filed afresh. Citizens can now also find out the status of their cases, instead of having to rely on their advocates, who because of their busy schedules may not always relay the update. Of course, this is a change, and changes don't come easy, but it is a change worth making for enhancement of the justice delivery system. At this point, it is necessary to emphasize that when I speak about enhancement, I do not limit the reference to quality judgments. My focus is also on reducing barriers to accessing the courts, easing the process of filing and arguing before the court. My focus is on improving the gender ratio of lawyers. My focus is on ensuring that lawyers and litigants have facilities to comfortably rest while at court. It is only with such an holistic approach that the quality of justice delivery could be enhanced in every sense of the word. The Supreme Court is bursting at its seams. Our building was constructed in 1950, and we have moved the government with a blueprint of a new building to replace one of our older buildings which were constructed in the late 1980s or 90s, and to have a modern Supreme Court building in the same complex with 27 courtrooms, bar association spaces for the women lawyers, for the Supreme Court Bar Association, for the advocates on record, and above all, for our litigants. One of the primary requirements for institutionalizing the court system is to identify the issues that hamper our efficiency and curating remedies to address such issues. An able team of judges, lawyers, and researchers working at the Center for Research and Planning are assisting the courts with this work. Their work is invaluable, particularly because of the lack of research and data on the functioning of courts in India. The Center for Research and Planning is now in the process of creating a system for managing and reducing the case pendency through a project called SC Judicare, which stands for Judicial Disposal through Case Management and Resource Efficiency. The project aims to increase efficiency through improved case classification, grouping, and tagging. Phase 1 of the project is underway, where we have collected data on pending dockets to frame guidelines. We have also prepared a roadmap for auditing criminal matters. Our aim is to integrate granular data with integrated case management information systems, identify infructuous matters, and devise strategic priorities at an institutional level. Let me also deal with one of the criticisms which I hear, and I look at criticisms in a very positive and optimistic perspective. Because if you look at criticism cynically, you can never improve your institution for the better. One of the criticisms which is expressed about the collegium is that we have no factual data to evaluate people who we are considering for appointment to the Supreme Court.
मेरे को अभी नानावटी केस के बारे में जब हम पढ़ते थे कॉलेज में, लॉ का स्टूडेंट होने के नाते, ये आज उन्होंने जो ऑनरेबल चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया साहब ने समझाया केस, उस समय भी समझाते थे। क्या शानदार केस में, लेकिन कहाँ सिंध से प्रैक्टिस शुरू की, नानावटी केस में भी फेमस हुए, इमरजेंसी में भी फेमस हुए, श्री राम मंदिर वाले मामले में भी फेमस हुए, अडवाणी जी के केस में भी फेमस हुए, मोदी जी के केस में भी फेमस हुए, लालू जी के केस में भी फेमस हुए। कौन सा केस है तो उन्होंने छोड़ा, और हर केस में फेमस हुए। जबरदस्त उन्होंने इस देश को दिशा दिखाई। और मुझे तो गर्व ये होता है महेश जी कि जिस जगह मैं आज बैठता हूं उस कुर्सी पे भी राम जेठमलानी बैठे हुए थे, लॉ मिनिस्टर भी थे वो। तो ये मेरे लिए तो बहुत गर्व की बात है। बलबीर जी पुन साहब आए थे तो मैं ये कहने वाला था कि आपका आर्टिकल एक मैंने पढ़ा, शानदार। अच्छा, मुकुल जी भी बैठे हैं क्या? धन्यवाद आपको। तो ये इतने शानदार इंसान जिनकी याद में अब रामनाथ कोविंद का क्या इशू आया, इमरजेंसी का भी इशू आया, कितने ही उनके मेमोरीज होंगी जिसके बारे में आप चर्चा कर सकते हैं। मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया को एक धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। जस्टिस डी वाई चंद्रचूड़ साहब चले गए हैं। देखिए, मैं एक बार कोई एडीआर के इशू में अभी लंदन गया था, तो वहाँ एक विषय आया कि वीसी के थ्रू, वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के थ्रू सबसे ज़्यादा किसी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई हुई, केस सेटल हुए तो इंडिया। तो मुझे भी अच्छा लगा। ये मैं कम्युनिकेट कर दूंगा कि मैं आपके पीछे से बोला हूं। अब आप भी कम्युनिकेट करना उनको, और मैं भी कम्युनिकेट करूंगा कि बहुत बहुत तरीके से उन्होंने कहा। और मुझे लगता है टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करने के लिए जिसका जिक्र आज इस मंच से हमारे चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया कर रहे थे, वो है नेशनल जुडिशियल डेटा ग्रिड, और जिसका कल इन्होंने ट्वीट किया, फिर प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने उसी ट्वीट को ट्वीट किया। तो आज मीडिया में बड़ी खबर है कि इस तरह के जो चेंजेस भारत में आ रहे हैं वो हमारे जो पेंडेंसी है केसेस की, उसमें कमी लाने में भी मदद करेंगे, नागरिकों का जीवन भी आसान करेंगे। कौन सा केस चल रहा है, क्या डेट है, कौन से बेंच में आएगा, ये सब चीज़ें आपको ऑनलाइन उपलब्ध रहेगी। मैं इस अवसर पर, चूंकि बाकी सभी मेहमानों को बोलना है और मुझे जो टाइम निर्धारित किया है उस नहीं, इसमें है लिखा हुआ इसमें है लिखा हुआ तो वही मान लेते हैं अपन जो लिखा हुआ है। बाकियों को सुनूंगा मैं, क्योंकि मैं लर्नर हूं, ज़्यादा सुनने में विश्वास रखता हूं। लेकिन आप सब आए, आप सब लोग आए, आप सबको भी शुभकामना, बधाई। देखिए, कोई आदमी जाने के बाद याद ज़्यादा क्यों किया जाता है? तो एक कवि ने बहुत ठीक कहा है, जाना तो सबको है ना, समझ लो कि मृत्यु है ना, मृत्यु से डरो कभी, मरो परंतु यों मरो की याद जो करें सभी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
When I took over, I thought that what Jethmalani made a difference in I said, the history of liberty in our country. The eminent personalities, they talk about the basic structure of the Constitution. So everything about basic structure is about liberty. You can build so many dimensions and about liberty and their connection to basic structure, but I'm not going to talk about that. But I thought the more passionate engagement of Mr. Jethmalani about liberty and how he thought that's the fulcrum of the constitutional values, it's important for us today to talk about a National Institute for Criminal Justice Administration. I think about the most common women and men in our country who face the onslaughts of justice administration without those carrying hands and comforting or solace giving aid and assistance to the state. I conceive that this kind of an institution will be able to fill a huge gap in criminal justice administration. We are talking about the pendency of cases in trial courts, and we talk about the unfortunate men and women who get into prisons without seeing a day of hope as quickly as they would like to have. I look at all that very dark grey landscape which seem to be part of our criminal justice system. Why can't we think about removing the dark grey landscape and make it more brighter? And I think that's a great contribution, a commitment as an Attorney General I can think about, and I'll probably conclude with a few personal recollections. In 1980, he was arguing a preventive detention case. I was just about 1 year in the Supreme Court bar, sitting in the Chief Justice's court, listening to him, his stern, full, majestic voice. I could still find that ringing in my ears. It never faded away. And many of us who are with him for long know that the stern, full, majestic voice has become part of our, life in the court and chronicles, all over. In 1986, I was appearing on behalf of a very unfortunate Adivasi woman from Gujarat who was subjected to a sexual assault in police stations. One of the local legal aid organizations asked me, how do you go about this case? And they had a feeling that if you go to a local magistrate's court, sure, justice will not be done. So when I was asked, how do we go about this case, I said, let us ask the Supreme Court to intervene in a matter like this. Now, what else will liberty can mean if Supreme Court will not reach out to the rescue of such unfortunate women? We built a case on violation of 14 and 21. The Supreme Court came to our rescue and was arguing that matter in the afternoon before Chief Justice Bhagwati. Mr. Jethmalani was in the court. So after a couple of hours after about 4:30, I thought he would have left the court. But he was in the coffee house waiting for a few people to be talking to him. And then he called me inside and said, I think the one thing probably you would do good for the country is to keep liberty burning in your heart. And I think that's a great, warm advice given to me. And I think I've been able to keep that in my heart. And I'm sure that many more occasions like this where beyond passion and emotion, much more intellectual and engaged conversations and dialogues and discourses, which will probably enrich what I would probably call again the life and comfort and solace of the least or the most disadvantaged and the least cared for in our country. If justice cannot mean anything to them, I think justice does not mean anything to any one of us. So I would probably only say that Mr. Ram is probably standing by my side, as he stood by the side of Chief Justice of India, to pat him on his back, to be as passionate as possible about liberty and justice. And I think I'll continue to hear his voice by my side. I thank Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani for giving this opportunity.
You know, it is my fortune, my pride, an opportunity for me to share my thoughts, not as a lawyer, but as someone who had come in contact with law, fell in love with law, became passionate about law, because of a series of accidents, coherent accidents, which took place in my life, starting from emergency and the days before. You know, we were all underground at that time. We couldn't go to our houses. And I had just then qualified as a chartered accountant and got married also. So it was at that time I came to know the essence of the Constitution, the fundamental right, the need for it. Otherwise, it was just a piece of paper. Nobody knew what fundamental right meant before probably the emergency was imposed. Very few people knew about its impact, maybe most in the field of commerce or property. There was no idea of what it means to the normal, ordinary human being. I was given the responsibility of maintaining 150 families to provide rations for them who were in jail. They had done nothing wrong. So I knew what it means to have fundamental rights, to be outside, how to approach the judiciary. This is what made me to study the Constitution in depth. In fact, emergency became the first major impact on me to study the Constitution. And before I go into what transformed me from being a chartered accountant into someone who had developed such passion for law, I will talk about Ram Jethmalani. You know, Ram and Fali and people like them are the ones who groomed me, encouraged me. And they found that, you know, I was not a lawyer, but they never discriminated my ideas on law. I could put provocative questions to them, contrary questions to them, even questioning their very idea about what they were proposing to argue in courts. They would tolerate it, they would encourage it. In fact, I was just sharing with Fali Nariman how in the Indian Express demolition case we worked. He said how much work we put. He also said how little work is being put today by the bar. It's a comparison. How the government of India functions, from the allocation of business rules to the authentication of document rules. Because the government of India said the secretary signing on behalf of the government of India doesn't have the authority to give sanction for the building plan. The government disowned the whole thing. So we had to construct the whole Article 73 downwards to how a secretary signs, meaning the President of India signing. It was a 72-page affidavit which he had to file in the Supreme Court because the government disowned its own signature. You know, this is how law develops. Law develops by hard work, by the passion to fight for rights. So, when I started with Ram, you know, he was one of the most comfortable human beings. First of all, leave law aside. Such a comfortable human being. I said, Ram, you are wrong. He will listen to it. We will all be shouting and talking. He will be reading as if nothing is happening outside. And he will read the judgments which were quoted against him. And we would have 20 judgments in favor of what we have to speak. Ram will find fault in the judgment that have been quoted. And he will say that to find holes in the judgments of the opponents is what will win the case for you. Not that you quote alternative judgments to present your viewpoints. These are all brilliant legal strategies to which I was initiated when I was just 27, 28. An opportunity which I got purely out of accident of being the advisor to Ramnath Goenka, who had to face the toughest time in terms of government attack on him during the emergency and afterwards, even after the emergency, the building demolition case, the customs duty case, and all the cases that were launched. 300 cases were launched in a period of 30 days. All these things we had to fight, and perforce we had to become lawyers. In Indian Express, almost 6-7 people who had nothing to do with law turned to be good lawyers, thanks to the kind of assault that the government made. And we had to defend that institution and the civil rights which the institution represented. That's how I came in contact with Fali. That's how I came in contact with Nariman, Anil Diwan, to stay. It all started with Nani Palkiwala. Then Sirwai. I will tell you some of these things, this anecdotal effect of the association I had with all these people. Unbelievable. No university, no law textbook, no library can give the kind of knowledge which I could get by my association with these people.
In the year 2011, Mr. Nariman, Mr. Jethmalani, and myself shared a platform in the university. I quoted 2 lines from a Sanskrit prescription on how a plane should be drafted. I had translated it into English. Late Jethmalani asked for a copy and told me, I am not asking you just like that. I want to feed my curiosity. That was the great intellectual curiosity of late Jethmalani. The young students or the young lawyers who are present here today must understand and try to develop the intellectual curiosity. In that speech, he spoke a line. Whatever I do with a clear conscience. Look at the courage of the man. Third, whatever I have read and learned by meeting him, he had an incomparable presence of mind that epitomized originality. Today, with the Centenary lecture, I feel proud and honored to be a speaker here. Presently, let me focus on the topic. Has the basic structure, doctrine, served the nation itself? Nation well. According to the scientists and the rationalists, if you pose a question, it is fundamental to proceed in an empirical manner, and then only you will get a correct answer. Having scanned the anatomy of the question, which has been extremely intelligently framed by Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani, the answer should be given with utmost immediacy. And the answer is, ladies and gentlemen, a capital yes. It has served the nation well.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty, and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the Bravehearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir. He was laying the wreath on the coffin of his only son, Deputy Superintendent of Police Humayun Muzammil Bhatt. The 34-year-old police officer was among the 3 martyrs who died fighting terrorists in Anantnag yesterday. Martyr DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was brave, young and patriotic. He followed his father's footsteps and joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police in 2018, the year his father retired from the force. As his mortal remains arrived home wrapped in the tricolour, a sea of mourners paid their respects. Their tears, their cries, their pain, a testament to what Humayun meant.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The most high-profile legal event. Top legal experts on one stage. 4th edition of Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. Unmissable broadcast this weekend.
Amity School of Communication has been ranked among India's top 5 mass comm institutes for the last 3 years by India Today, a testimony to its most high-tech studios, senior professionals as faculty and placements in leading media organizations. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture Series. We had 3 versions of the series. This year will be the 4th year, but it's a very special year this year because this would be Mr. Ram Jethmalani's centenary year. He would have been 100 this September. And the topic has the basic features doctrine, serve the nation well, to see its impact in the service of the nation.
On the intervening night of 12th and 13th of September, a joint team of the Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir Police received specific intel on the presence of terrorists in Anantnag's Garol area. 34-year-old DSP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt was part of the team. In the fierce firefight that ensued in the challenging terrains of Garol, DSP Humayun Bhatt lost his life. Republic pays tribute to the Bravehearts of Anantnag. This is a story of Martyr, Deputy SP Humayun Muzammil Bhatt.
Stoic in his demeanor, but one can imagine the excruciating agony of Ghulam Hasan Bhatt, the retired Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir.